Right, welcome guys, welcome. We're going to be playing some Age of Wonders 4 today with a look. I can now actually start to show the new content that's coming to the game, and as of so today I'm planning on sort of just really going through in a very deep detail as to why this game is in fact the best fantasy 4X of all time. We've got to say that because it really is. For me, this has been my favourite series of games ever since it first came out in 1999 or the early 2000s. You know, so I've played every game of this and loved it right from the very start. And here we are now, sort of with the Archons now sort of arriving, and the Griffon update, the free Griffon update as well, which has arrived now for the game as of tomorrow. So you've got sort of 24 hours really before the actual content does release, but I'm allowed to sort of show it a day early. So I'm going to be certainly doing that one through there. So hi Dave on YouTube saying, hi Daz, excited indeed. Yeah, no, this is... I've got to say, look, this game just gets better and better and better. It's in surprising ways. Like I'm really, like when I started actually testing the Archon Prophesy and also the Griffon update, I've got to say as well, the Griffon update is incredible. Like all the free updates that have come with the game, everything is meaningful. Like there's really, like I did a chat tactic a week or so back where I went through all the different DLCs and. There's very few that really sort of, that where there's stuff that isn't exciting to play in the game. But anyway, look, I'm not going to go and recover that ground of going back through all the DLCs. But there's just so much incredible content, and there's so many different ways of actually playing the game. So Falcon's saying not chat tactic. No, we're not doing that today because I'm allowed to show this today. So chat tactic will be put back. Maybe 2 or 3 days actually. I still plan on doing one this week, but just not, but not as an actual chat tactic. So this is going to be today. What I wanted to do was to really try to sort of show the scope of what the game has got and set up a game so that we can start to play it. Tomorrow we'll be playing this again, so we'll end up sort of actually getting into the nitty-gritty of the actual gameplay tomorrow. Today we will get started, but we'll just go through the early turns, and we won't really get much beyond that, I don't think, because there's an awful lot to show into just the way you can play the game. So it's sort of one of those things where the game sort of just extends itself, over and over and over. So it's just incredible. As long as it isn't Wednesday, I look forward to it. No, it should be Thursday. Wednesday is when I do Distant Worlds. So sort of I'll be still doing Distant Worlds on that day. But if you guys want to see anything about the new content, please sing out. The idea of this one is we're just going to be meandering today. We're not going to be sort of really accelerating into much, but I do want to show you the scope of what you can do with world building, particularly today, because even just with the updates and things that have come in the game recently, I'm blown away by it. I play this game an awful lot, and there was things in here that I've sort of discovered. I'm thinking, I've never really sort of noticed that you can do all this stuff now. There's so much you can do. And so for me, it's the customization of the way you want to play the game is just phenomenal. And I'll show you a bit of that as well as we sort of get into it today. Just because I think that people actually often will play a game and then sort of label it, X, Y, or Z, based on what they sort of see with the game. And for me, this game has got so much where it overcomes the issues that people have with the game. For example, like one of the common criticisms, and this is going from a while back, was that the actual, the generated characters, for example, or the generated empires, didn't feel very thematic, and we can test that today and have a look and see, just exactly how thematic or unthematic they are, and how you, as the player, can get around that if you don't like that. So there's some very cool ways of actually addressing this. So anyway, we'll sort of rip into that today as well. Thor is then saying, hi Daz, I hope that they really start shaking things up with this DLX, an update, or DLC I think you mean. X and C, they're next to each other. That's what you meant. I've only just woken up, so I'm going to be a little bit groggy. Hope you're all right, Daz. So replying to your title, yes it is. Yes it is. It is the best Fantasy 4X of all time. Yeah, absolutely it is. So for me anyway. Sarah saying, I noticed you tried to kill me in the last Xehanort stream by leaving me crouched in an open doorway. Let to be a target another day. Yes, only one kill yesterday. Stream playing saying pasta sauce is cooking with homegrown chili and herbs, so almost ready for the stream. There we are. That sounds really nice, actually. That sounds really good. Homegrown chili, wow. Actually, my wife grows chili as well, so she's got a few different types in the garden. Anyway, let's get into how you can set up the game, and we'll do some tests that starts and stuff like that today, I think, and then we'll actually get started on an actual series, and so we'll start playing. So let's just go into well, there's a few different things you can do. Like you can create a faction. I might even start there just to sort of show you the scope of the new DLC and what that does bring, because there's just like this Archon Prophesy, like I was expecting it to be very limited in what it does do, but it's incredibly broad, like just incredibly broad. So let's just go in and have a bit of a look and see what this one actually does do. So if we go and create a faction up through here, we still go through, and there's been some changes in here as well, by the way, with the Griffon update, as well as the additional things from the Archons with the DLC. So we've got two Archons very, very close to each other. We've got the Elysians back in through this other side, which are sort of like almost angelic humans. Now there's been I'm just trying to sort of remember exactly what the group was, but I think there was the High Men back from the back in Age of Wonders 1 or 2, I forget which one it actually was, which essentially were a bit more like the Archons, and so the Archons were angelic. In this case, the Elysians are sort of like an angelic humanoid, and so the overriding trait that they actually end up having is this is often these little sort of winged attachments to what they actually end up doing. They also have by default some unusual sort of traits that also come in. Some of them come in with this particular DLC, and that is we've got the inner radiance. And so what this one does is it gives them spirit resistance, but also the melee attackers sustain 3 spirit damage. So essentially it sort of protects them, and it's incompatible with inner fire, inner frost, inner lightning, and poisonous. So this is inner radiance. So this is like an order-based or a spirit-based sort of defense. Back and through there, we've got the defensive tactics, which is stock standard, and then also the adaptable. So non-hero units gain 20% experience back and through there as well. Now the next one down is like in Age of Wonders. In Age of Wonders 2, the Archons had like these massive titans. You know, they had sort of monstrously large titans that you could actually. That was sort of like the ultimate form. They were sort of based on Roman or Greek sort of style, pretty more Roman than anything. But they were just a pure good faction. I think they were the only faction that was actually pure good. Then in Age of Wonders 3, we ended up sort of finding that that these big titans were undead, and so when you had an undead infestation, quite often you'd find undead titans from the Archons doing that. So what they've done is they've added another grouping in through here called the Ancients, which is this one through here, which is more of an undead type faction, but still not purely undead. Like it's much more sort of like almost Egyptian in its approach. And so this one actually has got some interesting traits. The traits it actually comes with is arcane focus, useful for armies focusing on battle mages. It's got the resistance, so +1 defense and +1 resistance against magic attacks, spells, and other effects. So again, it's very, very magical in its approach. Defensive tactics, so they work well standing next to each other. But then we get a really interesting sort of aspect now that's coming into the game, and so I'm hoping that this gets fleshed out even more over time. This is the weak constitution. This is a negative. So we now have negatives which allow you then to stack up your positives, and so units recover their health slowly. Health regeneration on the world map is reduced by 50%, and so in this case they regenerate much more slowly on the world map itself. So what's that look like? So what we end up having is we've now got a new section, and this is coming in the Griffon update. This isn't just part of the Archon DLC. So this will be sort of in the game pretty much forever type thing. By the way, guys, if you are wanting to ask questions about Age of Wonders 4, just do an @DasTactic, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch. On YouTube it doesn't beep at me, but on Twitch it does, but it does colour it red, so I can then sort of quickly see if there's something else. Grey Badger is saying, I've bounced off this twice. No idea why. I'm going to try again though. I really want to like it. This is why I want to make today's episode, to be honest. This is exactly... Grey Badger, you're not alone. There's a lot of people who say this. There we go. Pebble Dash underneath is saying, same, I keep it bouncing, but something ain't clicking. Hopefully today you'll actually find a way through when we actually go to particularly the world building. And you'll see what you can then do with that. I don't really have that sort of problem with the game, but I'm so aware of people who are. There's a lot of negative things that people say, from their own experience, where they exactly that they do bounce off the game when they try it. So today I'm going to really focus hard on trying to find a way to help people in that category where they really just want to get through and actually enjoy the game. And for me, that's like with most games, it's often the approach that you have, or just little things you may not be aware of that will actually make a massive difference. And when I found some of the stuff when I was actually testing this, I'm thinking, my God, I didn't realize we could actually refine the actual gameplay experience to the extent that we can, which we can now. Anyway, we do have a series of flaws down through here that give us a -1. And so with the flaws, you only have one of them, but like weak constitution is the one that we have through here. So we've got things, for example, like careless. This one here gives defensive mode of -1 and -1 resistance. Coward, in this case, morale loss is increased by 25%, and morale gain is reduced by 25%. So we've got uncooperative back and through here, 10% fumble chance when adjacent to another friendly unit. That's interesting, isn't it? Vulnerable to magic, so -1 resistance. Don't know why it's funny that they've got things like careless. They've got -1 resistance there, plus it comes with a -1 defense. When you've actually just got vulnerable to magic, which is only a -1 resistance, and you've also then got vulnerable to physical, which is -1 defense. So that's both of those added together. So I don't know whether you'd be wanting to. I don't know what faction you'd be wanting to have that's completely useless in that sort of sense. Anyway, these are all the negatives. These give you an extra +1, which then allows you to then get extra benefits, which actually allow you then to sort of go forward and and make more powerful groups. So, for example, I'm just trying to think, and I'm just thinking off the cuff here. I think that the main way that the game will be played will be as the Elysians, back and through this other side, where they are sort of like your typical Archons. But if you're wanting to play almost like the undead type Archons, you've got them through here. I might still start with the Elysians, and then we'll just work our way through. So let's just go with that form through there. And again, there's the traits that have actually changed in through here. If we have a look at their defensive traits, we do have Inner Radiance, which has now come in, which is worth 2 points. And so this is where they do actually defend, with the spirit damage through that other side with the Inner Radiance. But we can chop and change this as well. One of the other things that's now coming in as well, actually, I don't know if this is actually something you have to unlock, but the mounts, you do actually now have the Griffon mounts, which have come in. So this is actually AP, you can see down through there. So we can actually put in Griffon mounts into for the faction. I wouldn't actually recommend it for the Sirens, or if you're going to be playing as a typical faction here with the Archon Prophesy DLC, but the simple reason that they don't have a real lot of important units that can actually make use of it for the low level units with the stock standard architect build, which is what we're actually going to be looking at, because that is the Archon. The Archon way is the architect build, but it can be sort of anything you like. So Supreme Plague is saying, my favourite is still trying to roleplay a bit playing as goblins. Yes, that's. I used to love Mab, which we haven't seen in the game actually. I'm sort of hoping that they bring in Mab and a few of the others from Age of Wonders 2. I really quite like them. Is it out right now? Says Prophet. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again after it does launch. But this is sort of like just the day before. I'm allowed to now show. Today's the first day I'm allowed to actually show this new content. So this will be the idea of this is to try to give a bit of a roadmap as to how to approach the game. If you do sort of grab not just the Archon Prophecy, but the others as well. But anyway, we can actually put Griffon mounts on there. I've been sort of experimenting with that a little bit to sort of see what actually does happen. It does work a little bit. but there's still some little issues for me to actually put mounts on the Archons, for the simple reason you don't really get much benefit from it in the early part of the game. So it's sort of which I think is important with mounts. So for me, that's not the best way to actually approach it, even though it doesn't come with it by default. Let's just go and keep the defaults on there for now, and just go forward. So we'll select and go past the Elysians. So this is the Elysians back and through here. What we now need to do is to choose our culture. So the culture that we end up having is the new one that's come through is Architect. And this is fascinating for me because, again, it opens up a whole lot of different ways of playing the game. And so if I go and click on Architect, this is your typical a typical Archon sort of style with the Architects of Order back and through here. So your people are architects predisposed to order, starting with +2 order affinity. Order is sort of like the good area, whereas Shadow and Chaos are sort of more the evil ones. And so in this case, you've actually got like all 6 of the affinities are actually listed in through here. So the order affinity is, of course, the good one. If you're wanting to play a typical Archon, you can play it that way. So you start off with +2 affinity, but you end up with more than just what you're seeing through here. You can also, though, go to Chaos and actually make it Architects of Chaos, Architects of Astral, Architects of Materium. So this one, you're not sort of, you're not constricted to just playing order, which is sort of what I thought it may be. I thought it was going to be a bit more limited in its in pushing you into the good area, but it actually isn't. And they've actually found a way forward to actually allow you to then play it all sorts of different ways, and still to make perfect sense the way it sort of does work. And so you've got all these different affinities coming back in through here. I will play the Architect of Order just because of the, like in this case, we'll just go and set this one up with the Architects of Order back up through here. So this is the Archon Prophesy addition to the game. It's not just this though; it does actually add a whole start to the game as well. So let's just go and select that one through there. I don't think it'll show us anything else with what's actually going on with that one. But you end up with, should actually show the various sort of groups that you then do get. Maybe we can even I can show you this is one of the things where if you're trying to figure out how to actually, what way to play the game, the actual help file is incredibly useful. If you go down into where is it? General Combat Economy. I think it's combat. This is actually up through here. I hardly ever use this, but this is such a good way to do it. If we go across to units, back and through this other side, and we then go and choose the Architect grouping down through here, we then end up getting like a group coming in this other side. If I go and click on this little sort of star in through this other side here, I can then go and show the actual affinity of what we're going to be going. Now, they're just using humans in this instance. We can change that as well. So if we go and, if I start in here and then just go, I can then sort of have a look to see what changes are then made with the different groups. Let's just go and use Architects of Order at this stage. To see what you end up getting, this is going to be then just sort of showing the different styles of the units that you get, the basic units that you get from the actual group itself. So if I go into things like Cultivator in through here, this is sort of like a support unit that does come into the actual game, as in Tier 1. So this is a Tier 1 support unit with a magic blast, but can also then do a little bit of this Cultivate affinity. This is quite powerful. What this one does is links to a target-friendly unit and dispels 1 negative status effect. And then the linkage then gives them temporary hit points. This can be very, very powerful combination with fighting units, where you actually have these in support, where they've got the linkage, keeping the melee fighter alive, and then boosting their abilities every turn, which is actually fairly cool. So at the start of their turn, both units heal for 10 temporary hit points and dispel 1 negative status effect, which is really powerful, actually. Like, you don't sort of realise it, but these are the Tier 1s. You've got the Surveyor, which is essentially your... the Surveyor is actually another one where this is one that does come with a mount. If you do get a mount, this one will actually be able to move very, very quickly through the map and do some sort of good work out through there. But this one does actually have magic bolts. The Cultivator, the Earthbreaker is like a shock unit back and through this other side. So the Earthbreaker it's rather than having a defensive unit, like in Tier 1, they do actually have this Earthbreaker. The Earthbreaker, along with the Cultivator working together, where the Cultivator sort of protects the Earthbreaker, works again very, very effectively. Fair number of hit points back up through here by defense, and does actually have a sweeping charge as its main attack, which actually sort of extends out beyond. So if you attack something in the middle and there's others on the side, it will actually do a little bit of damage to the side units as well. So it actually attacks 3 hexes when it does do the attack. And that again can be quite powerful. So these are quite strong. I quite like these, to be honest. I sort of when I first started playing, I thought, don't know about having a shock unit as a Tier 1. I was sort of hoping more the Guardian would end up in that role. In Tier 2, you've then got the Guardian itself, which is a defensive unit that does actually come with a so this is a defensive unit with a spear, and again this is unusual in the game because we end up having first strike, which you don't normally get with these sorts of defensive units. Like it's more the like it's not. Is it strictly a polearm unit? I'm not sure if it actually is considered that way because it's got the spear but also the shield. So we sort of do actually have both aspects, which is unusual. Then we have the Shademaker, which is essentially your standard archer sort of type thing that's come back through, but it does actually have an incarnate shot through here as well. And so this one here is fires upon a 1 hex radius. So this is almost like a Zephyr archer, the way it sort of does work. Again, fairly cool the way it sort of does work. You can see there it's Affinity Incarnate. So this one here, the Affinity Incarnate is granted by Architect Momentums based on the affinity that they are dedicated to. And so you'll see this all the way through most of these. So they're going to have this one here, where they just do 1 extra spirit damage or fire damage, depending on the whatever the affinity that you've chosen for the Architect. So if we've chosen to go with the Order, they're going to be doing 1 extra damage with their with like in terms of spirit damage. In fact, I don't know what it'll show us. No, it's not showing us there. This is just the basic areas back and through this other side. And then finally at level 3, we then actually get the Architect back and through here with like a magic blast. Conjure Order Tesseracts back and through here. So the Incarnate Restoration, so target friendly unit to heal 20 temporary hit points. And so it actually allows them to gain regeneration as well. So it's sort of like, again, another support type unit. Defensive mode warding back and through this other side. One thing I find with these Architect type units is they're great at sort of at supporting like an army that extends beyond this group of actual units that you see through here. So for example, if you end up getting different tomes, and that then tomes that sort of will then give you other units you can then sort of go and place in around these units to really start to flesh things out. So if you're using the tome of faith, for example, or zeal, you'd end up getting sort of zealots and other different sorts of units which can then be added to the actual faction itself. You also do get a paladin if you do sort of start with a depending on what your start is with the game as well. So it's fairly cool the way that one does work. So Benny's Pedestal was saying, are these the ancient Egypt themed? No, these aren't. These are more like Roman in sort of like their approach, but very, very holy Roman. But we can make them evil. We can do anything we like with them, and so this sort of takes them back out beyond what we sort of saw with the original games back in through there. Now, if I go back to all cultures, so I'm not sure if there is a way of sort of changing this one around. Advanced settings, forms. So this is where we can actually then go and start to tweak and see what things are going to happen if we do change things around. So if I go with Elysian, this is going to then sort of change them to Elysian. The major is going to be these are just transformations back in through here again as well. We can sort of see through there. There's nothing with AP on the on these, but we do actually have an angelic transformation ultimately, which we can sort of make use of to see what that was going to be like. Minor transformations. We got pure soul back in through here is actually a one that's come through with the Archons. It's funny when you see AP, I always think of armor piercing. And virtuous spirit as well. So these are a couple of other things where these are like tier 3, which is a minor transformation in order. In this case, gives the target race strength in moments of weakness, so they get extra spirit resistance. And so in this case, if I go and grab that one, they just get like this little bit of cloud. And if I go and grab the other one as well, the Pure Soul, back and through here, this is tier 7, so this is actually fairly late game stuff. Purify the Soul, so we end up with sort of like this radiance coming from them. We are sort of looking at the enchantments. I won't worry about these so much. Again, we'll just have a quick look and see if there's anything for AP that we can actually have a look at. There we go, Holy Aura, back and through this other side. So it's this one here, granting status protection to adjacent friendly units and damaging adjacent enemies. So that one's actually another tier 7 order unit, back and through there, and the Incarnate Mask. So it grants non-architect units affinity incarnate. So this actually sort of brings the others in. So this is actually fairly important if you are playing as the architects, because you will be wanting to bring zealots and things into your team if you are playing in a good sort of faction. So that's actually now been decked out, but still actually, yeah, what have we got? We've got the yeah, there's a whole heap of stuff in through here. I won't sort of spend too much time with this, but you can. This little tool here will give you a lot of abilities to sort of then go and check where things actually are. So you've got like the enchantments, the whole lots in through this other side. But if we go back down to the architects back and through this other side, we'll then sort of see the Elysians now, sort of with all of those additional stuff placed on them. So this is a great way to sort of see what sort of what you're going to end up getting essentially, like ultimately. So you can sort of almost plan your way through the game. I just thought I'd just show you this bit aspect to it, so you can sort of tweak things a little bit. You can see through here with the architect. Yeah, no, that's all now. That's the same sort of grouping that we actually had back in through there. Anyway, let's not get sort of caught up too much in this side. We'll just go back out again. We'll actually go and just choose this one. So yeah, with the more Egyptian style, I can show you that as well when we sort of get through this one. We just got architects back in through there. There are a few aspects in through here as well, where you can actually unlock different things now from the Pantheon, like your actual Pantheon, if you do get the points. So I've actually unlocked a few different things. I've unlocked all of them now, pretty much the new ones that have come in. There are, I'm trying to sort of see where they actually are. I'm trying to remember now, because it's been a few weeks that I've been playing this, and sort of I haven't really sort of been having a real close look at the what's going on through here. But the trying to think of what the Vigilante Knights, I think, is a new one that's sort of come back through. So they keep the land safe and restore balance between warring nations. So this is one that you can unlock in the Pantheon. I think this will be a general one that you'll be able to get. I don't think you need to have the DLC to actually unlock this one, but it's one that is new. So they keep the land safe and restore balance between warring neighbours. So completing bounties grants plus 50% gold, mana, and an additional 100 Imperium as rewards. So this one here sort of gives you, like, it encourages you to then go on quests. So if you like doing quests, let's just go and grab that as an example. And then we also then have, there was another one as well that came in. There are some that do come in with the actual DLC, and these are the visions that you end up getting down through here. And so this is actually the prophecy side of things. And so what you end up getting through here, a vision of destiny bearing the mark of an affinity. They are designed for greatness. So on arrival in the realm, you must interpret a vision of what your people are destined to become. And so you end up with this thing, like if you go with the vision of destiny for order, essentially it's peacemakers, conquerors, scholars, artisans, depending on the affinity that you then sort of choose. So Deathbringers permanently empower your units upon completion, and so you end up with a quest to do when you first arrive, and plus 2 affinity based on the chosen interpretation as well. So you end up essentially, like if we chose order again, and we'd end up then boosting our order, but we don't need to. We can actually go with a nuanced build of, for example, the order, so starting with the order, but then skipping with a vision of destiny in a different direction. So we can actually become like conquerors, but still with the order base behind us. So we get to choose which one of these we're actually going to have at the start if we choose Vision of Destiny. We then end up having things like Vision of Promise, and this is for the more good style affinities. And so on arrival in the realm, you must interpret a vision of promise. So this is for the order, promise of a land that must be conquered. And so in this case, Materium affinity, this promise is a home that must be built, and the nature affinity is a promised land is occupied by a monster we must defeat. So we gain a powerful throne city upon completion, and we get +1 affinity based on the chosen interpretation here as well. So almost again, sort of like a quest or story type start. Vision of Ruin down through this other side is more for the negative styles. Like, so you've got Chaos, Astral, and Shadow. So war shall engulf the realm, the arcane shall dominate, or death will reign. So trigger a powerful global effect upon completion, +1 affinity based on the chosen interpretation. So these are different ways we can actually sort of go into the actual game itself. So I've been sort of mainly just playing with the Vision of Destiny and sort of playing that way. You do tend to start off with I don't know if you start off at the top through here with the Vigilante Knights. Yeah, starting units gain +1 rank in through there as well. There is one of these will give you, and I think it may be the Vision of Destiny. I think gives you like a paladin right from the start, which is an incredibly powerful start, to play the game, which is great. So we'll just go and select that one as an example.
Choose your first tome of magic.
And so this is actually where we've got things like, where it's suggesting that we start off with the Tome of Zeal, but we do actually have a Tome of Faith as well, where we could sort of go in with the Convent, the healing. But if we go in and just sort of maybe look at they're getting Zealots, Legion of Zeal back in through here again as well, so we can sort of become more zealot and sort of more aggressive, I guess, in our goodness. Let's just go and select that for the sake of it. The again, you can actually, if you unlock certain things in the Pantheon, you can actually go and play as a giant king and deck it out like an Archon, but it doesn't actually have the power of the Archons. So probably your best off either just playing as a champion or a wizard king. I think I'll just choose champion in this instance, which is this is somebody who lives on the realm that you're playing. So they come from the same faction. You don't get to rebuild them. And I think that for the sake of doing this one, we'll just keep that one where that is. So we'll select the champion.
Reveal yourself.
And so the ruler and the race, we don't have a real lot of sort of choice in through here. We can sort of go and change, what they look like. So we could sort of got like a range of I've tried to find sort of, I'll make them sort of more goldy sort of colour, maybe like that, I guess. But this is the actual race itself, and so there are some new things as well. The army mounts, if I go back into here, we've sort of got like the basic army mounts. Some of these will be unlocked through your Pantheon. You can sort of see the little Pantheon unlocks down through this other side. Next to that one there, a little golden horse. One thing you'll notice is that we don't really have ranged units. This is why going with a ranged ability at the start, there's really not a lot you get with that can actually ride effectively. So you only really get the cultivator and the scout unit that will actually be able to use the mounts effectively, and they're not really powerful enough to warrant doing that. So I wouldn't recommend specialising in mounts. Not that this isn't specialisation. We've already gone past that aspect. That was way back when we sort of chose their basic abilities there. Anyway, I won't spend too much time with this one, but essentially you can sort of then go and chop and change them. Skin decorations, I'll just go and just remove all of that back in through there. The head, you do get to sort of change the sort of style, the look of the actual of these guys themselves. In this case, he doesn't have the where is it? The ear feathers. So you've got like different approaches with the ear feathers. So coming off from the side, coming off from the base, the back, over covering his eyes, or a whole lot of stuff. A bit of a combination of everything. So we'll just go and throw them in. The others seem to sort of have the same sort of approach. And so that would sort of be essentially our guy in through here. Again, you can see the Archon Prophecy with the cape in through that other side. Helmet we won't worry about. Anyway, let's just go and select him for now. I'll just keep those as well. Just go and select that.
Your journey begins.
So titles won't really matter that much, so we'll just go past this particular one. Now we've got advanced settings. This is actually new to the game, so this is actually something that can be fairly important. Where you can actually then go and change the city names and the heroes. So you can go in, and this has only just come in. This is, I think, part of the Griffon update. So city names, you can actually go in and you can add a list of names. So DasTopia, for example. and just go and accept. So you end up with you can sort of, and what the reason this can be pretty cool is you can build factions now that actually have a real flavour of the way you want them to be played. Like, so for example, if the AI plays them, or if you come back and replay them. So we've got one city there which is going to be DasTopia. I can keep on adding more cities back in. And so they go through the order of what they actually are, so you can sort of really change what they actually have. The heroes as well, this is actually really, really interesting as well. Like you can add and edit, so you can go in and add in different types of units coming back in, and so you can select their class, you know, what they're armed with, and again you do actually have some units in. If I go back into the pose, if you always go back to the first pose, you then get to see what weaponry they actually bring into the group, and so you can sort of change the names, the whole lot in through here if you're wanting to do that. I won't spend time with this one, but you can sort of set up their ambitions, you know, what type of governor they are for cities, the whole lot. So you can sort of essentially go and create your like these will then just be presented as part of the grouping, so that you always get sort of something that you're looking for if you're wanting to, which is actually really, really cool. I won't worry about doing that one because we want to skip past all of this. In fact, it says I've got one entry there. Yeah, I've got Perseus the tiger. I'll just go and delete him. Down through here we've got the AI behavior, so additional settings that follow the when this empire is controlled by the AI. And so you actually then have the default personality makes sure that the system will choose a personality for this ruler automatically when it's AI controlled. And so we can actually go with the default personalities. There's so many in here. And we've seen this before, this is not new, but it does allow us to really establish how a group is going to then go and play. Like, you know, protective sage, for example, may sort of be applicable for a more Elysian sort of style of play, or harmonious sage back into this other side, a forgiving ruler who values alliances and exploration, something like that. So we can sort of go in and actually change that style. And also, this is actually pretty interesting as well, the AI tome path. You can actually go through and tell them how you want them to go. So starting tome of zeal, we've already chosen that one, but we can then go and add in, for example, the where is it? The tome of faith. So we go and throw that one in. Coming back into the next one, add the next one back in through this other side. We've then got things, for example, like the Tome of the Beacon. This is, or we could go with the Tome of Inquisition, so we sort of become a bit more aggressive. So we can start to actually plan how the AI will then play as these factions, which really, really fleshes it out. And so, not so much for your play, but for when the AI plays. If you set up, you can now set up and spend time if you're wanting to really customize factions to fight against. So you can actually make them very, very thematic to whatever you actually want, which is really, really cool. Like this is actually something that's, I'll just go and close that one through there, but this is actually in the advanced settings. So when you come into this last little area, look for that button there, because that's actually how you then can go in and set these up. If I just go onward.
Your journey starts.
So that faction has now been established. Let's just go back out. So we'll just go back into the grouping, and that will now sort of be showing in the actual, in my grouping. The Pantheon, let's have a quick look at the Pantheon. I've still got 2 unlocks in here that I can actually go and make use of. I'll just go back into it and go to the rewards. There's a few new areas now that have been added into the actual Pantheon, so just be aware of that as well. The unlocks that you're probably most interested in are, is that it there? That's the Warlock culture trait. That's Chosen Destroyers, that's old. I'm just trying to think of where the new ones actually are. Vigilante Knights, here we go. So this one here I think came in just recently. So this is the one that we were just looking at before. Subterranean Society. Now these have been around for a little while, but you now have with the you do actually have a few other little areas for the Giant Kings. What have we got through here? This is Giant Archon bodies. So you can now sort of grab the Archon, this is a Revenant body. So you can go either undead giants or like the look of them. This is purely cosmetic, by the way. Sorry, it's not really anything else, but essentially you can unlock the those sort of styles as well. So they can certainly sort of be done back in through there with unlocking more things in the Pantheon. So you get your Pantheon points by doing things in the game, essentially, and it gives you then all these various unlocks that then sort of allow you to enhance your gameplay. I always try to unlock first of all the anything that's going to give me sort of like the ability to do things like Vigilante Knights, to play it in a different way. All right, let's just go back out and just go back out from there as well. If we now go to new game, there's a fair few things you can now do in the new game aspect as well. So let's have a look at that before we sort of really get sort of into the nitty gritty of what we're going to be doing. So there is now a new this one through here, the Rings of Emnora. God, I'm tongue-tied in through here. These are a series of worlds that are to be played with the Archon Prophecy. So they've got, you can see down through there, they've got Rings of Fate, they've got Celestial Grounds, and so a lot of these are new with the Archon DLC. So these Rings of Fate back in through here. This is an Archon Prophecy edition. So this realm was divided into fragmented rings that have no natural connection. This is really cool, and I was actually really hoping that the Rings of Fate was going to be added into something we could do on random maps, but it's not. So this first map is actually one where when you start this one, it's always the same start, because the Rings of Fate is essentially a map style that is set in stone. But I was thinking, oh wow, this is awesome. So you end up with void in between the land masses, and then you so I've been trying to sort of emulate that in random ways because I really like the look of it. Celestial Grounds in through here. You get more celestial units are common. Crusader host infestations are common as well. So they can be either positive or negative. They can be the sort of almost the undead sort of style of things from Age of Wonders 3, or the Titans from Age of Wonders 2. So you've sort of got those as well. Ward of the Archons in through here, powerful spell woven by the Archons, Ward of Death, and so all non-ruler celestial units gain a mortal ward. So they've got different sorts of styles. Some of these aren't available for you to pick with a random map. No free cities back in through there, so free cities are absent, and then blocked underground, so there's no underground on this particular map as well. So there's a few different, so that one there is an interesting way to play, and that does introduce the story of the Archons, and so it's actually quite cool. So into the hidden realm of Emnora, stronghold of the Archons, in the search for aid against Urath. So there's a lot of these now sort of go back to back in time to like the earlier versions of the game, like 20 odd years ago. So Urath is a nemesis of the Archons and widely believed to be the bringer of darkness and corruption to the cosmos. The most terrifying creatures known to exist, such as the astral sea monsters, are blamed on Urath's influence. So there's a lot of going back to the old stories. Fight or negotiate your way through layers of celestial order and prove yourself in Mage Haven worthy of the Archon High Council's attention. So the Archons in through here, created by the All-Father himself as the first sentient race. So these are sort of like, these are the almost like the Dunedain, from style of people. Anyway, that's sort of where you end up sort of going into the Rings of Emnora to then go and play as that one through there. You're very limited to what you can actually bring into play in that particular one. But anyway, that is a story. It's a story-driven aspect. There's challenge realms as well. You can see down through here the Cradle of Asteris. These are just going to have things like Blessed Fields, which are sort of fairly old, Celestial Grounds, Disdain to Evil, City States, and Void Pockets down through here. So this one here contains one large landmass pocked with the impassable void. So these are sorts of things where you then end up getting like the random map sort of style approach. But these have got the themed areas of the Archons back in through there. But what I wanted to show you, what I'm really, really, really excited about, is how you can build your own mechanism to get what you want out of a random map, which I'm finding really interesting. If we go into Create Realm, this is sort of like the realm creation. So you've essentially got now when you come in and start to sort of do something, you've got the relative map size, the players, the difficulty, and the turn system back in through there. So a lot of the things that you actually have will sort of be done through this other side. If we go to Customize Realm, this is actually something that we've actually always sort of had, where we can sort of go and chop and change, how we're going to be then playing the game. Now, if I go and click on these, I can have Unknown Trait. But if we wanted to go to that Void, we have Void Divide, Void Pockets in through here, for example. This realm consists of one large landmass pocked with impassable voids. Let's just start there anyway. So we'll just go and grab that one as a start. This one we won't have oceans, so we'll actually have these impassable voids in between the the locations. But you can sort of choose anything you want through there. Back and through here with the actual climate traits. If you go with nothing, you're going to be okay. Actually, Blessed Fields. I thought Blessed Fields was actually just common. This is Blessed Fields. So the ashlands are absent. Sand, snow, and ice are rare. Grasslands are common. Blessed handcrafted regions are common. Actually, that's really cool. Actually, those handcrafted regions. So you may want to go with that one. What else is there? Yeah, that one's the only one that is actually designated from a DLC. So let's just go with Blessed Fields in this sort of instance. The next trait that you have through here, this is the inhabitants. I often won't sort of do this because it can really make the world really themed very strongly in one particular direction. Probably almost too much. But we do actually have a new one in here, which is the Celestial Grounds, which do actually add in the Celestial unit. So let's just go and do that one as well. Just go and throw that one into there. This is more theming about the presence of other leaders as to how you want them to sort of come back through. And these can really make life difficult for you. And again, these are unlocked through the Pantheon. So we've got the Archon Prophet back and through here. So Mashara the Radiant starts with a large throne city. So you can actually, these can make the game quite difficult to play depending on what you do bring in. Do we have any? We don't have any specific Archon style, but this Archon Prophet is one that does come in with that particular one, where we've got Mashara. Now Mashara, I think was from like Age of Wonders 2 or even Age of Wonders 1, I think. So anyway, that's what we have in through there. I'm not going to spend too much time with this. And then we actually have, if I just go none, I can then go back in. We can go and say, give me unknown traits. And so we could end up saying, look, just give me 3 unknown traits that I won't even know about. So these can be sort of like completely unknown. There may be other things in here that we want to have a look at. Do we have any more Archon areas, just so we can sort of show those if they are in here? No. So there's everything else. I can just leave it like that. That's sort of where we've always been able to do this style of thing. But what I haven't realised is we've got this advanced settings down the bottom here. This is incredible. The actual power of what we can do down in here. This is the game changer for me in the actual game itself. So you get a summary over the side here. We've set up the basic traits, and I can still affect them from in here if I go and click on things, so they can still be brought up while I actually do this one. But I've suggested you go to this advanced setup, and then you go to the realm factions. Now, this is where you can then go and choose who you're going to be then going and playing against. But the next stuff is actually where it becomes even more interesting. So I'll ignore this for now, but just go to realm content back in through here. This is where you can start to really change things a lot. So if you don't like, for example, the generated factions that where if it randomly generates them, turn them off. So this one here, empty slots are allowed to procedurally generate new rulers. Bang, just get rid of it. It then starts to show back in over through here. The custom rulers are the ones that you've then gone and created. So empty slots are allowed to pick custom-made rulers. So they're your rulers that you actually create. Pantheon rulers, the ones that actually sort of elevate and sort of that you win the game with, are shown in through here. And then the library rulers are the ones that come with the game. So what I've been like enjoying and doing is actually just playing with the library rulers, only the library rulers on, which actually sort of brings in so many of the old players, the old rulers. So these are the ones that Triumph Studios have actually put in the game over time. So you end up, there's a fair few of them in there. So you can sort of bring those in to only have those when you actually are playing. So you can actually get rid of, if you don't like generated rulers, just get rid of them. If you love generated rulers, just only play with them. So you can sort of do whatever you like. So you can really chop and change the way that you then go and do it. This is now also really interesting as well. What they've done with the game is they have changed the giants that were, I think they were on frequent or normal down to rare. But you've got the storm, the rock, the fire, and the frost giants. If you've got the Giant King DLC, these have now all been by default set to rare. I also find that I think the Dragon Lords have also gone back down to normal. Frequent are the champions and wizard kings. So this is actually how it's then going to be choosing who you're going to be coming through with. But you can now choose who you're going to be going up against, essentially. So if I go, for example, into Dragon Lords, I can actually turn them off. So I've got complete control over what does go on through here. The Eldritch Sovereigns, for example, I find that this can be very nuanced. So let's go and turn them off to none in this instance. So we then end up getting the ruler origin filtering back and through this other side. So no Eldritch Sovereigns. Let's make the dragons rare in this instance. So we can start to really filter the way that we want the game to actually then go and play for us. This is also really cool. So culture filtering. So select the cultures that are chosen by the player. Like if you don't like, for example, I know that some people don't like, which one is it? The, I think it might be this one here. This is the, if I go and turn that one off, this is the Reavers. Will not be present if you don't like guns in the game. So if you're, so you can sort of chop and change what style you end up having in through here, which means that you can end up with again a very, very constricted grouping that will then come through. So if you only want to have like this, the barbarians, the shadow, the astral type thing, so just going back into almost the basic sort of style of play, you can turn on or off what you want through here. And this also is fantastic because this one actually allows you to decide what factions you're going to be playing. If you only want to be playing with the traditional, Lord of the Rings sort of style factions, just turn off the monkeys, keep both of those on, turn off the ogres, insects, sirens, goats, the animals, just turn off all of these as well. I'll leave the lizard men, I'll leave the orcs, dwarves, hobbits, even though I hate hobbits, I'll still leave them on. Goblins, tigrans I'll probably turn off. Rats I really like, but I'll probably turn them off in this case. So if we got rid of all the animals, we end up with a very, very constricted way of playing, the way that we may want to play. So we can actually end up with a style of gameplay with the realm content. And I hadn't really ever noticed this, what you can do in this tab before, but this is incredible. The game flow, this would be sort of like your stock standard things. I won't sort of worry about those so much. I'll just leave them on whatever they are by default, and then the combat. But that realm content, my God, you can change this one a lot. I'll leave the generated rulers on, and we'll actually maybe just do a bit of a test, because people actually often say that they're so wildly unbalanced, like, in terms of what you end up with, that it's they're just not good. So let's just go and start there. Let's go and confirm. Would you like to save this custom realm? Yes. So we'll just go back into here. And so we've actually it's now just going to be called custom realm. So if I go into, and if we just go back to our customs, I forget what that last one was. If I go to the filter, I can then just go to the Archon Prophesy, and these are the ones I've been sort of playing with a little bit. There he is, Persos. Let's just go and use him at the start here. I'm not going to start with this one, but I just wanted to sort of show what you can then go and do. So I've been playing with all sorts of different, including a giant king. There we go, a giant titan, so ready to go in. But there's you can do again so much with this. By the way, I wouldn't so much recommend that you do this, because they don't end up with the power of the archons. What they end up having is is really just giant power. So it really is just a giant ruler that just looks like a giant titan, just with its overall look. Anyway, let's just go and so in this case, we'll go and grab that one, select the faction, travel to the realm, and we'll just get out of it straight away and have a bit of a look at it as well. This does, like, you can see there, the way you can customize the game to play the way you want it to play is phenomenal now. Like, it really is just incredible, this with these custom realms. And you can then just open them up and tweak, elements about them if there's things that you would like to see changed. So after this, we'll actually go and create how we want to play. So back in through here, we've got the world that's going to a lot of, actually we've got umbral aspects to it, so there'll be something in here with an umbral realm that's come back through. So we've got the vision of destiny back in through this other side, where we end up with getting a missions to start with. We can start off by summoning zealots in straight away, or conjuring elementals. They're the sort of random stuff that we ended up getting. This is a vision of destiny, so when we come back in, as you prepare your strategy for ruling this realm, the world around you gives way to a vision of a world tree. So blah blah blah. What is the branch you want to follow? So let's just go with with this one through here. So we end up with getting that particular one, and so back through here, the destiny of order. Yep, so we've got different ways of sort of doing this one through here. The spirit is lifted. So we got this one through here, accept the quest. So this one here, essentially, when you do this one, your spirit is lifted with golden trumpets, herald your arrival as you near the end of the golden branch. And so what this one will then go and do is we need to get to like a high level of order. So we need to vassalize cities, destroy infestations, etc., back in through there. We'll just go and choose that one through that side. That one didn't actually open anything else up. So with that particular one, so in this case we do actually have, see there's some ogres down that way. So this Umbral Realm, you can see there's a few different stuff in through here. So high maintenance revealed. So this is actually one of the random stuff that did come in that we didn't have any real choice over. The basic unit upkeep is increased by 100%, and unit recruitment costs are reduced by negative 50%. So it's going to cost us a lot to keep an army in the field. And then also we ended up with the Umbral Abyss has now been added in as well. So we do end up with an Umbral Abyss that did come through as one of the random additions with what actually did happen with it. So this is the start. Let's just go and surrender straight away. This is a good way to sort of just go and see if the general settings are what you want. So you don't get any points for doing it, for surrendering straight away, but we'll just go into this side. And then we'll actually set up the actual game we're going to be playing, I think. So you surrendered, show the journey back into here. I can just go back to the game, and we should then be able to see the various factions that were auto-generated. So are these going to be, are these a good grouping? So for example, we've got one in through here. So if we're testing to see the generated factions, are they more thematic now than they used to be? Because that's been a common question. And to be honest, I haven't actually tested this one here, but the race here is we have Underground Adaptation and Hideous Stench. That works. They're feudal with a monarchy. That works as well. Fabled Hunters, Vision of Destiny. I don't mind that, to be honest. That sort of works with the Goblinoid Lords. So that's been this is a group that has been randomly generated for us to play against. I don't know if I like having so much order for a Goblin group, but that's actually just a randomly generated Goblin group. The next one through here is Rialto Wordbringer, who is a champion of the Exploring Dwarfkin. And in this case, these are defensive tactics, hardy and tough. That's all dwarvish groupings. Mystic, not really dwarvish there. Relentless Crusaders is fine. Wonder Architects is good. So that actually works for me as well, as in terms of it being a random faction. This one through here is the Heroic Paragons. And so this has got a Fire Giant King. Which is fine. Heroic Paragons. These are actually other sirens, and so these are defensive tactics, inner radiance, and adaptable. So that's actually that's the stock standard traits. So that's fine as well. Oathsworn, righteous, experienced seafarers, mana channelers. So a bit different, like with the Oathsworn back in through there. So that's actually a different sort of approach for them. They're not the Archon. It's not the Archon way. A bit like the Mandalorians, when they sort of you got the different groups. Back in through here, you then got these are going to be a rock giant king through there, which is interesting. We've got a couple of giants. We did actually put them down to rare. So we've got the high lizard men back into this other side, cold-blooded, poisonous, and tenacious. Again, so the actual traits that we get, we're not getting these wild traits that just don't make sense anymore. So the actual, it's quite conservative in its approach to decking out, for example, lizard men. And so this one does work with the lizard men traits. And again, it just like these are just purely generated in the actual faction itself. These are the voids as well. We can sort of see, is this the sort of game that we want to be playing with the different choke points? I quite like that, to be honest. I think that's going to be a nice way of actually playing the game. So I think I'll keep that with what we end up doing. But let's go and start an actual game now, and we'll start right from the start, where we actually go and design a new faction. So I'm just going to go and exit from here. Hang on, I'll just cancel that. Just go to surrender. Yes. And that will then just take us back out. Should do. Just exit. Go back to the main menu. But there's a lot you can now do. Shoggoth is saying new DLC preview. Yes. So this is a day, like tomorrow is when it comes out. So yeah, MTK is saying you've already got the DLC. Yeah, I've had it for 2 weeks just to sort of test it and actually have a look at it. But that, I've got to say, of all the things, that realm generation was something that I've been just my mind has been blown, but just for the customization of that, which I think will get around a lot of the issues that people actually end up having with the game. I'll just go and click on done through there. Let's just go back to the actual. Let's now build our new game. So if we just go back into the new game, the custom ones that we ended up having. This custom realm was the one that we just had in through the other side. I'm just going to go and delete that one. Just go yes. We're going to go and build. I've just been playing, like just testing a few different aspects in through here as well. I might even start with one of these, just see what we've ended up getting. These are probably got too many things actually happening with these, to be honest. But there's, I've just tweaked a few little things in through here. I should actually rename them something a bit different. If I go into here and just go to edit, we can then sort of see in the advanced settings. But I have actually, I've tried to sort of was creating something that was just going to be stock standard lore for you know, playing a game that just felt like a stock standard fantasy 4X, and so like getting rid of all of the animal type groups, exactly what we did last time. Dragon Lords are rare, Eldritch Sovereigns are rare. Custom rulers have been disabled, generated rulers are disabled, and Pantheon rulers are disabled. So randomly it won't pick from those, it'll only pick the ones from the library, ones that the Triumph have actually sort of brought back in. Now, with what we end up having through this other side, I've made the unknown traits simple. In the last one, we made them just into normal, and so normal will actually then bring in some things that can be fairly wild with what they bring in. These are the unknown traits in through this other side. Let's just go and tweak this one to that void pockets. So we'll just start off there. We do, in this case, we do actually have the blessed fields, and we also have the celestial grounds. And I do actually have the same, like just 3. I've pretty much built what I was doing there before. The relative map size, I can still chop and change these. So it generates a map size based on the number of players. Let's go and change the number of players to 7. And let's go and change a few other little things with this as well when we get into it. So I'll call this one Fantasy 2. Just go that way. But simple in through there. Portal visuals, I'll keep that one where that actually is. But with the realm factions, back into this other side, I've actually set up some of the existing characters, like they're coming back through there. I've also made it a team game, and this is actually something I used to really love playing with Age of Wonders 3. And I'm thinking I'll play the same way today, is actually play with the with teams turned on. And so it's got like team 1 is going to be me, and it had like another person down through this other side, but I'm going to change the settings here to team 2. So it's just going to be me and against, like I'm going to put in 3 teams, so that there'll be 3 teams of 2 against me, just because that can be a fun way to play. So we've got, like, they're all team 2. There's no team with these, so you can actually have rulers that aren't part of a team with the way that you sort of want to go and play. So we'll just play them all on AI hard, which is quite hard. They get some big benefits by doing that one through there. Let's make that one team number 3. And so you can see there the starting bonuses. The combat AI is going to be challenging. It says 0 through here, but by choosing hard, they do get a bonus. So they do get, you can either, this is where again you can tweak so much in this game now, with like the number of starting cities that they have, the unlocked tomes, additional heroes, leader level back and through that other side. So you can actually sort of chop and change these quite dramatically. In fact, let's say only have 2 teams, and then we'll have a no team group down the bottom here. So let's just go and do that. So we've got team 3. Let's go and close that one off, and team 3 there. And I'll just go and grab some of the other factions. What I was trying to do was to grab a grouping of the teams, but I'm trying to make them more thematic. What I might do is I might bring Carissa the Red out from in here. So we'll go and choose someone different. So this is a library that they've brought back in. And so if we have the elves, let's just go to filter, and we'll choose the forms, and we'll choose Elfkin, and we'll just go through. We've got Serena the Verdant Elves, so we've got her already. We've got Zaffel Silverleaf, the first elves. We've got the Sindren, who's sort of got like I think more of a dark elf type group. Warlock is definitely dark elves, and then we've got the undead elves in through this other side as well. So Melanis, the lifeless. This is actually, she was a more of an undead type group. We might actually go with her. She was sort of like the queen of the undead. If we go with two groups, we'll go with the elves in through. So Serena and also the first elves. So the high and wood elves. We just go with those. We'll select that faction. So faction 2 is going to be elves. Faction 3, let's make it. We do have Melanis the lifeless in through there. Let's bring in the another undead faction there. So we'll just go in and change Tempest to Warlock. I think it's down near the bottom. Warlock of Islam. Oh, these are all elves. Do we want to have all elves like this? Maybe we change them to dwarves. Got elves, so let's just go with dwarves. Dwarf King. So we have got the mountain dwarves, we've got the moonrock dwarves, Hearthkin back in through that other side, virtuous crafters, which have just come back in as well. These are actually some more celestial type dwarves. But let's go with the Tugrum and Fengir is always one of the originals. So just go in with him. Select the faction. There'll be Fengir. I'll get rid of her, and we'll change that to. We don't actually have any. I'll make one of the undead really powerful. Let's just go back this way. And so with the Fengir, we'll also then just go back into filter. And again, there's so much now that you can chop and change with the game. It's the customization is really it's not unbelievable. But it's so cool now. Just go with mountain dwarves in through here as well. So just go. These are again, named characters that have come in. I don't remember Tugrum from the old games, but Fengir certainly was from, I think, Age of Wonders 1. So just go and select this faction through here. So we're going to have Team 3 is just going to be dwarves. So we've got elves, dwarves, and then we'll make some evil groups in through this other side. Let's go with Carissa the Red with the orcs. Where is she? Or we could even go Artica with the frostlings. But I'll go with Carissa, and we'll select the faction, and we'll also get an undead faction as well. Down the bottom here,
your journey,
and I will go with Warlock. Or actually, no, we'll go with the Queen. Not Mirabilis. What's her name? I can't remember what her name actually was. Begin with M. So these are all from the... Oh, there we go. Melanis, the lifeless. Undead Lichbringers back in through there. So these are going to be undead elves. If we go with Warlock... Or actually Necron, the Risen. Here we go. So Necron was, I think, Age of Wonders 2. But he was sort of like a major player in Age of Wonders 2. Let's go and bring him in. These are undead humans. So we'll bring Necron in. And we'll select that faction as well. Because these are not going to be in a team, what we'll do is we'll set them up a little bit more powerfully than the others. So we'll go back to Carissa. This is actually where we can go and sort of start to just change their number of cities. We'll give them an additional. We'll give them two starting cities in through there. I think with the orcs, unlock tomes. I'll leave that one where that is. We'll just go and close that off. And with the settings in through here, let's go and allow the undead to have a couple of extra tomes and one extra hero. That'll do. Leader level, I'll just leave that where that is. So we're just giving them a little bit of a boost along with what's going on. I think that by playing on hard, they get a bit of a boost anyway with the tomes and things. So if we just go in there, that's going to be fine. So 2 teams against us with the Carissa the Red and Necron the Risen. Realm content, again, we've got all that sort of stuff where it's only the library rulers if they are random. So we can just leave it on random if we wanted to. I'll leave all that stuff in there. We'll just go back to the basic setup. So we've just got simple traits that's going to then sort of dictate that these will then come through fairly simply. We'll just go and confirm this one. So we'll just go and confirm the actual world. We're going to go and save as new.
Your journey starts here.
All right. So we've now got a new. Like if ever I want to go back to a group, we can then sort of go back into there. Now, how do we want to play? I'll just see if there's anyone sort of asking any questions about the about the other group. Do we just play as a standard? Let's just go and create faction again. Do we play as just purely Elysians or Ancients? And if we play as Ancients, we can then sort of go and play maybe a little bit more evil if we wanted to. This is going to sort of change, I guess, the overall Archon sort of approach that we would tend to have with the game if we go and play it that way. If we play with Elysians, we can then sort of play it thematically, so we are playing more like the traditional Archons in the game. So let me know. But I like that they've actually added in both ways of playing. So you really do actually have, just in terms of the immersion, with the actual groups that do come through. So we've got, Bruce is saying goblins will be my favourite in Age of Wonders. Yes, a lot of people say that actually. They really do like them. This is saying once they have the halflings. Well, you notice we didn't actually add any halflings on purpose. So they've been sort of kept out. Play traditional Civ Falcons. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to just show the content, because this is going to be an ongoing series now from this point forward, unless the world is just really screwed up with the random stuff that comes into it. But let's just go and play with Elysian, back into this other side. We'll get started. Now I can actually go and change the traits, so we can sort of go in and add different things to them if we wanted to. Now defensively, we do have Inner Radiance, which is worth 2. We've got Defensive Tactics, which is worth 2 down and through here as well. And we also then have Utility. We have Adaptable, where they actually get more experience. I don't think there's anything else that we really want to get for them. Defensive Tactics. When they're standing next to a friendly unit, they do get sort of like extra defense and resistance. Is that something that would be more like them? Let's have a look at the other ones we've got. Arcane Focus, Empowered by Magic, Ferocity, Keen-Sighted, Sneaky, Strong. We don't know. Adaptations can really be limiting, so I almost wish that they were 0 points, to be honest, because they are a bit of a problem. I don't think we want any negatives. Go back down to the floors, and I did, as I said before, the mounts. Even though they're really cool, they're not cool when you're playing as the architects, so they're not great for that in that sort of sense. But I can bring in, I can't use uncooperative, but I can make them, say, vulnerable to magic or vulnerable to physical if I wanted to give myself 1 extra point. But I'm just thinking whether defensive, and I won't do it in this case, but you can actually go and now add the floors in. I love that they've actually added that. They just need more of them. Okay, so Shoggoth is saying play Ancient. The dev played the Elysians to show the DLC. I think it's going to be more approachable for people to see Archons in a typical, in a traditional sense, like if they've played the original game. So I'll keep it through there. Elysian says Hugh David as well. So we'll go with the Elysians, and we'll sort of build them up as to play as a. I think we'll play them as good as well, so that we end up with the lawful good. So I don't think we'll change anything. I think we'll just keep all that where that actually is. Yeah, and I think that's fine with where we actually have all this sort of stuff. So let's just go and confirm that. We'll just go and confirm those. So they're just the defaults for the Elysians. I don't think we'll tweak them, but they can be tweaked, of course, if we wanted to. So we'll just go and select the physical form.
What is the origin?
We will actually, of course, choose Architect, which is the new form. But we have to now choose which one of these we go with. And again, just for the theme, I'm going to choose Order, but we could go with any of them. Like we could sort of change them. What you'll notice in particular is the shield at the back in here will then sort of change with what the style actually is. Similarly, on the back of the hammer and on his helmet, that does change color and also symbols back into this other side. So that actually changes. So you can recognize what their affinity is, for the architects, if they do sort of come in with some of what they actually end up having with these different groups. Even the bow has like a glow around it. But we'll just go with the Architects of Order. So if you're not familiar with the game, the affinities essentially are in the original game. You had a matrix like in the old Dungeons and Dragons, where you had like evil, neutral, good, and then you had chaotic, neutral, ordered. And so that was actually like a matrix, a 3x3 matrix, and every faction sort of lived in one of those little boxes. And in Age of Wonders 3, they left that behind and sort of moved off in other directions. And now the affinities sort of bring you back into that box again to a degree when you actually play the game. So when you choose one of these directions, you can choose multiple directions, but you can sort of specialize in one. when you sort of start with this different way, you are order is essentially meaning structured, but it also in this sort of game does often mean religious as well. So this is where you've got like zealots and faith and stuff like that come out of the order affinity, the order trail. So let's just go with order, and we'll so go and select that one in through there. So this just gives us two order affinities to start with. So we'll just go and select that's going to be our culture. Now choosing these, I don't know whether we play with something that's going to be like something like the Vigilante Knights. This is one where we don't have to choose. Like if we go down the bottom here, we've got the Vision of Promise down this other side. So on arrival in the realm, you must interpret a Vision of Promise. This was a promise is a land that must be conquered. So that will sort of set us off already, sort of doing some things. I think we will end up. You gain a powerful throne city upon completion. Let's do that one. That's going to give us a mission to do right from the very, very start of the game. So we'll go Vision of Promise in through there. You'll notice that it turns off the others around us. Now, if I go into Vision of Ruin, I can still flip. Even though I've gone order with my base affinity, I can go to Vision of Ruin and still choose one of the more evil approaches. But I'll go to Vision of Promise in through here, which has got more the good sort of approach. So this is sort of where it's split between like good and evil, essentially Vision of Ruin, Vision of Promise, and then Vision of Destiny is sort of like across the whole base. But let's just go Vision of Promise. We can't choose the other prophecies at that point. So the prophecies have come in with the Archon Prophesy. That's the prophecy part of the actual of what you do bring in. But it makes it more of a story-driven approach to playing the game by playing these down in this other area. That's all sort of shadow. Then we've got Materium. Now I've just got need to just bring in one more. I'm just trying to. These have such a massive impact on how the game is played for you, or what you tend to focus on. Like this is dramatic. Like choosing the society traits, it really does set up like the actual approach that your faction will then go and play. Astrological diviners. So non-hero units drafted, raised, or summoned during a 10 turn. Yeah, this can be a problem. It's a bit hard because every 10th turn something happens. It's a bit hard to manage that one. Actually, that's newish as well, I think. The astrological diviners, ancient wise ones. When a tome is unlocked, a random skill from the tome costs negative 60% knowledge. One random research skill is already unlocked. That would sort of take us more into the arcane. Probably won't go so much chaotic. Vigilante Knights would be meaning we do more quests. Relentless Crusaders, they're absolute in their dedication to rooting out evil, sparing no mercy for the wicked. So in this case, you gain 2 Imperium for each Empire unit killed after successful combat. This reward increases +1 for each level of evil alignment of the faction they belong to. That's actually going to be that would be pretty good for us, I think. That would be very thematic to play the Relentless Crusaders. So we could certainly go with that one. Imperialists, they focus on the glory of the Empire. We won't worry about that one. Devotees of good. Let's go with the Relentless Crusaders. I think that sort of works in terms of what we have to do, because it's us against the world, and like there's a lot of evil in this world that we're going to be fighting. So we'll just go that way. So we'll select those two. That combination is really going to sort of, probably more than anything almost, it really does colour. Actually, I guess the architect style is going to be doing that as well, but let's just, it does change things a lot. Now, it always starts off with what it thinks is going to be a good fit for what you've chosen. We don't have to choose it, but I do like the Tome of Zeal for this sort of group, particularly if we are playing Relentless Crusaders. So this one we even get even more order. So we're just going to go full on order at this stage. I've got Condemnation, Summon Zealots back in through this other side, Fanical Workforce, Inspiring Chant, Legion of Zeal. I quite like that one. The only other ordered one that we really have is the Tome of Faith back in through there as well, where we get it's more the I do want to get the additional units to be able to then sort of add into my faction. So summoning in Zealots is a nice easy little attack type group. They're not super strong, but they will actually help, and so we'll just go and have a quick look at the others. Necromancy, Cryomancy, Warding back in through this other side, Evocation, Pyromancy. I don't think there's anything else with order in it. There we go. Actually, discipline. This one here we can get monks, empowered strikes. So what does that one do? That one gives us the base melee attacks deal +1 physical damage, and third attack in a turn of has a 60% chance of inflicting stun for 1 turn. That's actually pretty good. That wouldn't be bad as well, actually. If we started off with Zeal and then we came this way, that would actually be quite nice. The Ways of War with the monks. Just see if there's any other ones with order. Yeah, back to Zeal again. I think we'll start here. This is sort of like, this is the most, I guess, the most thematic for the way that we want to play. So let's just go and choose that one through there.
What is your ruler's origin?
Now, if we choose a Wizard King, we can then bring someone else in different to what we end up having. These are like a Wizard King, just to, I won't choose any of the others, but a powerful wizard seeking dominion over a new realm. So Wizard Kings have the ability to access unique combat skills. All conduits grant +2 mana. They start with +10 casting points and +10 world mark, so they're more about spell casting. Wizard Kings start with a channeling ritual ability in combat, and Wizard Kings are wizard governors back and through this other side as well. They're not as, it makes it harder for the actual for the faction to stay there, but we could sort of go that way as well. I'll just keep on looking across to see if as I'm getting to these. So audio is running at your voice, Daz. It's at points. I'll just reduce it. Hang on, just bear with me. Just reduce it down a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, champions back and through here. Champions are from the faction that you're going to be creating, and so mortal champions have access to unique army leadership, hero skills. Mortal champion rulers gain +20% experience. They start with +100 relations with free cities. Now that's can be very, very powerful when you're playing something good like this. And mortal champions start with the command ability in combat, and mortal champions are champion governors. And so these are, they're probably going to be the two choices we go with. These are the base choices from the game anyway, so I think we'll just go that way. We won't go with any of the others. We do actually have giant kings and so on and so forth, dragon lords, etc. But I think we'll just go with one of these. Just see if anyone actually wants any one of these in particular. Availability saying, seeing the Archons and Angel aesthetic return to Age of Wonders 4 is so good. Eventually, if not already, Age of Wonders 4 is basically becoming the full theme role we got on Age of Wonders 3. Yes, there's so much now with customization you can do in the game. This is why I think this game is just so far ahead of all the other Fantasy 4Xs, to be honest. It just does so much, and it does it so, so well. Champion, there we go. Falcons and Supreme Plague have voted for Champion. That'll do. Champion maybe, says Igor. Yep, okay, let's go Champion. This will just be part of the actual faction that we start with. We'll go and select. And we'll just set up a different group. Actually, we've got the same looking guy we had before. This is interesting. I'll chop and change this a little bit. So we'll just go and change the colour scheme. I don't mind. I might just tweak that a little bit. Make it gold. It's double gold, it's not going to work. Okay, that style. So with this one we do end up with a few more like emblems down through here. Astral Affinity back into this other side. If we go to Order Affinity, let's just go down this way. And we do actually have the wings. Let's just go and start that way. Or we do actually have that as well. There's a few there. I'll just go with the wings. That'll do us. Rainman is saying hi, Daz, in chat. Hi back. We've still not got the Thief and Shadow Branch, says Apodochi. Yes, and this is actually, I'm looking, I still think they need to bring Mab in, like the Goblin Queen. She must come into the game. So I've been also trying to think what's missing, and they have some Thief things, but it hasn't really been sort of decked out. And their Mab as well, like with the goblins, is sort of there, but she's not actually part of the game yet. So I'm sort of looking forward to that one. Body type, we'd either go male or female. I think I'll, as I sort of flip around, I'll just get rid of the skin decorations. I don't think it's going to be helpful. And we'll go with the golden skin. And we'll just go with the body shape. Actually, I'll start with the race and we'll just work our way through there. So we'll go with the gold skin there as well. Arm length, I'll just keep them all in the middle here. Physique, I'll just keep them in the middle as well. The army armor color, we'll make that goldish. So we just end up with sort of like the gold coming through. You can see the order symbol on that particular one through there. Let's just keep all this gold. The weapon colors, I'll make it yellow. Yeah, why not? Or gold again. Let's go that way. The hair color, make it white. The army skin decorations, nothing. So I'll leave all that with there. The feather colors, should we make them black? Yeah, let's make them black, I think. Army mount type is just a standard old horse. Not that we don't have any, none of them actually ride horses by default so much. This is why it's not really worth making them a specialized mount faction. I did experiment with that a little bit. Should we go with white or yellow? The one of these colors. No, I'll go with black. Go with black wings. The skin decorations, that's all okay. Mount type, that's everything I think. Physique. Something missing from there actually, is there? Head size. We won't do that. It's pretty dramatic, isn't it? Body shape. Yeah, I'll just leave that where that is. That's, you can sort of override the actual shape of the bodies now as well. Yep, I think that's all okay. I'll just leave that one there. The ruler would just come back as well. The we do actually have the head. I'll just go back to stock standard head shape in through there. The head size again, just keep that one through there. The eye color, I think I'll change that to sort of like a blue or maybe even a gold color. Go that way, I think. Hairstyles, we have a few now that come in with this particular group as well for the female characters. So we've sort of got like off to one side. That's actually stock standard. Some of these are still stock standard. I don't know which ones have come through with the new DLC. I don't know if that is. I'll go that way, I think. Let's just go and choose that one. The ear feathers again, I'll just keep them where they are. You can have them coming off the side, but I think I'll just have them coming out of her head like the others have got. The hair color root in through this other side, we'll make that also white or just off, like sort of like that sort of platinum blonde. The ear feather colors, make them black as well, like the others. The hair tip colors, we'll make that sort of more of a gold, so it'll just change the color of the hair as it sort of goes down there. That's all okay. The outfit, that is the outfit from the Archons. No helmet, we won't worry about that one, and the cape is also an Archon cape. So we have a few different capes and different aspects now available using the Archons. If we go that way, more feathers. So these all come through with. Actually, we'll keep that cape there, I think. What about this one here? Yeah, that one looks pretty good. That's now got the order symbol on the back as well there. God, there's a heap of them actually that have now come through. Yeah, let's leave that one. Outfits. Yeah, we have a few armor. This one through this other side. Now we're going to go with. She's going to be a battle saint. So I think we'll go with more the Archon sort of style of combat. So let's go with the. This is a new way of playing the factions, and this is something we didn't even look at before. But we can actually now go and choose. It's very important to choose the right class for your faction as well. We didn't do that in the last one. But essentially, now to see what they're going to have as they go through, just change your pose back to, I wish by default it was this one through here. So if we went with the warrior, that's what she's going to be armed with. So at the moment with the architect hammer. So she is essentially the same as this guy back into this other side with that sort of approach. But we now have a new class that's come in. They've split a few things off in through here as well, by the way. So Warlock is now a new one, and Ritualist have been sort of split off. Elementalist is different again. So these are the different magic users that you end up having. So Warlock is more going to be like your undead type sort of groups. Ritualist is more support, and Elementalists are more sort of fire, doing fire stuff. So these have all been split off in very, very different trees that you can sort of go through with. But the Battle Saint is a new one that's come in with the Archon Prophesy, and so we're definitely going to be playing that one through there. Now, it hasn't changed what she can then go and start with, but what we want to do is we want to make sure that she probably just fixes up some of the weaknesses that we end up having. So if we go back in through here, we've got the Architect Hammer, the Staff of Spirit, so in through this other side, where she will actually then be sort of more doing more support type work. The Battle Saint is somebody that can choose different directions, which is really, really cool. Short spear and shield. This one then makes her more of a defensive type unit, which I quite like the idea of that as a starting point for us. But we can go through, we still also have the Orb of Spirit, so she becomes more like a bit more of a magic user. So the Battle Saint is a real combination of melee and magic. And so you can sort of go into whichever way you want to go. But we can sort of then choose Fire, Lightning, Orb of Steel in through here as well. So I don't even know what sort of damage that does, to be honest, that particular one. But I think what we'll do is we'll go back to the Spear and Shield in through here. So we'll end up with her essentially being similar to what we see at the back there. But she's going to be a shield unit, which will be able to then protect other units. So let's go and start that way with her deck out, the way that she's been kitted out. But we can really change her. Now, you just notice that we don't really have any very strong magic users in our mix, but we'll ultimately make up for that. So I'm not going to worry too much about setting her up. I could set her up as a magic user, but let's just go that way through there. So she's been set up. The race has been set up as well, which is fine. So they're actually all okay. Let's just go and select that as our starting point. And then we have... I won't change the advanced settings at all in this instance, but just be aware that they are there now. This is a content for a DLC, says Memphis. Yes, this is the new Archon Prophecy DLC coming out tomorrow. There's so much in this DLC. Like, this is... Like it's funny because even when I was watching the videos that Paradox and Triumph were putting together, it was sort of, I thought, wow, there's a lot in here, but I didn't realise just how much there was until I started to actually muck around with it. It's like we've been an hour and a half in and we still haven't even got started yet. We're going to be starting now though. So we're going to just through here. This is the Grand Architect Sunia of Theatria. This sounds okay. The Elysian Constructors. I might change that to Crusaders because we are going that way. And the Throne City Panthesis in through here. You can lock these off if you like the names. Sunia, I don't mind. I'll just keep that with that name. I can then just go and rejig these little things. Ruler Ambition, Instructor. This one here, I do want to have Leads of Legendary Rank Heroes. That's actually a good one, and when units rank up, she gets renown that way. That's actually going to be good for us. So let's just go and rejig. So Sunia Dolomithus, Vandapolis. Actually, I'll just go Dastopoulos. Sorry, Dastopia. There we go. We'll just start that way. As in most games that I do. Sunia, and I will just rejig that surname of Archathesis. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. So we'll do. We'll just go and go onward. So the advanced settings again, we can set up default stuff in through here. For the AI personality, just if in case this one ends up coming back through, Chivalrous Diplomat. I'm just going to go something that's going to sort of work. I think Chivalrous Diplomat would be the style of approach that we'd end up with her taking. So we'll just go and close that one off. So she is the ruler of this particular faction. We'll now just go and click on Onward. Now travelling to the realm. So she'll be then saved away. So it's now building the realm based on those settings that we gave it. So we know that we've got two teams of two, and we have two other very, very powerful factions, which may be too much for us. We'll see when we get in there, because it is hard. It's a hard game. Team almost looks like three gladiators, a ranger and a court mage and a hero. Yes, it does, doesn't it? It's sort of funny. The only one that I feel that doesn't feel right is this one here, this guy. But ultimately, they're quite good if they're used correctly. Like they're a bit unusual. So we do have defensive tactics that do sort of come back in through here. So Sunia of Archathesis, back in through this other side, we have the Relentless Crusaders back through this other side, plus the Vision of Promise. And starting magic, in this case we've got Conjure Elemental and Resilient Incarnation, which allows us to just get a group that can then be defended a bit more effectively. So we have Vision of Promise. This realm breathes a scent of fate that affects you. It doesn't take long for you to succumb to a dream. You stand amid unfinished foundations of clay at dawn, familiar and safe. Heath surrounds you. I'll just skip past all that one. What destination belongs to you? The walled city, the forest of debris, or will you remain inside the foundations of clay? So again, we've got order. We've got nature back and through this other side. So the prophecy will set your Elysian Crusades on a nature affinity, or got Materium through there as well. But we're going to go with order. So we're just going to get one plus another. We've got 5 order at the moment, and we're just going to specialise in order at this stage. So prophecy will set your Elysian Crusaders on a path of order affinity. Do that one. And so what this one does, the promise of paradise. So you arrive at the walled city, its gate is barred, dark figures march along its high ramparts, the way is shut. So the crown floating over the city beckons you, its warm glow, your heart incites a rousing promise to your soul. You see carvings in the city walls, blah, blah, blah. The dream ebbs away, its message clear. Find the prophesied land occupied by the pretenders and conquer it for your Elysian Crusaders. So you gain a paladin. We start off with a paladin. This is a good start, actually. These are tier 3s, and so they're very, very strong melee fighters, essentially, but they're very good. They do a lot of different things. So this is a great unit to start with, but it's not one of our core units. So it doesn't actually benefit from, even though it's of our grouping, the Elysian Crusaders, it's actually not a architect culture unit. So just be aware of that as well. So by the swords of the Elysian Crusaders, I'll win my paradise. Here we go. So this is there'll be a city here that we will need to go and get. Now we already start off. We've got the subdued umbral abyss revealed back already, sort of as what we're sort of seeing through here. Now that's a fair way off there to get that city. This is DasTopia in through this other side. So we do end up with a paladin. Now the paladin, if we got mounts, the paladin would be a mounted unit, which would be very, very good actually. In that sense, if you start off this way, this is probably viable to go with a mounted start to have the mounted paladin. But eventually you're going to need to get more of them. So the subdued umbral abyss, so a lesser version of the umbral abyss. No umbral dwellings are present. This one here, no umbral dwellings are present on the map. So reduced amount of umbral islands with infestations, and reduced amount of umbral islands and umbral gates overall. So this is one of the random traits that we had for the world. And if we don't like it, we can just start again. Like we've now got the group that we've actually now built for what we're going to be doing. Let's have a bit of a look. Now we don't have any time limit on this promise of paradise. So we wanted to build up an army to then go and take that particular city. Is really what we're going to have to try to go and do through here. The groups that we start off with, we do start off with one scout, and the scouts, if they find different areas, we actually have a unique resource, which is this one through here. This is Wonderstone, used for constructing and improving monuments. So monuments are what our goal is to go and build an actual monument ultimately in the city, but we have to build the city up first before we can get there. So that's sort of more mid-game is when we start to do that one. But we do need to get, getting hold of the various locations, which that's not one of them. We're going to have to find special resources, the magical resources. I'll try to give a few tips on how to play the game if you are sort of playing, if you're trying to sort of figure the game out and you're sort of struggling a little bit with it. In terms of pacing, try to always, if you're allowed to build cities, then try to build a city to match up with when you're going to get your next hero in 10 turns. So that's essentially what we're going to need to be trying to in terms of pacing, that sort of gives you a bit of a guide as to what to do. To build a city, what we're going to need to do is to start to build an outpost. That's going to take 2 turns, and then building a city beyond that is another 3 turns. And if we wanted to start off with walls, that's another 2 turns. So we need to start to think about where our next city is going to be fairly early on. So that's actually, but this is a good guide. It's just to sort of figure out when the next hero does come. That's going to be when, that's a good guide of thumb to sort of figure out where to actually set things up. Looks like we've got a lot of forest on this world, just looking at what we can see in the Fog of War. We do start off in the bottom corner here, which is, how big is this? So we're in the bottom this way. The others will all be up the top through here. So we do actually have an umbral abyss on the actual map itself. We have an underground and an above ground. So we've got a few different things in through here. We've got roads that sort of extend off in different directions. I'm going to leave everything because the other thing also when you're first starting off is trying to figure out what build order you're going to have as your city expands. And your city expansion is going to be quite important. If you go and click on this little button, which is the economic overview, it's going to then show you where the different areas are. So the things that are connected to my city, this one over through here where I've got like a farm, like this will give me plus 10 food. And in most cases, growth is going to be your best friend in the early part of the game because it's going to get you even higher level cities faster. So if I've got a farm nearby, it's almost invariably going to be the first thing I want to take. So that one is actually set up nicely for us. We also have a gold mine back on through there, a gold vein, and we also have a quarry there as well, an iron deposit. So we can build our basic building blocks without needing to get rid of anything. We do actually have forest down this other side as well, more over this side as well, but nothing really special in it. We're not seeing any magical areas. We've got some different sort of buildings back on this other side. I'm thinking I want to start to, there's a watchtower, so I'll be wanting to take that watchtower fairly early, just so I can sort of start to expand. We do need to go and sort of figure out what we're going to be dealing with over here at some point. Another watchtower there. I might send my scout down that way, and just to sort of grab those. So with the scout selected, I'm just going to go and send him along the road. So there's less movement points when they're going along a road as opposed to going into the forest. You can see it's 8 movement points to go to the forest, only 5 to go along the road. So I'll just move him across to here. And we're just keeping sort of moving down along the actual footpath. And we're still not seeing, there's an underground area. There we go. So we do actually have some mana nodes. Now, looking at what's going on through here, this is actually another, it's pretty close. The next city I want to get is going to have to be fairly close to where we are. There's a lot of mountains in around where we are as well. So there's a lot of choke points that lead off in different directions. The only person that can go and create an outpost for a new city is a hero. So back in through here. So Sunia is the only one that can really go and do that at this early stage of the game. Once we actually get other heroes, they can do it as well. So I'm quite like the look of this, but what I want to do is just see what else there is available. I'm going to send my battle saint, sorry, my Crusader north. So I'm just looking around now for viable locations. This one here is only 2 away. Once I get this one, I can then go and get rid of the group that's actually in there and take that one. And this one here is we've now found ourselves the first of the magic materials. This is silver tongue fruit, which if we find other independent cities, we're going to then be able to, if we have this one, it's going to give us Whispering Stones grant +1 allegiance. So this is going to help us to convert cities. And playing as a good faction, we're going to be able to do that a bit stronger as well anyway. So we've got that one there. I'll just go and remove that one. This is sort of like the level ups we can ultimately then go and do. So this direction looks very, very interesting for us to expand this city. I wouldn't mind having a bit of a look. I'll just turn those off. We don't need to see those anymore. We've still got 3 in through here. I've just got like the basic guys. Let's just go and move them along these roads. I want them to go maybe sort of like 1 or 2 turns out just to sort of see where things go. Nothing really exciting down that way. Oops. And I'll just go this way. Grab the archer, bring the archer through this other side. There is actually a road that extends down there, which probably would have been a better way for us to go. But I just want to go and just keep on exploring. And I think I'm going to follow into here because it looks like this could be another nice place for us to start to build our first city. So I'm sort of liking what I'm seeing down this way already. And that's going to be halfway to this city as well, which we'll ultimately be taking. All right, now we need to set up our research. So back in through here. Again, just trying to think of what we actually want. Like, do we want to get extra units into our city, into our armies? Yes, we do. So the Zealots are a good choice initially. Also, the Legion of Zeal. What this will then go and do, Zeal makes attacks deal extra spirit damage. So this will then give us a little bit of an extra boost along with our damage. But I think I want units before anything else. So grabbing these in through this other side. This is a fighter unit essentially. It's going to be a zealot, so it's not going to be part of the actual architects, so we're not going to get some of the other bonuses we end up getting, but it is still the Elysian Crusaders. So as we sort of build up the faction, it's still going to be okay, but these are sort of almost like expendable type units. So let's go that way and just start off by researching those. And then finally the city itself. What do we want to build in the city? Now, it's really important when we have a look at this one, we can see down through here, it's we've got 3 turns before we end up, we're at population level 1, which is shown in through here as well. We've got 30 sort of protection points, like if we do get besieged. So I'm just going to grab myself a drink of water, I'll be right back. Alright, so the food that we have in through here, we're getting plus 33 food, and so the income is 33, city structures are giving us plus 30, multipliers of plus 6, population is taking away 3, and so used in cities to gain new population. If I just go and have a look over that one through there, I don't know if it'll tell us your population increases with food income and requires population upkeep. So ultimately the more food we have, the faster the population will then go and grow. So that's why I like to get that one first. We are getting plus 77 gold at this point in time, which is enough initially, so we don't need to sort of worry about that one. There's nothing else that's really sort of stopping us from doing anything. So I'm just going to go in here, and we'll start off with the with what we're going to be building first. Now, when we go to the structures to build, actually, if I could attract population with 45, and I've only got 40. Sorry, I've got 0. I'm going to have 40 next turn. Then it'll be 2 turns. So I could use the Imperium, and we sort of can almost bet that our faction is going to end up with a fair bit of Imperium. But one thing we have to keep in mind is if we do build a city, it's going to cost me 200 Imperium. So that's going to need 5 turns. I need to have 5 turns worth of Imperium to be able to just build the first city that we end up getting. So the earlier we can build that city, the better. So whether we attract population so we can then go and sort of get other incomes a bit earlier is debatable. It may be worth doing. We'll have a look and see if that's what we want to be doing. Anyway, let's just go across. So, sorry, looks like there's been some question. The Battle Saint seems interesting. We'll see that as she levels up, actually, with what they end up having. Actually, I might even show you that once we get past this a little bit. So let's just go into here. Now, with most things, if I hover over them, you'll sort of see there, down the very, very bottom of this, it says boost. And to boost the Magitectural Archive requires 1 forester. So we build inside the capital, but often the boosts come from what we build in the provinces. And so when we have a look at this one particular one, that's got a forester as the booster. The shrine is a quarry. So once we build the quarry, we can then build a shrine. The storehouse requires a forester. And through this other side, this one just gives me plus 10 food income. The ziggurat, and through here, it's going to be requires 3 population to unlock it. And then we have the boost for that one is to have 5 population. So the quicker we can get our population, this then opens up the Shademaker and the Guardians, which are very, very important units for us. So that's actually something we want to be getting to fairly quickly. The vendor, and through here is a farm that we require to get the vendor, and the workshop down through here also requires a farm. So we can start to sort of think, okay, well, what do we want to be doing here? Like, what's the approach going to be? We need the growth. We need to start to get the provinces under control, which means we really, for me, it's a bit of almost a no-brainer to just go straight for the storehouse. I'm not going to be getting a forestry. We've already seen that we're going to get a farm, a mine or a quarry, and a mine or a quarry there as well. So we've got a few different things there. So the first 3 extra populations we get, we already got a plan for that. Forester is not one of those. So anything that requires a forester, we can just almost ignore. So So in this case, the storehouse, we're not going to be getting the booster for that one, and we're not going to be getting the boost for this one for quite some time. So storehouse is where I want to start because we don't have any boosters at the start anyway. So just even for that reason, once I get the storehouse, it's going to be 7 turns before I can go and get it. Again, I can speed it up, which I probably will do. In this case, though, once I get the farm here in a couple of turns, I'm then going to be able to get the vendor and the workshop a bit faster. Let's just go with storehouse. So we do that one through there. That's cost a bit of gold to get started. If it boosts, it dramatically shortens the time and the cost. So we definitely want to be looking and planning our boosts as we go along with whichever faction you're playing. You'll be wanting to try to figure out the best way of boosting what you get. Often, if you are playing with something like this one here, we've got the Magic Textural Archive. This is unique to the architects. So playing as an architect, we end up with this particular structure, which gives us knowledge and production in through here, and then that leads across to the Architect Institute in through here, which will give us more knowledge and production. So this one allows us to do our research better and also build up our city a bit better as well. Also, when you are playing as the architects, I would strongly suggest that you keep on looking at your stability back and through here. At this point in time, we've got +10, and we're getting +10 from city structures. So through there, we've got the town hall, which is giving us +10. That as our population grows, that's going to change dramatically, and we need to get on top of that as well. So again, another reason for us to get the ziggurat back into this other side. It's just going to help us to then unlock the tavern. The tavern will then sort of allow us to get the city stability. Again, we need 2 farms for the booster for that one. See how we go. But that's a sort of, we have to keep track on the stability as well, because this one will give us, at the moment we're getting +10 stability, which is giving me a boost to production, draft and food income. If we go negative, that's going to then be impacted. So keep on looking at that little symbol when you do come back into the cities. That's as I said before, quite important. We can also now go and grab another unit. I want to get one thing I don't actually have. If you remember what we were looking at, we didn't have a cultivator, so I'm going to grab a cultivator to start with. Now I've got 90 gold left over. That's going to be another 60 gold. We're down to 30 gold left over. We're getting +72 per turn, so we no longer really have much we can then go and do. Now, what was it? We're going to look at our leader and just to see the Battle Saint side of things. Let's just go and right-click on her. This is all of her equipment back in through here. This is her level ups. So we don't have any level ups at this stage. So we go across into here. Now the way it works, depending on whether you've chosen a wizard king or whatever they might be, like a giant will have a completely different list of things in through here. A wizard king will have a completely different list in through here as well. And so this is going to be dependent on the style. Like a dragon will have a different grouping in this way. Giants, the whole lot. Anything you choose will actually have a completely different list in through this other side over here. So these are for the mortal champions. We have some really, really good ones, and one of them is like we get the extra XP. So while the army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain +2 experience per turn. That's actually very, very powerful. Then we actually have things like, for example, we have -20% base unit upkeep for anything in the leader's army. Again, really, really powerful. And all of the heroes we get will only ever be mortal champions. So they're not going to ever be wizard kings or anything like that. So we're going to be playing this with the same set of cards essentially that we can then, or upgrades as our heroes. We have forage training, so we regenerate +10 hit points per turn. That can be powerful when we're out sort of doing fighting. Then we actually have endurance training, where we get with +10 hit points per unit. But these two here are really, really good in terms of just support. The Battle Saint is a really interesting one because we essentially have to make a choice right at the very, very start as to what we're going to go with the actual Battle Saint through this other side. Let's have a quick drink. Tomorrow when we get playing, by the way, I'm going to be just trying to rattle through turns as pretty fast. So the pacing of this today is going to be fairly slow. Just so in case you haven't realised, 2 hours in, we're still on turn 1. But tomorrow we will be sort of moving past. I just wanted to get started today, and then really spend tomorrow just playing the game. Then tomorrow is when it does launch. So in through here, we have to make a choice. We either go as a cleric at the start of this turn. This unit gains +1 fervor, and in through here we can go as a paladin. So landing attacks gains +1 fervor. Now, if we have a look at what fervor is actually the unique aspect of or resource that the unit uses in this case. So we end up with +1 status resistance per stack. So stacks up to 5 times. So we can have it to 5 fervor. But ultimately we can spend fervor as well. And so we'll have a look and see how this one actually then plays out. So fervor is, we either just get 1 per turn there anyway as a cleric, or we end up with getting +1 per attack that we put in. So again, that can be fairly powerful. And again, the effect is doubled for non-repeating attacks. So if we had have used that hammer when we chose our character, that's a 1 attack hammer. Whereas what we've got now with our spear is a 3 attack per turn, up to 3 attacks per turn. So we can, if we don't move, we can get 3 fervor if we chose paladin. But the interesting thing through here is if you start to track through, that then locks off. Like if I chose paladin, I could then go to there if I wanted to with Saint's Fervor, and again I have to choose one of these. At that point, the furthest I can get along is to there. So I can actually go across. From that position, I can get to this one here, which is revived. So target friendly corpse is revived with 60% of its maximum hit points. That's a really powerful ability. So I can get to that one if I chose Paladin and then chose Saint's Fervor. I could ultimately make it to getting to revive a unit up. If I choose Paladin and then I go down to the next one through here, which is Warrior's Fervor, and you can see through there. If I do use Warrior's Fervor, this is actually an ability. So caster loses all stacks of Fervor and gains 1 strengthen per stack of Fervor consumed. And we get +5 temporary hit points per stack. So it keeps our fighter fighting. In through this next one back over through here, the Saint's Fervor. Caster loses, if we play it, we lose all stacks of Fervor. And the target unit gains +5 temporary hit points per stack of Fervor. And doesn't generate Fervor with that one in through that side. That's going to be the same as well, I think. So this one here is the cleric's fervor. Caster loses all stacks of fervor and the target unit, so we can actually then go and heal up one of our units using fervor if we wanted to with these next abilities. And the target unit gains +5. So it's sort of in that sort of instance we end up supporting. In this instance we end up supporting ourselves. But if we chose this direction, because there's a lock there, I can't go back, which means I'm then stuck and I miss that one completely if I go that way. The furthest one I can come down is to cleanse. And so some of the really powerful abilities are actually, we have to be very careful what choice we make at the start. And so similarly down through here, if I choose the cleric here, the furthest I can really get down in it, then I choose the middle Saint's Fervor there, I can ultimately make it to there and get condemnation. So I can actually then condemn units. That's the furthest I can get that way. If I go cleric down this way and actually make it really a support type unit, I then miss that one and then end up sort of coming back through, and the furthest I can get is warding bond. But we can go back and like when we don't have the locks, so once I get to there, I then, every choice I make in this side will then lock more and more off this particular range. And similarly, if I end up going this way, I can't get back to this one at all, this revive. So choosing your direction for the battle saint is actually really important. Like whether you go paladin or cleric, it has a major bearing. And personally, I really like revive. So for me, that becomes almost like a must-have. So that's something I do definitely want to be going for. We have a few other things that are battlefield restoration. This one just gives it regeneration essentially, +1 regeneration per stack of fervor consume. Again, fervor is what we end up having. It's sort of like the inner zeal that we end up having as a battle saint. This is a really interesting class, and so all the different classes in the game have got like a different sort of tree. But in this case, we do have some really interesting sort of abilities that then do come through. So, for example, if we wanted to get and once we get to the bottom here, we will have a bit of choice as to which direction we end up going. If we can get to that one there, which we certainly will be able to, we'll be able to then make a choice as to which of these three we end up going. So again, we've got regeneration support, we've got support resistance back and through that side, or defensive master. So at the end of your turn, you're like always in your turn in defensive mode, even if you are attacking. So you've sort of got, again, this is more about the actual knight, and this is more about the support for the units around you. From there, you can only get this one if you go to this one through here, Defensive Master. And this is Smite, so lose all stack of fervor. Target enemy unit suffers 10 spirit damage. And this is a free hit by the looks of things. So we can, if we could use Smite, we would end up being able to doing a lot of damage to the undead, for example. This one here we can sort of get from any of the locations. Immortal Saint. So one turn after this unit dies, it comes back to life with 40% hit points and gains +5 fervor at that point as well. And this is Battlefield Restoration. Again, we saw that one again with just restoring different units, and it's regenerating them, not bringing them back. This is the only one that actually does the full-on revive. It's with the target corpse. So there's a lot of choices here, which way we end up going. So, but it makes a big difference. Like if we don't choose cleric, we then can't do the healing support. We can't do the bless. So target friendly unit gains +1 fortune. We can't do the cleric's fervor, gains +1 rally per stack of fervor consumed. And so things like this, there's just different things we don't quite get if we choose one or the other. So there's this one here, Purifying Fervor. So Warrior's Fervor dispels 1 negative status effect per stack of Fervor consumed. So as we consume Fervor, we can then sort of go and do these different things. Warded. Unit has +3 resistance and +3 defense against magic attacks. So we've got the Herald of Portents. This and adjacent friendly units gain 10% critical hit chance. So it's a very, very different, ranging from support through to attack with the actual Battle Saint. So we don't have any of those just yet, but it's really, really cool. Like, it's a very, very cool class to play as. And so so that has come through with with what she actually has got through there. Right, finally we get to end our first turn. But this game, it just, as I said before, it just gets better and better and better with every iteration. And the thing I like about it too is the changes they make seem to just balance, and which I'm really surprised at, because you'd think with the amount of content in the game now that there'd be some really wild unbalance to it, but it's actually very, very cool. Let's go in the crown. So in the turn. So I was just reading the comments there. So skimming actually. Yep. So username saying, "Wow, Battle Saint has a ton of builds. It is awesome, but it does lock things off as you start to develop your character." Oh, by the way, if you do have a character and you decide you think you've made a mistake, you get one free redo where you can, all the points that have been accumulated, you can then go and think, I'm going to start again. After that, it will then, the second time you then go and do that, it starts to then cost you a little bit, but it's but the first one is usually for free, which is good. And you can do that with heroes as well. So we want to go across, we want to end up, we're not going to be able to go into there. Now this is, that's actually, there's an umbral area there. And then we got, that's not ideal actually. Just having a bit of a look to see what's out this other side. I think I might keep her a bit more central. Let's actually see what else we've got over this other side. Let's see what this is. There we go. We found ourselves another city. So this will be the army of Mosiacorum, and if we have a look at who they actually are, so meeting the Exalted, this should be the same faction as us. So yeah, the Elysian Crusaders. So these are essentially more of our style. So so we do actually have a few different things we can do. Because we've got 6 order, we can actually overjoy them with the Oration of Order in through here. So there's a 70% chance. So attempt to impress the denizens of Moricon with an elaborate oration. So we need to have four strength in order to be able to then go and do this one. So 70%, we've got 6. So 70%, you've obtained an outstanding ovation with your opus, and so they gain 6 allegiance with you. There's a 30% chance of failure. You earn your ode and offend all onlookers. So all cities of your empire lose 17 city stability for 6 turns. I think it's worth trying. It's going to only impact our home city, but that's going to be that negative aspect. Let's just go and overjoy them with this one. If we can go and have a look and see what they've got, but we definitely want this one as part of our group, so we'll overjoy them. Please be successful. Yes, it is. Great. So they're going to gain allegiance with us, and so we want to go in and now and talk with them and give them a Whispering Stone. So if we give them a Whispering Stone, it will then sort of show up through this other side. So the allegiance, at the moment, we're down sort of in this sort of neutral phase. We need to sort of move up through. If we go negative, we end up at war. If we go positive, we can then end up with abilities where we end up with a Pact of Cooperation. They do actually have magic materials back over through here as well. So they've actually got Rainbow Clover. And so this one here, when annexed, will give extra food and also happiness. And the unique global effects is it will actually improve our relations with free cities and rulers by plus 100. So this will allow us to get free cities under our control a little bit more effectively. We're going to give them, we've only got 1 Whispering Stone. We're going to give them that Whispering Stone. And so this will be something we'll be wanting to do. We can get the Pact of Cooperation now in 2 turns. And then finally we go from that to actual ability of a Pact of Loyalty. And so it then shares its vision, allows building unclaimed provinces, and contributes two elements to what's called the Rally of Lieges, which would be good. We're reinforcing combat against marauders and rulers. Yeah. So anyway, it becomes much closer to us. And then finally we have vassalage. And so we want to get to vassalage fairly quickly, but we're going to be rattling through these using the faction we have. We'll actually be able to make friends fairly fast. One thing we have to be a bit careful of now is that this now locks off a lot of the expansion for this city is going to have to go up into this side. So we're not going to be able to build our city there, which now makes me think that this is probably the direction we have to now go and build. So we'll have to think about what we do in that side. We've got 45 mana. We've got 102 gold in this instance. We now have the city itself. We've still got 3 turns coming into that one through there. Yeah, so still the first element there, isn't it? So we still can't do anything there. This is now fine. So everything's still actually okay through that side. Just got the orders this way. I think we're going to move north. I think I'm going to take a punt that we're going to be expanding in this side in this forest. It's not great actually in terms of expansion prospects for us. So we'll come back. All right, orders. Let's see what else we can find in here. Get back on the road, which then allows us to just move along a little bit faster. There we go. That's not too bad there in around this region. Got more gold, got more mana there. We will be able to expand down this way as well, ultimately, with our city. So I think we've got enough expansion abilities, just not really in this direction, because the city will need it, and this will become an important city for us. Let's go and end our turn there. Let's go back into DasTopia. Yeah, 2 turns now coming. It's going to be 30 to then go and attract more population. Let's just go and do that. So this will just give me one. It'll save the growth like for 1 turn. So I'm just going to use some of the Imperium that we have to go and actually set that up. So I'm just going to go and attract that one just so we can get the growth happening a bit faster. So attract the population. That then allows me to then go and build in one of these other locations. So I'm going to go and build, first of all, a farm in this other side. This is going to give me plus 20 food. So at the moment we've got plus 25 food now because we've now got 6 population sort of taking it from it. So if we go in and raise our food abilities, just go back in that way, that's then going to give us more growth a bit faster. I'm liking what I'm seeing up through this in this direction. We'll just need to explore that one a little bit more. I think I'll still just have a quick look across at what we can see in here. Not really seeing anything of note that side. Yep, so she'll need to sort of come back through. We'll start to bring the armies back together once we build a bit more. Going back in, we don't actually have any spells we can then go and cast at this stage. I'll move that one back up to just join up with the rest of the army. Now, with the underground there, you can sort of get a bit of a feel for what's happening in the fog of war. Let's head off in this direction. Yeah, there's a void there. I think we might just build in here anyway, just to get another city established. Just start to have a bit of a look around. And we'll start to move across just so we can figure out what's going on over there in the city. Aha, there it is. Now that's interesting. This is actually a marauder guard that's wandering off, coming out of the umbral gate. So we're going to end up with these monsters all over the place, which are going to be a little bit tricky for us. Now, we do actually have... This is actually the group that we have to then go and take. So this is actually meeting the spiritual bushgrove. That's the city that ultimately is the target for us. So, so you and I are not the same great architect, besides the elder, but that does not mean that we cannot live in peace between the Verdant Elves and the Elysian Crusaders. So this is actually a free city, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be the city that's going to be the target for us. So we'll just go and inspect Bushgrove. Is that the one? Yes, that's the one. So this is our target. So we do have to ultimately take this one. It's a big city. I want to get this one as soon as I possibly can. So so they're elves, and we'll need to take that city from them. We're going to move everyone back because we're now going to have to defend against this wandering stack. So when you've got umbral gates and things, you're going to end up with these monsters coming out of them. So it's sort of rare that we get that's happening just from the random stuff that we've actually got, but that's the nature of this particular realm. I still want to go and see when I've got the scout selected, by the way. With the scout selected in through here, he can go and pick up locations here and get a survey for Wonderstone. So we can pick up that just by coming into this province when we find these different areas. Another one there, ultimately, when this one becomes more friendly. In fact, we can go and do that one as well. Okay, free city to declare war on you. There's another one, actually. That's a gore pit. It's for all the orcs. I don't know where they are. No idea. I'm not seeing them. They may be underground, potentially. Let's have a bit of a look and see. Ruthless Raiders, Ritual Cannibals. Our keeper is Carissa the Red. These are actually the... this is a free city. Somehow we've actually found Carissa already, but this is not her. This is a vassal city. This is one of the cities that she's in control of. So it's declared war on us immediately, and that one there will be her. That will be... She's heading towards getting that one, the vassalage. Now, I'm not sure where we've found that one. Negotiation succeeded. So this one's now opened up its doors. So Pact of Loyalty, you can sort of push this along, but I don't really need to. So we'll just say good news, proceed. And new empire development skill through here. If I had the Imperium, which I've already spent, I could then go and grab destroying an infestation or conquering a free city grants 300 relations with all other free cities, but I don't need it yet. So I'm just going to leave that one where that is. Well, I think, gosh, where is that city? Yeah, I like the idea of there's a lot of magical stuff in this area. I think we'll move in and build our second city in here somewhere. And again, if we have a look at the provinces, this province has nothing in it, but I'm actually happy enough with this one. We're ultimately going to get that one attached to it. It allows the city to then extend down in this direction. So I'm actually happy enough with this to be where we end up going. So let's just go. We've got 246 in through here. I can claim this outpost in here in 2 turns. So so we have to have a hero to establish this one, but this will be where we build our first city. So we'll start to do this one, and that's then going to ultimately allow us to expand out this way, expand into here as well. So we've got a lot now to sort out in terms of getting everything established. So we need to get established and growing fairly fast. Let's go and bring everyone back together now. We've still got 196. I'm probably going to keep the gold just a little bit longer. I could start to rush units as well, like if I go back into here, or even rush things, for example, like the storehouse, like 136 to get the storehouse. It's going to save me a lot of time, but then I've got to then spend, actually the vendor will be boosted now anyway for 42. So even if I rushed the 136, it's not going to give me, it's going to give me, it'll give me 60 actually. 60? No, yeah, 60. So I'll end up with 60 left over. So I could actually rush that. That will give me even more growth. You can see there, we're now getting sort of more problems with the, we're now just neutral. We're not getting any bonuses with our stability, and it's very important that we look at that. So getting this growth is important. I think we hurry the production, and that's going to be, it's expensive, but one more turn, then we get the next cultivator as well. Getting 72 per turn. Do I wait one more turn maybe? Because we're going to end up with basically 20. Plus we're then going to get another 70 odd. So will that allow us to then build? Yeah, we'd be able to build another one of these. Probably an Earthbreaker at that point. I could rush her immediately as well, but this is, I think, more important. So we'll go and grab that one, and then we have the 60 left over. Let's just go and get, the vendor is going to give me gold. Now gold is, I think, important at this stage. The workshop's going to allow me to get more better draft and better production. So I'm going to be able to build units faster, but the gold is probably going to be our next most important thing. So let's go that way. So we'll go and grab the vendor. Now this is going to then increase our, like we're now going to be able to get, the population is going to grow much, much faster. And this is important for us to sort of start to just get all these basic things. And again, I've got 90. I need 200 to grow this. And I've got a couple of turns. I've got 2 turns here, getting plus 40. So I'm going to end up with another 80 on top. And then I could then go and build a stone wall for another 3 turns. We've still got 7 turns before the next hero arrives. I think we've got time, so I could actually go and actually boost this yet again and attract more population. That's just going to allow me then to go and build one of these other locations. Let's go and get even more gold. So I'll get the gold from the gold mine. That's going to give me plus 15 per turn. So I'll go that way. It's now going to get plus 87 per turn. And that's going to then just, again, start to sort of cement what we're doing. But we only have plus 60 Imperium now. So we'll have 100 after this next turn. We'll eventually be able to get what we need, but we are spending the Imperium to build up the infrastructure of what we actually end up having. So not seeing anything really up in here. I think I'll just leave. Something up there. I might have a look at that. Just leave that one where that is. I just want to see if this is a special location. Oh, there is actually loot up here. Rewards, the Mace of Smiting. So this is actually a tier 2 unit, but this actually then changes. So you can see the Battle Saint can wield this, but it's not what we want. So I'm just going to take the reward without doing anything. And we do actually have a few things up in these ruins, but it's not really a special location as such. We now actually have the cultivator. I'm going to now start to bring everyone back to join the our forces together. Might have a quick look underground. Just while we're here. Now, I still can't get to this one here. Still some time off, 6 turns, with the to be able to then go and do excavation. I want to find out where that other city is. I'll just keep on moving that one back up towards our group. This one's just going to wander around the place. Alright, so she now can wander off. I think what we'll do is we'll start to bring them back now and form the army together. And we can then start to take these areas as well. Just end our turn. Oh, hang on, I forgot to build another unit. Doesn't really matter, but it would be nice just to keep things sort of thumping along here. We can now cast a spell to bring in a zealot. So this will be a basic fighter, essentially only 60 hit points. But ultimately, if we can get a few of these in a group, that's going to be useful. And so the zealots are ultimately they end up costing. These just end up being mundane units. So we end up, the basic unit up cost here is 8. So they're just like tier 1 units. So we're going to go and grab a few of those over time and just build up our army. So getting armies together and sort of getting the right sort of armies is fairly important. You can see through here, I can't actually do this one without 200 Imperium. And we're still 2 turns away there. But getting palisade walls, the reason you want to probably do it this way, like at the moment we've still got 5 turns before this one arrives. It's going to take 3 turns to get palisade walls, another 3 turns there, which is about the timing for the hero that we end up getting. And so in this case, the palisade walls, build the palisade walls in the outpost, granting an additional 20 fortification health. This is going to then save it a little bit, and it's going to be very, very important for us. So doing that one immediately means we don't have to build walls later on. And so just getting that one out of the way, it's actually fairly cheap at 60. So if a city, it says down the bottom there, if a city is founded on this outpost, it will have the palisade walls city structure already built. So we'll just go and get that one now established. And summon the zealot. Yep, so we've just done that research. Now the next one that we have, the Wayfinder enchantment. This is fast movement for our scout units. I don't really tend to use scouts all that much. We've got the fanatical workforce. So this one here actually will, we lose 20 food, we gain 60 production income. Allows us to build things faster. And we actually have the incarnate mark. This one here actually grants non-architect units the affinity incarnate, which for us at the moment we've got 1 shield unit in the army, and we're going to end up with zealots as well. So we're going to end up with fighter units. So the shield unit is the paladin that we brought in. So I'm going to go that way, and we'll start to sort of allow them to then come back in as if they're part of our actual group. So they'll get the benefit as we sort of start to do different things. We'll get the benefit that way. I'm just going to keep this one back where it is until we get until this one comes in. So we'll just go and move that one across and move you in. We have now 4 of them. Let's go and bring this one back.
All right.
Once we take this gold. So it's going to take a little while to bring that one across. Back in here, we've still got 4 turns there, 3 turns for the vendor. 1 turn and we get the population. See how the population is now really starting to accelerate, which is good for us. So we're getting plus 51 per turn at this stage. So we need to get to 130 to get the next population increase. So that's happening nice and fast now. So our food production is really, really accelerating, which is good. And that's going to then allow us to just keep on expanding all the time. I might probably will actually leave. This city ultimately will be friendly, so I want it to be as strong as possible. So I'll just keep on expanding down in this direction, I think. Let's move this one up as well. And end our turn there. Now it wants to get into there. Can't quite do it in one turn. I can bring this one across. I think I will actually bring this one in, and we'll bring the army in as well. So when you're going to do even basic attacks, just be a little bit careful as to what you're actually doing. Like this one's a hidden unit, but we know what's in there. So this is just a skirmisher type unit. So it's not that you have to analyze every single combat. Like what I tend to look at is if they're tier 1, I'm not going to expect any real surprises. But as the tiers go up, like tier 3, I'd expect to have some issues there with that particular one. That's a paladin. We've got our own paladin. We understand what's going on with that one. But having said that, this is a paladin of the primal manlings. Fast recuperation, adaptable defensive tactics. If there's other ones of theirs, it's a zealot from them as well. So they will get a bit of a benefit by fighting together. This one does actually have the smite ability, so deal damage to target unit, and it then enters defensive mode. And so this one mainly does spirit damage. We've got spirit protection on our units. Lay on hands, and through here as well will heal a little bit, so we can expect that one to be a bit of a healer. No, nothing really that damaging for us in that instance, but we will have to clear that one out. We'll be wanting to get hold of that special resource fairly fast. Let's just go through these. We've now got the Pact of Loyalty with this one, and so that's good news. And so 4 turns we get vassalage. We're really rocketing through this, so I don't need to boost allegiances or anything like this. One thing I'm a bit thankful of, playing this teams game that we've got, the world itself is going to be very, very dangerous for us, and I can expect that we're going to be seeing armies coming out of here, I think fairly fast. So we have to be careful of that. And the fact that we've already been contacted by that other orc city, and they've already got Carissa as involved with them, I think that they may be underground under here, or that they've somehow seen our paladin when he arrived over this other side. So I'm thinking we're going to have Carissa's orcs on our doorstep very, very quickly. So getting the second city up and established is going to be fairly important with what we're sort of trying to then go and do. But having said all that, this city here, as it keeps on growing, because it's got these mountains around it, is fairly well protected unless the dwarves are nearby, in which case the mountains won't really do much to sort of stop it. But that's actually progressing quite nicely, and ultimately that can either just stay as a vassal city or we can take it over if we've got a choice there. Okay, spell ready, summon zealot. I'm just going to go and summon the zealot into my stack. So we've now got 6 in the stack. Getting a balance of your forces as well is important. Maybe I'll just, when we go into this battle, I'll just do a simple battle here, then we'll go off and do this one as well, or even that one. We've got a few different choices here. So we actually have annexing yet another one. Now, what we want to do through here, we're ultimately going to get this one, and I do need to get some abilities to get mana. So we're going to need to probably take this one as a mana location. I could also just claim a little bit down this way just to stop the... we've got rocks in through here, which does give me a little bit of a quarry. It's not going to do much, to be honest. So this is a bit of a nothing area. I think I'll leave it for this city. So I'll let them build right up close to my city. Unfortunately, we have to go through here before we can start to really expand out beyond that. So even that one there is 2 turns before we can even get to that farm. That one there is 2 turns before we get to that one as well. So we're going to be slowed down when we head out this way. I think it's really probably going to be more viable for us to go and get the quarry at this point in time. So that's going to then give us 15 building. So that's going to speed up what we end up getting inside our city. So let's go that way initially. And then we'll go and get the magic after this. Still 4 turns before the hero comes, and then we should have this city sort of established by not quite in that time, but it's going to be close. We're up to 180, so we need to have 200 to get the city, still 2 turns away. So we have a little bit of a boost there. 45 to get the next one. It's going to save me 3 turns. I'm tempted to do that, like it's sort of, it takes me, we've still got 2 turns there, and we just have to get to 200. So that's going to reduce us down. In 2 turns, we'll just be slightly over that then. So we'll that will work because we'll be there in 1. So that will then make it 2 will still work. So I can do that. Let's go and do that and get another one. And let's just go and now take this magical one, which we're going to then go and take. So we'll just go and grab that conduit. So we've got 135 and we're going to have 80 coming in. So we're going to be just over when this one is ready to become a city. So we're spending a lot of our Imperium in growth at this stage. So just keep on looking just to see if people are actually doing the... if you do add DasTactic, it will then sort of highlight in red for me, and I can then sort of see what's going on. But in this case, we're sort of expanding fairly well now. You know, it's only, turn 7, and we've already got like a fairly thriving city. We're now, unfortunately, our city stability is poor, but we're getting closer now to be able to go and get the next level up for the city itself. So one more turn for the vendor, and then we're going to have to try to sort of deal with this. So at the moment, the problem we have is our domain is we're getting -5 domain. So we're getting stability problems with each of the growths that we actually then go and create. So the farm, the mine, the quarry, and the conduit are all costing me 20 negative, and so I need to start to now work on that happiness. That's going to ultimately become fairly important. So we end up with -10% city income, and that's going to then impact so it's the amount of resources city generates. So we'll see that this is now going to start to drop away with the there'll be some negatives in through there. -6 now is with the multipliers because of that happiness. So that's sort of how that one does work. Let's just go and clear out this little one through here. The game itself, we can sort of just rush in and do whatever we like in here. So we can just go in and attack this. This one here is going to be a little bit off. I'll just go and... This is a safe battle. You can see we really do outclass it. If we're going to go in... we've got Seeds of Doubt. Here we go. So a torture-looking entwined thrall and its minions gape at your army. Wordless the vacant beings shuffle towards you, their limbs and features wrapped in grasping vines. Leaves shudder and barks creak in silent supplication, but they make no otherwise hostile movements. Will you grant them mercy or will you attack? So we want to go good. So we want to let them grow. We can discover how to carefully harvest their vines and allow them to leave afterwards. So we can lose 10 knowledge per turn for 6 turns. But we do receive a heap of food and we get an extra population yet again. So it allows us to grow if we wanted to do that way. Or we can let them grow and we just become more good. I think in this instance, even though I'd love to do the growth, God, that's actually really tempting. I think I'm going to go to good. I don't want to be losing the knowledge, because we don't have a real lot of knowledge at this stage. So we now actually have, this is now available to us. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to take this one on. You can see that this is a low risk battle, but it's still actually much more even, is what the game thinks it's going to be. I like to do, I'm just in the habit from playing the old Age of Wonders, just Control S is what I do before I go into any battle, just does a quick save. And so just so I do actually have that, but the game itself does that for you, so it's just a habit of mine. In this case, if we have a look at, I'll just go through and explain a few more little aspects about the game. When you've got an army selected, if I have a look and view which armies would aid this army in battle if it was attacked, if I go and click on that, you can't see it there. There should be like a red border around it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can just see it there. It's a bit hard to see. It goes out here. Any army inside that range is going to ultimately be able to aid in this attack. And so I don't think I've got anyone else that's close. Yeah, that one's... that one I could actually go and rush this one. I've got 200 gold there, but I'm going to need a little bit of that gold in the coming turns. So I won't actually use that. We do actually have this other unit way back over here, which I'll just go and move across. But what I need to do is I've run out of movement because I've moved up the surveyor. So the surveyor cannot really help us with this coming attack. Like he's slowing down everyone else. But if I'm happy enough to go into the fight, now how long before we end up with this other one? We've still got 4 turns before we get this Earthbreaker. And again, if I go and rush this one for 120, it's not really going to leave me enough to now start to build what I need to build. So I'm going to keep hold of... In fact, let's just do a bit of a deep dive into this one. The next thing I want to do is get the Ziggurat, which is it's boosted now because we've now got 5 population. So I need to get this one coming in, and this one is then going to give me for 140 is what I'm going to require for that one through there. So I'm getting plus 47. So I've certainly got enough to be able to go and build that one at the moment. If I go back in and look at rushing this one for 120, I'm then going to have more upkeep as well. So the actual upkeep, the unit upkeep is going to then go up even more. So I'm going to have less. I'm going to have about plus 40. Plus it's going to cost me 120 in through there as well. So I'm only going to have a small amount, which means that when I go back in to build the Ziggurat next turn, I'm not going to have enough money, and that's important for me now. I need to open up the tavern because I need to get the happiness under control. So that becomes an important progression for me. I could build the workshop and still rush the Earthbreaker, but I think we'll be okay in this coming fight, just looking at the actual forces we're going up against. So even though it's showing it as being fairly even, the actual for us and the actual group itself, if we have a bit of a look, we can sort of see that the magic material will be here as well. We shouldn't have any real problems with that one, but anyway, let's just go across. Sometimes different things underneath will then affect the battle, but I don't think there'll be anything in this battle that we have to concern ourselves with. What I can do is everyone's on foot, so everyone's sort of moving at a fairly slow rate, although the Zealot, actually no, we moved the Zealot in. If I grab one of these and then go and attack, if I go and move one unit out, for example, and move her out, if I go and attack, you can see this one's still highlighting because that will then join the attack anyway. So I can still do the attack this turn. And so I'll go and start this one. But before I get started, I just need to make doubly sure we're going to have a Zealot, which is going to be doing a little bit of melee and spirit damage. We're going to have a lesser spirit light through here, which does a condemning blast. Condemning blast is going to try to condemn the unit. Condemned units will sort of then have... So there's going to be a good chance it will ultimately be condemned. The Zealots, with their melee strike, will be also inflict a base chance of condemning units. Now, condemned units, if we have a look and see what that means, is their status resistance goes down, which means that they can then be affected by more spirit damage. So the spirit damage ultimately is going to become a bit of a problem. This one here with their melee strike, with the Paladin, they just strike, but they do 3 spirit damage. They do have smite, which does a lot of spirit damage in through here. And then they've got sort of defensive tactics if they're standing next to the actual Zealots. So they've got that sort of ability. For our side of things, God, she's noisy. This Paladin is, if we have a look and see, we're going to have the same sort of effect in through there with what we can do with those. We have the Shade Maker. So we've got the Titan Bow through here. This is a Giant Slayer Titan Bow. We don't have any giants in this group, so it's just going to be a normal sort of arrow, normal archery. So it's going to do a little bit of physical, a little bit of spirit damage in through there as well. Now, normally a shoot bow will do 10 damage, but ours is split up now between these, between the spirit damage and the physical. We do have an incarnate shot through here as well, but everyone should actually have abilities to protect themselves a little bit from what they do. If I go and actually left click on these, we can then sort of see a bit more detail about the different units that we actually got. So this is actually our archer unit. I can go through any one of these to have a look and see just by right-clicking to see what they've actually got. But if we just go to a fairly basic unit, so let's just go this one in here, we're then going to see different abilities that this one will actually have. So we have the Titan Bow, the Incarnate Shot, defensive mode we can go into if we need to actually add to our defense and resistance. This can be important if you're sort of like if you're struggling and you do need to protect a unit, you can actually not fight and just try to buckle down and actually be able to take a few hits. The Infinity, we've got the Order Infinity, so we're doing +1 spirit damage with whatever we do. Defensive tactics, again, if we're standing next to our own units. And Inner Radiance back and through there. The other thing we want to have a look at is we've got land movement and range unit, but we also have the Spirit Resistance. And so added to resistance to calculate damage from spirit. Now we're going up against fighters that do spirit attacks. We do spirit attacks as well. So ultimately, all that spirit damage that we see, we're not going to affect them all that much, and they're not going to affect us all that much. We're going to end up with a lot more resistances. And if I hover over the resistances in through there, you'll see that 34% of the damage coming in from spirit is actually nullified. So only sort of like 2/3 of the damage that they do from spirit is going to actually affect us. So there's nothing much really that we have to worry about. Like the spirit's still going to be there, but it's not going to be dramatic. So it's going to mainly come down to the physical attacks that we end up doing, like to each other from the different groups. If I have a look at their group, for example, and and sort of hover over these and just do a right click on theirs, we can see through here, this one has got status resistance of 3, reduce the chance that the unit will be affected by negative status effects. This one we can already see it's already got the like a few other bonuses like pure soul. So they actually do have a lot of different sort. They've got spirit defense in through there as well, spirit resistance. And so if we have a look at their, like they've got very, very high defenses. So their physical damage is only 52%. And their resistances, they've got 41% for spirit in through there as well. So with all of their abilities, they do have like a lot more abilities than what we have. If we have, just go and compare that, for example, to our paladin. Still got the 7 and the 3, but our defenses there, actually 47 from spirit with the 3 that we actually have, is pretty good. So it's one of these things where we don't have all those other little abilities, but eventually we will. Let's just go and close that one off. But I think we can actually take this one on. When I hover over this one, you can see there it's a fairly close battle. It's a low-risk battle. I'm not too concerned about it. So let's just go back in through this other side. And we'll go, and you can see we've got 2 different groups. Now what this is going to do, it's going to split our groups up. And we want to always then come in and actually look at the at what we're going to do defensively. Now I could just go and auto combat and see what happens. If I auto combat and my leader dies in the combat, but I win the combat, the leader won't die. So I can just do it that way because that's one of the settings in the game. You can actually that's I think is the default setting is that your leader won't die in combat. It can be useful to see what actually happens with the AI if you play it. The AI is more aggressive than the way I play it, and they do lose units. So you can do an auto combat, and I think we'll do pretty well anyway, to be honest, because we've got like a good combination of different types of units, arguably more so than what they have. So it'll be interesting to see what does happen. We can just do auto combat. If we don't like the results, we can just do manual combat. Let's just go and do it. And you saw through there, like really, because of all those factors, we hardly took any damage, even though it was actually much closer. I won't worry about redoing it, but this one now we've actually got the taken a little bit of damage across the board. If we want to watch the replay, we can then see what actually happened. And this is a good way to learn the game, is to do these sort of combats and see how the AI do that, particularly if you're sort of struggling. This is the special flowers that we end up having. We do actually have Distracting Whispers. This comes from a Marauder Guard, which I think is one of these groups. You'll see that defensive tactics kicks in. Now I can quit out from here. I don't know if I can pause the game. I don't think I can. I can only sort of speed it up. But we can sort of watch what this one does. So they're targeting my hero. So we've got Resilient Incarnation. So they all gang together to get that spell in. Now they're just going to start to attack. But you can see there's hardly any spirit damage going in. And we now move across to get the support from the others. And what she just did there was gave the archers a second shot. And then they used that special spirit shot to actually then do some damage. Good to be able to sort of pause this. And what the AI has done well here is it's actually now moved its forces to cover both areas coming through to protect our ranged units. And so we've now got Zealots versus Zealots back over this other side. But we do actually have these other protections now coming back in. And it's now just made it more vulnerable. I don't know if we can right click on any of these. No, it's all sort of moving a bit fast. So it's, I don't know if there's a way for us to change. It's the combat log, so it goes through all of the roles that are then done. I think we'll do that when we actually do our own. But it is, again, the positioning here has really set up our forces very, very well. We have the paladins fighting the paladins. We've killed off the zealots now, and we now got status vulnerability. I wish I could actually show what that's actually doing through here. And then the fighters are now fighting it out. Then finally we just have the support unit at the back, which is not a great threat. Again, because we've got such good spirit protection. It also has spirit protection, but not as much as us. So it was only a graze. I'll explain all this when we get into actual combat. And again, we've just given them another shot, which is a bit of a waste, to be honest. Not going to do a real lot of damage. That's the command ability. I always forget to use it. And it's now, that was a critical hit that went in, and so it's now going to start to run. Its morale is now very low. It's moved in front of the other fighters, which is not great. Missed and destroyed it. There we go. So that's essentially how that battle then turned out. But you can learn a bit from watching it. It would just be good if you could pause it. So anyway, that's where we are there. So we took a bit of damage there with our paladin. Everything else is pretty good there, so we'll just go and close that one. So we can retry if we don't like the result. Even if we play it out ourselves and we don't like it, we still get this coming down to where we can actually see what's going on. But we don't need to retry. We'll just go and close. And so we've got a wand of polymorph in through here. So this one here, target non-hero enemy has a 90% chance to transform into a tier 1 animal for 3 turns. That's pretty cool. So we'll go and open the hero screen. We also our hero leveled up. So we do have the wand of polymorph. So I'm just going to go and place that one. So she actually then has that ability to use this. If we end up with sort of like a magic user, I'll probably end up with a magic user using this one. But anyway, it's an interesting little one that we actually end up getting. So I'll confirm that. That's then, we don't have any other equipment really worthwhile. I do actually have the Mace of Smiting, which will then change her structure to become more of a charging type unit rather than a defensive type unit, but I'm just keeping her at defensive at this stage. Now, the other thing we got is we did level up, so we now have the 1 level up. So, all the things we can then go and choose. We start off with this one here anyway with command. So we saw in that last battle, she used that twice from what I could see. So target friendly non-hero unit regains its action points. This can be really powerful if you've got like a very, very powerful unit in your stack or in your army, to be able to then use this command to give a second turn at it with it. It's sort of one of those things, I always forget to use it, but it's a really good one when you actually have a mortal champion. The thing I would like to get, even before it, and I'm tempted to go with the Battle Saints to sort of start our way through. And I'm thinking I'm going to go Cleric when I do this, but I think I'm going to come back over here and get this experience. This just boosts everyone along in the army, so I'm going to go that way to start with. Bit boring for our playthrough, but that's actually where we want to be, I think, at this stage. So what that's then going to do is everyone in the army is then going to end up with getting +2 experience. Let's talk a little bit about what that means. So the army ultimately, she's going to just come back. I'll just move everyone else in the army across to where she is, just so that they end up getting that benefit. So when they come back in, if we have a look at like some of them went up, you can see there's now a couple of medals here, like the Zealot, the Cultivator. These both went up a level just almost immediately. They're tier 1, so, and this one's also tier 1, so he went up a level as well. So we end up getting the experience in through here is a little bit easier for us to then go and get the level ups. If we have a look at the Zealot, for example. So the Zealot that we've actually got through here has got the experience that sort of shows. So he's a soldier, and so as he went to, so he's now gone to the soldier level. So he's now a tier 1 unit at soldier level, and that's just giving him plus 10 hit points. So he's now gone up from 60 to 70. So that's actually a good thing. And ultimately, when he goes to veteran, he's going to get another plus 10. When he gets to elite, he'll end up getting another plus 10, but also be able to protect himself a little bit better. At champion, he's going to get the medal for being a brawler, which if we go and have a look at that, again, these are unique for each type of unit. So the brawler, so that's your plus 10 hit points, plus 1 defense, and some of them will actually end up with special abilities at different times. A legendary mode, he does another plus 10% damage. So they ultimately become, as they level up through the game, become really, really powerful, much more powerful than their base level. And so even getting like low level units like this in your stacks and leveling them up can actually gives you a mid-game good unit, even just at tier 1, where they actually really, and you can see there we've got 8 experience required for the next rank. I can't see what the experience actually is. There is a mod that I often run that does show you exactly what the levels actually are that you require. This one as well will probably have the same sort of deal if we go and look at the Cultivator. So soldier level, 8 required for the next rung, and through that side. This one here is only still a recruit. And you can see through here that we ultimately we only need 2 more experience for the next rank, and we know that by putting them in with our leader, that every single turn, even if they don't do any attacks, they're going to be getting 2 experience per turn. So that one will rank up next turn, and so that will become a soldier. And again, it just takes a bit longer for the tier 2 units to sort of do their level ups. At champion, they get the Eagle Eye, so plus 1 range on physical range attacks. That's actually really, really powerful. So getting more of these up to champion level is going to be very, very valuable. This is why getting that experience can really make a big difference ultimately. And then finally, we've got this one as well, where this is only a recruit. This is actually, you can see down through here the level that we have. We're about halfway through, so we need another 4 required for this one through this other side. So that leveling there must only be 8 in total for what we require. So 2 turns and that one levels up. So we end up essentially by starting off with that experience, all of these guys end up leveling up. When we go to champion level with this unit, it ends up getting, after all the other bits and pieces, it gets this one. When this unit enters defensive mode, adjacent friendly units get bolstered defense, which sort of then boosts everyone around it. So so the bolstered defense, it stacks, like they get plus 1 defense. So using paladins in a defensive role is very, very valuable. So that's sort of where we end up. And so all of the different units will have these different sort of level up abilities. In fact, the Cultivator, we might as well have a look at that one as well. Exalted Resistance. And so this one here, when this unit enters defensive mode, adjacent friendly units gain bolsters resistance. So this one does the same sort of deal, but sets up their magic resistance. So if we use the warding resistance mode and through this other side, we end up boosting everybody else's resistance a little bit as well. So that's sort of where we are, which is nice. Just end our turn. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Yep, they're all still sort of working away. Let's end our turn here. God, I love this game. It's just such a good game. All right, so we found out one more thing about the world. The legends of Merida have been revealed. Now, this is... okay, so this realm was once part of the fabled giant kingdom called Merida. There are fated regions present on the map which will offer quest chains exploring the present and past Merida. So gain artifacts when completing fated regions, which grant unique bonuses and can be collected at the start to start impactful follow-up happenings. Fated regions are affected by water fates in through here, and only some of the fated regions available will be present, leaving more to be explored on another realm. So this is actually one of the Giant King's additions to the game. So this is actually just one of the other random aspects we have to our world. Now we know, is that all three of them that we now know? If you're wanting to sort of figure out what's going on with the actual realm, if you press escape and then go to realm overview, you can then see there's still one unknown that we actually have through here. So when we started this one, we chose the void pockets, so we set that one up ourselves. We then went with the blessed fields in through here as well. We went with the celestial grounds, so we should end up with more Crusader host infestations. Haven't really seen them yet, actually, at all. We've then got the Legions of Merida back and through this other side. So that one we've just found that one out. I'm not sure exactly where it was that we saw that one. We still have one more unknown to discover, and we also did the other unknown that we had was the subdued umbral abyss. So they're the simple ones that we've sort of picked up so far. So that's sort of where we are. We'll just go and close that one off. So they're random. We didn't know what was going to come in with those. New Empire development skill. I can get myself another Whispering Stone. Not really worth it for me at this stage. So I need the 200. I've got one more turn, so I'm not going to spend any of that just yet. We've got one more turn before the outpost then gets its walls, and at that point we're then going to make it into a city. So and that will then sort of coincide fairly nicely with the next hero coming in. The Rally of Lieges, the next rally is coming up in 6 turns as well. This is something where we want to keep a little bit of extra, like if we go and have a look at this, we can't sort of see anything through there at this point in time, but we're just going to need a little bit of resources to allow us to then go and bring in some more powerful units. Bolton saying, keep in Merida and think Pixar's brave. I don't even know that, sorry. So Ruts is saying, anyone that's having the stream freeze quite often? I hope not. I've keep on looking down at my kilobits per second. I've had no drop frames, and the kilobits per second look healthy, so I think we're okay. So Ronald is saying new AI options for this update to give them a better start. Example, bigger city. So where was that? Yeah, we went through a lot of the actual new things you can actually do in the game, which is, as I was saying, I'm really impressed with what you can actually do with the actual game itself. As Volin saying, it's froze briefly for me a couple of times as well. Okay, so I wonder what that is. I haven't noticed it myself. We've now got the vendor in through here. We have 252 gold up this other side as well. And we want to now go and grab now actually to get the city. Actually, that's a point. No, it's only Imperium. That's okay. So that's fine. We don't need gold for that. So what we want to do is we need to go and start to get a tavern because we need to make things happier. So things are a little bit unhappy in this particular region. So we're going to go across to the Great Ziggurat. This is a Town Hall version 2, which will ultimately then make things a bit happier once we get the tavern. So we're going to go that way. So that's all working out fairly nicely. Tavern's going to be 100. Now we need 2 farms for this to be effective. We're going to be a few turns off getting this. And so we're going to be sort of struggling here a little bit. We've got minus 10% city income. So everything's sort of being reduced a little bit in through here. So we have to be a bit careful. Falcons is saying yes as well. So it looks like there's been a few stutters by the looks of things. I'm not sure what that would be. Looks like it's maybe only Twitch. I haven't seen any notes coming through from anyone on YouTube about that one. Okay, so dude Rundar is saying, I'd love to see for developers to limit the number of heroes you can have in one army. Yeah, that's actually that would be a nice addition actually to options, to sort of have a limit so that you. I tend to keep them out of because they get in each other's way. Like the bonuses you get only extend to whoever's in charge. So quite often, like it's not worth doing anyway. You're better off keeping them into their own separate forces. I mean, unless you really only, like at this stage, we're still early on in the game. Only turn 8. Okay, so we're now going to be moving in here. One of the things that the scout units have is that they can go into locations which have got special resources and pick up this Wonderstone. So the Wonderstone, you can see we've got 0 there. Bang, we just go and grab that one, we get 50. And I'm now going to move it off to here, I think. That'll have to be next turn. With this one here, I need to just keep on sort of taking the different locations. We healed up fairly strongly inside our territory, so we can now just go off, and that one will still take part in the fight. This is another one of these things where it's a fairly simple battle for me, but I'm just going to go and everyone's travelling at 32, so it's not as if I have anyone on horseback that can sort of move fairly quickly. This one will participate, most likely get killed. Let's have a look and see what we're up against in through here. We have a Sun Priest, again doing spirit damage. We have a Zealot back in there, which is a Reptilian Devotees. What's this one here? That's Conjuring Brutes, which is a group of orcs. Okay, and then we have another one of the lesser light spirits. But I want to start just clearing out all of the stuff that's in around here now. So I'm just going to go and do, even though that one's close, I'm still going to do the attack. And the problem we're going to have is this one's most likely going to get killed. But let's just see what actually happens here. And so we certainly have, I'll just retreat for a second. Just quickly show that what we end up having through here. We've now gone, this one here has now gone to the next level with its soldier level, so it's now just got there. So we now have 12 to get to the next rank for that one. This one here is just going to be 2 off now. So we've now got this one here just needs to get 2 more to get to this rank. After this battle, that should be at that rank. So everything is sort of then shared across with the experience. Let's just go in and smash this one. And we're just going to auto combat initially. Oh no, we didn't lose it. We almost lost the Zealot. That's okay. I'll just keep that because the next fight we're going to have, that will heal up relatively quickly. And that one then did get the level up. So we now have this one here as a soldier. Just go and close. Again, you may sometimes decide to actually replay those battles if you end up with units that actually take a lot of damage. One thing you'll see is if I stay outside of my territory, the actual little yellow symbol that you see through there is showing that he's not going to heal up very much that turn. If I move back inside my territory, they will heal up fairly fast. So if I just move back into here, we'll now see that he's going to heal up 2 turns and he'll be healed. So we'll come back now and start to just clean out these different things in through here as well. These should be fairly simple. Our overall strength has now dropped to 418 because of the damage. That will then improve as we sort of come back through. Now in terms of the what we have in this other side, we've still got fairly good gold income. Let's just go and get ourselves another Zealot, because we're going to have another hero fairly soon and we'll have to start to build another stack. We have another of the areas has now opened itself up. You've got water, which we don't need, so we'll just leave that one where that is. This guy here we want to bring back in for these fights. End our turn. All right. Still only half its hit points. What I'll do is let's bring that one in. So I do have another Zealot to bring in as well. Let's just bring that one in. Still got 2 turns before that one comes through. We've now got the outpost has now been established. And so we now need to spend the 200. So we've been sort of managing this Imperium to bring it across, so we end up with the 200 left over to found a city in 3 turns. 2 turns for the city. We're about right. Like that's about the, like I said at the start of this, like if you use when the heroes come in as a bit of a guide as to have a city established. Now this city is going to be established with strong walls, so which is a good start for us. So we'll bring that one in and allow that one to sort of get started as well. That's then going to give us a big nice boost to our to all of our income, even just having the city on its own. So we've got the palisade walls at the outpost. So that's now going to end up with palisade walls for the city itself. So which is saves us a bit of time later on in the game. Getting that one done early is good. Now this one here, I do want to go and have a look underground. to see if we can figure out where that other city is. Yeah, nothing else we can do with that one. So we've now got this. We've still got. Well, next turn we can then sort of probably take on the other factions. I might just move back out just to get this one healing up nicely, and I'll just keep that one together as well. We're only 2 turns off getting this other hero. Again, just for the experience, I might even wait before I take these on. Although we've got a fair bit to clear out, to be honest. We've got a bit of work to do. So we probably will actually go and just keep on sort of rolling forward there. Let's just leave that one where that is. End our turn. We've now got the ziggurat. You can sort of see that we're now starting to sort of get like little Elysian type fields and stuff where we've got little sort of moving structures. So we've now gone up to the next zone through this other side. So we've got 216 back through there. Still 2 turns before that one comes in. Still 1 turn before we get the hero. I'm tempted to wait and get the hero in. 1 more turn we get the Earthbreaker as well. I might as well wait. I'll just wait. There's no screaming rush to grab what we need here. The other units will start to, they'll be getting closer and closer to getting their like veteran level. They're going to be, like every turn they're getting 2, so it's like they're sort of getting closer and closer. So that one's now, that one actually is already a veteran now. So it's now got another 10 hit points, so it's now up to 80. So this one is, these are getting stronger and stronger. So just by having these in the actual stack is working. This will start to level up as well, probably even next turn, I would think. Yeah, next turn, that's even if I do nothing, that will then go to the next level as well. So let's just leave it for a second. We'll just go back into here, and we need to build a tavern. Now the tavern is, if I get 2 farms, I end up with another boost. I'm only 1 turn off getting another area, but I can only really get a farm if I build it here, I'm pretty sure. If I'm unsure, and have a bit of a look. Yeah, we can build a farm there if we grab that one. We can only build foresters out through this other side. We will need foresters eventually, so if we have a quick look at the what we can then go and build, I can build a boosted shrine, which will then give me more mana. The workshop as well will give me better production and draft, which is actually not a bad one for us to go and get. The trouble is, every time we do anything, this instability gets worse and worse. So every time we grow, it sort of is now starting to really drain. It's going to be negative 25 in the domain area down into here next turn. So, but I need two farms, so I'm going to have to wait for next turn, I think. I could actually boost it and actually just go and at least get the farm built now. Let's do that. For 15 Imperium, I can then fix up the tavern straight away. So it's 8 turns and 100 there at the moment. Let's just go and, it's only 15. Bang, done. We need this farm to boost getting the tavern. So and that's the only real farm area that we could actually then go and get. I'm happy enough to leave all this stuff for the other city. So because that one will have to build fairly effectively as well. So second farm has now been added in, which is going to give me even more growth. But if we now go back into the city itself, we now have 6 turns before we've now got 6 population, 6 turns before we get to the next population growth. And now if we go back into here, the tavern is now boosted. So instead of it being 8 turns, it's now 5 turns, and it's now 70 to go and build it. So let's just go and build that one. That saved us 3 turns essentially just by doing that one little boost with what we were doing, which is good. So that sort of works fairly nicely. Let's just go and turn those off. Hope that all makes sense. Like this is sort of playing it, I guess, a little bit like, because we're playing against hard factions, we need to get these advances fairly quickly to be able to sort of really take them on. So it's sort of I'm just trying to manage I'm trying to micromanage a little bit with our development to sort of get things going. Produce the great ziggurat back in through there. let's have a quick look and see what we end up getting. Now, that's going to change also what we can build in here. We can now get another Shade Maker or a Guardian. We don't actually have any Guardians yet. These are shield units. But I think I want another Shade Maker pretty much initially. 8 turns to get that one. Unless we get the Workshop, that's going to then speed it up a little bit. But we'll just wait for that one to go. I could hurry the Earthbreaker, but I think we'll just wait. Kind of marking through this other side, select new research, and we've got Condemnation. This will actually then condemn, so sustains 15 spirit damage. This is a target enemy unit and becomes condemned until the end of battle, which makes it easier for us to attack. The Legions of Zeal. This is a good one. So we do extra spirit damage here, and we're going to find there's going to be a lot of units that actually you can see there's shield and shock units, range units. So the Legion of Zeal is going to make our basic units fight better. I'm actually tempted to go with just Condemnation. It's only 4 turns to get that, but this one I do like to get these sort of boosts. Let's go that way. Go Legion of Zeal. So waiting one more turn. We're just going to leave that one where that is. This one here, we're just going to start to wander off a little bit. There's a road. Let's just go along the road. See where it leads. It's an interesting little location. I love all the stuff they've added to the game now. Like just to really flesh out the feel of the worlds. The worlds feel so alive with the changes that they've made to what they do. I'm just going to keep that one where we are for now. So this one is just on the outside of our territory. And again, just a little bit of healing up to be done in here, then we'll be okay. What I could do is, this one's a little way off now. I might just move that one out of the fight. And again, I'm just microing. Move that one across, move this one in. That will then give it, when I end the turn, that will then get half of its half it requires in through here. So it requires 4 in total. It'll get 2 when I end the turn. So because that will then get closer to leveling up for the next fight. So let's end our turn here. Just go and leave that one there. I haven't come across anyone yet, which is actually okay. I don't really want to be fighting anyone early until I'm really established. Okay, here we go. So the hero is now offering to join us. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we may not have enough money. I forgot about this. So respond to the hero's offer to join. Yeah, 250 is what we require here to get the higher level, the level 3s, which I would like to get. So I've got I'm 1 turn off. I didn't calculate that. I didn't put that in my calculations. I completely forgot about it. We can get level 1s. The level 1s are 150. So you can see through here we've actually got Safine the Archer at 150. Hi Ruts is saying, do you know if they're working on any more DLCs for this, or have started work on Age of Wonders 5? I don't know. For me, there's still elements that was mentioned before, like the thief areas aren't really fleshed out in the game, which I think is sort of like an area that hasn't really been looked at, and that's a fairly big area. So I'm guessing that there'll be more, but I actually don't know. So, if I was betting on it, I'd be betting that there'd be more coming. And I've got to say, every DLC has really added a lot to the game, like an incredible amount. Like there's not a bad DLC out of the whole lot. So we could go this way and grab these sort of units. These only start off at level 1. I'm not really happy with Death Knight, Spellblades, or Rangers. I can always change these. Got a Defender there at 250. These are Verdant Elves. These are because we've met them, and I don't really want to have elves in the group, so it really comes down to these. We've got Trollkin Governor. What does this one do? Well, Governor. The governed city gains benefits based on the renown level of the hero. So at renown level 2, you can recruit Butcher Ogres and Brewer Ogres. And he can get River Trolls and Swamp Trolls as he gets higher up with his renown. This one's a Nautical Governor, which we don't need. That one is a Ritualist, though, which would actually be fairly good. I'm not super happy with any of these, to be honest. The Elementalist I would probably be interested in if it was one of the Elysian Crusaders, not Verdant Elves, because they're not going to ultimately get the benefits that we end up having. Yeah, Recruiting Governor, get plus 30 draft at Renown level 1. Then we've got the, which would actually, that's not terrible. Spellblades. Yeah, so we've got the hero class that uses both melee and magic attacks. And then we've got the Death Knight down through here as well. This one's a Raider. What's that one do for us? Not seeing, oh hang on, I've got to go across to it. Win a combat in enemy territory, that's easy enough. Pillage a province, that's easy enough as well. So we'll end up, that could actually be okay. So this is where conduits gain extra mana with that one in charge. Now, having said that, we've actually got three potential conduit areas in that area. I'm actually thinking he's probably the one. If we went with him, the Death Knight, what can a Death Knight use? Great weapons, one-handed weapons, shield, fist weapons, and polearm weapons. So can actually have the shields as well, which is a good mix. Let's go with the Death Knight, and we won't worry about. See, if I go and do some fights, we'll probably pick up a bit of gold anyway. But let's go and bring him in. I like the idea of having the Arcane Governor in charge of the new city. So we'll just go and inspect him. Bring him in. We can sort of change him. We'll just go and recruit him though. So at the moment he's sort of now come back in with got everything sort of happening with him. He's coming also at the same time as the Earthbreaker. If you have a look and see his abilities and just see with what he's got, he also has the Mortal Champion stuff. He doesn't have the command that the leader has got, but he does have this XP again. So we'll go that way. The Death Knights are really split between, they've got a very interesting sort of area. They can go sort of more death-oriented, like with cursing and doing stuff like this, raising undead, doing sort of more evil things. But we can go the opposite way as well. We can go sort of like from being a knight, frenzy, so much more about the attacks, second wind back through this other side, fighting. So we end up essentially with terrifying aura. So this is all about the actual individual fighter. This one here is more about his army. So we'll start off with the army stuff, but then we'll end up with the Death Knight class as we sort of move our way through what he can then go and do. The Charge Strike, this does 23 damage, so he does a lot of damage with his Charge Strike. He doesn't have any real armor at this point in time. We can adjust his appearance, which I think we'll go and do. So we'll go and we'll make him, his physique, we'll make him bulkier, and we'll make him taller. It makes him shorter, actually. I'm not sure why. Let's make him a Hulk-type character. So we'll make him like that. No skin decorations, I don't think. Yeah, we'll just go with none of them. The head, just go back to the stock standard. Just keep everything else proportional. Head size will be okay. Eye colour will be okay. Hairstyle, fine. Ear feathers, fine. Keep all those where they are. The outfit, I'll get him decked out in the armour, like in this sort of typical type armour. The helmet, we do actually have a few down that side. Actually, that looks pretty cool. I don't mind that. Let's go that way. And then the cape. Yeah, let's just make him look like a bulky Roman type person. So we'll just go that way with what he's doing. Armor color, actually I'll make that one more gold again. And weapon color, I'll keep that one as well. I'll just accept the changes there. So we're just changing the overall look of this particular character. That's the way he's now coming through. So certainly looks more like a sort of like a knight of the realm. Very, very bulky. I just love the customization in this game. It's just so damn awesome. Okay, we do actually have the Architect Hammer. We have the Mace of Smiting. And so what this one is it's basically the same sort of deal. Like this one here, we've got a charge strike there that does 23 with what we end up sort of having through here. So we've got different abilities that are boosting this one along. The Mace of Smiting is actually a melee weapon where we've got 3 hits with it, which I quite like the idea of it. And so this is going to be strikes the target enemy unit, and so it deals +4 spirit damage to fiends and undead. Let's just go and use this one here. So if we go and throw that one in, actually it does make him into a shield unit. That's a bit that's sitting off from where he is. It's a floating shield. But anyway, the Mace of Smiting will actually make him into a shield unit, which is actually good. I didn't think it was that. I thought it was actually a more of a brute attack weapon. But that one will actually, against undead and fiends, which we will be fighting. That will actually sort of work out fairly well. So we'll actually go and confirm that one. So we'll bring that one across. Looks funny, doesn't it? It's just not quite sitting. I think it's because we used the bulked up model of the unit. If I just adjust appearance again and just go into the pose, we can then sort of see if this will then will change it. No, still floating off. Yeah, we'll still keep the bulk, I think, except the changes. All right, so for whatever reason, that shield there is just floating off the side. There's a captain's shield. So this is defensive mode, yeah, shield wall, inspiring presence while in combat. This and the other friendly units have 25% modifier of positive morale gain. So this is actually what we get again, just I think by default, playing as a defensive unit. And this one here, you can see it can be applied to the Battle Saint, the Spell Blade, the Death Knight. In fact, do we have that on the other? No, the other one's got its own shield. If we just go and close this one, in fact, we go and everything else is done there. This one here, it's the shield there is actually quite different. This is actually a Architect shield, so this is actually a different one again. So it's not quite as good as the other shield. That's interesting. So, but this is their actual more of a Greek style. So we'll just go and close that one. So we now actually have this bulky unit, which we can now sort of bring back in. Come on, there we are. So we'll move these across. So they've now marched into here. We've got no cavalry at all, actually, with our force in through this other side. Again, everyone's just moving at the same rate. Still have a bit of gold income. It's not fantastic, but it'll change it fairly soon. Actually, one thing we can just double check is how we're going down in here. Pact of Loyalty in 2 turns. That's going to, Pact of Vassalage. That's going to then give us income. So we're going to end up with a big income boost once that one comes across. And when this one also becomes a city, that's also going to boost our income a little bit. So I'm thinking we go with yet another Zealot. So let's just go and bring another one in. With the Incarnate Mark, actually, we do want to do this one. So I think I'll get that one out of the way. All right. This is going to be an easy fight. So I'm just going to go in. It's a safe battle. We should be fine with what we actually end up having here. So we'll just go and do an auto combat. Yeah, took a little bit of damage, but nothing too much. Went up a level there again, so we'll just go and close that one off. And again, I'm going to have both of them fight this particular one as well. I'll just do the level up before we actually do anything else. So, we've now got the experience. This one here is logistics training. This one gives me less base upkeep from my units, which ultimately is worth having a look at. We also get the regeneration of hit points. Back through here, decisive command. And that gets its action points. That one there. Target friendly non-hero unit regains its action points, but doesn't cost any action itself to do it. This one here costs me my turn. This one doesn't. That's pretty damn cool. It can only be applied to non-hero units, but we ultimately, I think that's a good one for us to go with. I think I'm going to leave the Battle Saint stuff for tomorrow, and then we'll start to sort of talk more about that when we play it again tomorrow. We're sort of now starting to wind up anyway, but I'll just go. I think I'll go Decisive Campaign. We also have Coordinated Campaign. Target friendly non-hero units regains its action points. This affects jumps to one additional target within 3 hexes. So we end up with 2 having an extra shot. I can either go one or the other. If I end up going with the more of a cleric style Battle Saint with revive and stuff like that, it makes the character, makes that probably even better, because we don't need to then do the attacks ourselves. God, this is tempting. I think if we go that way, we ultimately end up, that's actually very, very good. Let's go that way. Bang, done. Okay, so we've confirmed that one. So we're now at level 3 with her. So her command ability is now the important thing. We're still only in instructor level, so we need a major ambition, lead a full army of legendary rank units. That's going to take some time, but every time we do a rank up, we end up getting we've gone from tier level 1, where we get different bonuses, and because we're the champion governor, we end up getting farms grant plus 5 food. In part, when we get to level 2, population requires 20% less food. 3, we get the population grants 1 gold, 1 mana, 1 knowledge, and 4, we have minus 20% less gold and draft to recruit. So these are all worth leveling up with what we end up having through here. We can sort of change what type of governor they end up being, like in different ways. But this one here, 55 to level up. So we just need to keep on getting these rank ups. This is why, having that experience with the low-level guys, we're going to quickly rattle through these minor ambitions and get plus 5 renown every time anyone ranks up in our presence. And so we're sort of seeing now that everyone now has ranked up to at least the first level. We've got a couple that have now gone even beyond that, have they? Yeah, this one's veteran now as well. This one's here is only soldier. Soldier there as well. These are newish. Veteran there. Which is good, and then soldier here. So these are starting to sort of now pick up the hit points and things that we sort of expect from them. All right, that's not a problem. Let's get out of there and move our way down and take this one on. And again, both forces will be in this fight. And so this is just a mana. We're going to pick up mana from here. These here are wyvern fledglings. These can fly. We have a bit of damage done to some of our units, but nothing sort of too bad. So we'll just do an auto combat here again. And we see we almost lost this one. Because they're flying units, they can fly over the top and actually get to our back line. And this is where the cultivator would have been attacked by these flying over the top. So almost died, but that's okay. Look, you can see there the amount of damage that we took from something that should have been an easy fight is quite dramatic. We could have played that differently. Just wondering whether I should show that. If I'm unhappy with the results, you can just go and retry and sort of see how you go yourself. I don't know whether I'll bother. These are going to take a bit to heal up. Maybe I'll show it because, again, every single fight in the game is quite unique based on the abilities of the different units that you have. So let's just go and do a retry. This then sets us to go in and actually play the tactical combat. Now, the game absolutely shines with its tactical combat. It's really, really cool. Let's have a look and see what these wyverns have actually got going for themselves. Now, you'll notice that we've actually come into a forest location. So we've actually got a forest location that we're actually now sort of moving into. I love the new terrains that they've actually brought in as well. So we're fighting inside the forest because this is where we started the fight. The wyverns are all making their way across. So if we have a look at these little wyverns, they're only tier 1. They're only basic fighters. So if we have a look and see what their abilities actually are. So these are sort of like baby wyverns. it's worth doing this if you once you're getting used to the game as to what you're coming up against. You can do this before you start fighting. It's an animal, so that's we know that as well. It's a dragon. It's from the dragon area, and so it's a dragon with draconic rage. And so when this unit's total hit points reach 60% or lower, it deals extra damage. So it becomes more aggressive as it takes damage. It's also evolving, so this unit will transform into a more powerful unit when it reaches legendary rank. Evolving units cannot be recruited at legendary rank. So in this case, if we have a look, this one's already a soldier. It ends up going into a full-blown, if I can get there, damn, I nearly had it, wyvern. So we can then end up, it evolves randomly into either a fire wyvern, a frost wyvern, a gold wyvern, or an obsidian wyvern. It's sort of like a lower level dragon, much more powerful than this basic fledgling. So so a lot of the units in the game, a lot of the creatures in the game, evolve into bigger forms of themselves. Dragons do it, etc., etc. Which again is very, very cool. It's also then got a fighter unit. This is an outright melee unit with no obvious specialisation or counters. These are simple in terms of their overall attack, and it's also a flying unit. So this unit has its vision range of +2. If you had it as in your own faction, you would actually get a +2 vision range. It can move in any terrain at a movement cost of 5, so it sort of moves at the same level as if it was on a road. Requires seafaring to traverse water hexes, can safely move past other units or obstacles in combat. This is the tricky part about flying units. They can move anywhere they like. Now, unlike the early games, like Age of Wonders 1 and 2 in particular, the flying units, they land, but they fly to a location and then get down low. So they don't have the protection of being able to fly like the earlier games. In this case, they've then got the melee strike in through here, where it strikes 3 times. You can see there, that's just showing 12 damage 3 times if it's got 3 action points. Defense mode, draconic rage, low maintenance in through here. Not that impacts us. In terms of its defense, it's got fairly high defense, 27% for physical. It even has pretty high resistance there as well. And so this one here has got 27% resistance in its base resistance. So it's fairly strong for a tier 1. The fact it's just a fighter unit, the fighter units, again, are just sort of simple fighters. They don't do a hell of a lot. And so that's really what we're up against. But the trouble we have is the range that it can actually now go and move, like the 40, and the fact it's not, it can fly over the top of other units. So we have to then we have to treat that as the problem, which is why we almost lost this unit here. So if I have a look at this unit, where can it get to? It can actually fly anywhere to here. So this is actually within its range. So there's 4 of them. I'm going to sort of move up and allow them to attack some of my units. So particularly, what I've got is I've got these different shield units, which are sort of built for defense. So these can actually go into their defense mode. And again, once you start to get used to what your characters can then go and do. So with Crate the Conqueror, I love the name as well, actually. I didn't even look at that. And through this other side, he actually does have defensive tactics. And through here, so this unit has +1 defense, +1 resistance, 10% evasion, due to standing next to friendly units. So if we can stand them next to them, that's going to sort of help. So next to the same Elysian Crusaders, because we do actually have defensive tactics. The Inspiring Presence, so while in combat, this and all other friendly units have a 25% modifier to positive morale gain, which is great. And he also has defensive mode here with the shield wall. And what this one does is it stops them, it actually protects him and all adjacent units with 3 defense. We've only got mundane attacks coming in, there's no magical attacks. And so in this case, the 3 defense can go up dramatically if we have shield units in around other units. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our shield units sort of up in and amongst everything else. Let's have a look and see where we can go. We can actually move these into where these guys can still do an attack. Let's move this one up. Now the charging units, actually I'll keep it this side. Now you can see there he's actually he's turned to face this direction. When he goes into a shield mode, that's not really going to be a problem with his facing, but it's a good habit to get into, to actually to click and drag in a direction to face where you want them to be facing. If he gets attacked and he's not in defensive mode, from any of the rear areas, he'll then have a flanking move against him, which will do a lot more damage. And so we want to keep that one where that is, like just facing in that direction, and just put him into shield mode. Actually, I'll show you with one other unit as well. We've got these guys here can move up. So now, excuse me, when I have a look at him, and we'll do a deep dive here. We've got defensive tactics in through there. The +1 defense, +1 resistance. You see how it's now dropped to 2? Because he's not standing next to any of the other Elysian Crusaders. So he gets an extra 1 here and another 1 here. This is the important one, the mundane physical attack. But that one there, if I can get someone standing next to him, it's going to then raise that to 3. So that's going to then change it from being a 19% to 27%. So let's just go in and do that. So this is just a fighter unit. And again, just seeing what this one can do, I can put this one into defensive mode to get another +2 defense. So let's just go across and have a look at this one. Now, none of these can reach me just yet. Oh, yes, no, they can't quite reach me. So these are actually going to be, they're going to have one turn where they sort of can do whatever they like. If we now have a look at this guy here, he's now, if we have a look at this one's also an Elysian Crusader. He does have defensive tactics, and we now see that he's now got a +1 defense. It's now coloured green, so that's actually now triggered. That's the actual base, but that's the trigger, and inspired. So he's going to gain morale a bit faster because he's in with the commander. So he's already now picking up an extra defense. So he's now got physical at 27. Same as this guy now. This guy now is also at 3 because defensive tactics have now kicked in. So. So we've got that one in through there. This unit here at this stage, when we have a bit of a look at him as well, you can see he's just inspired, but we don't have any of these other ones triggering just yet. So this one does have Infinity Incarnate, where he does extra damage with spirit damage and stuff, with this, like the sweeping charge, for example. But this is going to be, we'll see this one kick in at some point. So we've got the, in this case, again, 2 defense. If I move that one up to stand next to him, he now is going to go, he should be 3. Yeah, there we go, 3. 3 with 1 in resistance. Resistance won't affect us in this particular fight. So down here it's just the basic amounts that they actually end up having. So so that's not quite, actually no, there it goes. Now it's sort of showing the upgraded versions in through that side. Now, with the shield units, they have a special ability here, which is this one here. So defensive mode with the shield wall. This unit ends its turn and goes into defensive mode, which extends its zone of control to all adjacent hexes. So it ends up with +2 defense and +2 resistance, and it's immune to flanking, which is, everyone's got that. If we go into defensive mode in here, it's going to be +2 defense, +2 resistance, immune to flanking. But the shield units end up with one extra thing, which is all adjacent friendly units gain +3 defense. So if I go and click on that one, all of a sudden these guys that were 2 are now 6. So they've now got 6 resistance, or 6 protection, which is very high. This one's at 5. The shield unit themselves don't get as much protection as the ones around them. This one's also at 6 with its defensive mode on. So it's a way for us to be able to put down a line without attacking, to actually then absorb damage. And we've got a similar thing here. Even though this is our commander, she's still a shield unit. We do actually have the polymorph, which I'm not going to worry about using. In this case, we have the coordinated command, where I can give another order to one of the other units. And so I'm just going to go and stand this one in the line as well. And I want this one to take a bit of damage. I want it to sort of come in just so we can sort of do some things. So I'm thinking that if we move her into there, and again we can sort of see she's got 4. If we go and click on this one, so she's also inspired by having the Death Knight in the group. So in the same sort of fight that we actually have, she has the 3 defense in through this other side. If we then go and get another unit to go and stand next to her, now we still actually have these paladins as well. The paladins also have this shield wall ability. I think I'm going to just go and move. How far can all of these get to? They can get there. So all of these can actually reach him there. So let's just go and do this. Defensive tactics just kicked in for both of these. Let's just go and change our direction. You see that's already facing the right direction.
Yeah, ma.
I'm going to move this one. If I move that one there, it can actually still be attacked, but I'll still actually allow that to happen. And then we do actually have a shock unit back in through this other side. Now, that unit there can actually reach into there. I think I'll still, even though it's a shock unit, I think I'll still actually go and do it. So we've actually got low foliage, which will actually make, it will obscure it from more from archery type attacks. Often this is not a good move to do this because these are shock units, and what they need to do is the more that they charge into battle, the better. But I'm thinking that ultimately this now creates a very, very strong line where everyone is going to have massive protections once we actually sort of go through and start to just deck these things out. And if we have a look now at what this one's got now got 9 through there. It does, the shield wall from next door is helping, and the shield wall from here, this one's now gone to 13. So we've got the base of 2, it's a tier 3 unit, so it has a base of 4. Defensive tactics gives it +1, the shield defense gives it +3, because the defensive tactics are by standing next to other Elysian Crusaders. 3 shield defense there, 2 shield walls coming in from its own side, and 2 from its own side, and 3 from the commander next door. So massive protection here, 75%. So hardly anything's going to hit this one in this defensive location, which is actually very, very cool. Now, nothing can break through the back just yet. So these guys here can't actually fly across. They don't have any, sometimes there's special abilities, but you can see them if they're there. So that's not going to really affect these. I'm going to move this guy up into here. And I will move this one across into a bit more of a sort of central location over this other side. Now, ultimately, what I think the AI would have done in this case is that they would have actually gone further forward and must have exposed these a bit too early. We'll see what happens. The AI, for it to be more effective, won't attack me. So what will possibly happen in this next round, if I'm trying to guess what the AI will do, and there's different, you can play with different difficulty levels just for this combat as well. We're playing on hard difficulty here, but the AI can think through what's the best attack. You can see down through here, this solid line that we have with all these fighters is not the best attack for these guys. So I'm guessing that they won't come in. They could actually go and face this whole line, but I don't think that they'll do it. So I think they'll stay back a little bit and try to get back to these easier targets at the back. So everyone else will just go into shield wall mode. Oh no, it's gone in close there. This one had less armor. It's been condemned. Oh, they are attacking. Actually, this is interesting. I would have stayed back personally, but I'm a bit more cautious than the AI. So they have gone in, but by us holding back, it means that they're no longer going to really be able to get back to the others. So they did go in ultimately, but there's, again, you can see not very much damage coming in. They also do, when they do their attacks, they have 3 rounds of attacks, so they only had 1 round left at that stage. All right, let's go and kill these. We have 90% with all of these. I think I'll just start at one end and just work my way through, because we're going to have other abilities coming back in. Now they can't just leave and go through here. If we go and have a look at that, see when if I start to move off, it shouldn't be able to. Do anything really there. I don't think it can move. Maybe it can. Can move in any terrain. I don't think it can just bypass us. I think it's stuck there. I don't think it's even though it's flying, I don't think it can move its way around the other side. Now these here have got like a special ability. If they can get into where 2 of them are, which I actually can't, so you can see there we can do damage to a lot of them. We've got 1 there. We have another one there as well. So we're going to be a bit tied up with all of these. got here? And again, I can just see how this one doesn't do much damage, but the shock units do. So I'm going to use the shock units in here.
Yeah.
Now that's cancelled its retaliation. The archer. I'll just start to work on the kill at the back there. It's now hit this draconic rage, so it's now going to do more damage. I can kill this one off with the zealots. So we're in the zone of control of these units as well. Like, so we can't actually move off. Like if I try to move this unit around, see how it goes? It goes a red color, and similarly, these seem to be able to move off themselves. So, oh, that one can't. No, that one's locked in. But for whatever reason, that one's not. I can almost kill that one. We should be able to kill one of these. Just going to move these up. Now these have 3 action shots in through here. Now we also have the incarnate shot. I've already moved that one. Already used it. This one here we can move around to do other sorts of attacks, and it's not really going to do a hell of a lot. This is the one that did get attacked by all 3 of them. So can we get another kill in if I move back off? I still got a 90% all the way back here. I think I might do that actually. I might move all the way back to here. These are single shots all the way, that come through. Let's just go this way. Stay out of the way. Now it's kicked the draconic rage for that one.
Yeah.
I can't really bring these in. Let's move that one around. Yeah, we can kill that one off with this unit. So we're not going to use the shield wall anymore with these, and then I can do a lot of damage to one of the remaining 2. This one couldn't get into the fight, and we're just going to keep that one back where that is. More so that it's just difficult for these to get in and get in close to be able to then go and attack them. So they can sort of come back in, do one attack there. That one can also do one attack there. Hardly any damage coming back the other side. So I'm just going to go in and now lock this one in. That then puts a shield wall on both of these. So this one now has better protection than what it had before. So we'll sort of leave that one there. We do actually have a spell which we don't need. Now that one went into defensive mode because anything it attacks is just going to be able to kill it. Let's go and do the damage here. So 3 shots, and I'll just use this guy here just to do the finishing off. These with the shock damage, with the sweeping charges, actually cancels their defensive mode. If I go with this guy here, actually will kill it. It will kill it in 1 turn. So there's really nothing that can protect it against that zealot. But I'll just still do this charge attack, which would then make it so that we could actually then go and attack it, and there'd be no retaliation. So it cancels that retaliation. Now the other one that we have, we've got another shock unit through here. Like for example, if I go and attack that one, see how there's a little bit of damage comes back with its retaliation. We do get the kill, but it's going to take a couple of shots to do it. If I go this way, there's no retaliation, and then essentially it stops it from retaliating back. And then we'll just go this way. And so see the difference by playing more defensively. We've lost practically no real damage in that fight, whereas when the AI did it, this unit was almost killed. And so playing defensively is it can be really, really beneficial. So sometimes you may, even if you win the battles, like the auto battles, you may still want to be sticking in them and just sort of seeing what actually does happen. Like, you know, or you may want to still play them out just so you can actually manage that process. We're going to need to expand into these areas. There's a lot of zones in here that we're going to be very, very valuable. We do have some down this way as well, but no, it's not urgent. So we'll start to move up this side. So we'll just move up a little bit with these guys. We've got 53 in there. Tavern coming in 4. We can only build a surveyor, which I'm not really that interested in at this stage. I think I'll just leave it. A hero level up. There we are. So we've now got our Create the Conqueror. Has now gone to the next level, and I want to get the experience again. This is just such a powerful upgrade for everyone, particularly in the early part of the game. You only need like a couple of heroes that do this, but at the early part of the game, it's very, very beneficial. So Von Schwann saying, what happens with the Wyvern after it landed on the flat terrain? Well, anyway, it gets killed, essentially. So anyway, he's doing well. We'll just go and close that one off. Empire skills. So if we had we've been spending our Imperium on getting our, and look, the amount of Imperium I've spent is not typically what I do in a game, but I know that I need, by playing these architects, I want to get my city as established as I possibly can, at the expense of being able to do things like mining underground and stuff like that. I'd like to do this, but I'm just not ready for it yet. Now, when their vassals grant plus 10 gold in tribute, which would be actually ultimately would be very, very good. Okay, we've got the Earthbreaker. This unit here, I just want to keep on sort of expanding and exploring. Just keep on walking through. Found no real infestations actually. So if we have a look, we've still got one unknown, which is interesting. It's sort of it's not a typical start, this particular one. But normally there's more infestations around. We haven't seen any, so I'm not sure what that means. I'll just keep this one floating around in here. And our turn. It's now turn 11. So we've expanded incredibly large. In 12 turns, we've actually, size 6 already, which is an awesome start at the cost of spending Imperium on other things. But it's certainly putting us in good stead. This unhappiness is really the biggest problem now. It's the tavern. Gold is going to start to come good. We should end up with this one becoming a vassal very, very soon. I think one more turn, was it? Yeah, one turn to get vassalage there. This one as well, we should be picking up and building in here. So, and again, storehouse just to get the food. So we go through the same sort of levels as what we did before. Got to be a bit careful now with my gold because we no longer have really the ability to spend it on units with the way things are going. The incarnate mark, well then sort of anything that's like the paladins and the zealots that we're bringing in will now start to have the infinity incarnate, which will give them more spirit damage. So we'll do the enchantment, continue. And Terek Cyclone has been founded. So we've now got the city, so we're just sort of starting to establish what we have in this city. 3 turns, again, I don't know if I want to get this one going super crazy, although this would be very, very good to get the silver tongue fruit. When we give a whispering stone, it's going to give us +1 allegiance. Not that it's going to really matter that much, but it does give me an extra, like a lot of food here. I think I'll do it. Let's go and spend again. 54, yeah, why not? We're doing it everywhere else. And so in here, we know that, actually what I will do, I'll come back and I'm going to be definitely grabbing this one here, this material, the silver tongue fruit. And so we don't have a governor, but we do actually have Create the Conqueror. And Create the Conqueror is, when we saw there, as an arcane governor. And so this one here, while governor, the governed city gains benefit based on the renown level of the hero. So for each conduit, which is actually different to, like conduit is this first one. So that's a research post. Oh, that's a conduit. Sorry, this is all mana. Yes, we get even more mana. So I thought that I've had those confused around the wrong way. So with these, we're going to need to still find a way to get more research. We may have to do that with our capital city, but we end up with for each conduit grants us +5 mana. So I can actually grab this one here and get even more mana. When we get to level 2, we get better city stability. So we've got a lot of conduits we can ultimately build in this particular city. So, and then we've got in level 3, we get each population grants +2 mana, and at level 4, 10% more mana as well. So we end up with a lot more mana. So let's just go that way. So he's going to be the governor of this particular town. He's already at level 1. And so if I go into here and now build this one, you can see there it's got, to build a conduit in through here, we can do that because of the flower, the silver tongue fruit. If I go and build that one, at the very end there, it's got +5 mana, and that's the bonus we have of him being the governor of this particular province. So, and because there's so many of these, this is why we ended up choosing him. We've got another conduit there we can go and build. We've got another 2 down there we can build. So we've got a lot, ultimately, that we're going to be able to build from this location. Now, having said all that, the first thing that we're going to need to, we'll need to try to get some farmland at some point, because all the boosts are going to be blocked off a little bit. I'm actually tempted to literally just go and get a forester there. We're going to be clearing this out. Oh, look, I'll get the silver tongue fruit. I'll just go that way. So we'll just get that one established. That's going to give me a big boost to my mana. I'm going to have silver tongue fruit acquired. So the way it works with materials is you end up with essentially groups of 3 in through this other side. And so, and once you end up, like we can work, hasteberries, rainbow clover is required to get the full grouping in through this other side. If we can get all 3, we then get +15 Imperium income, which is again very valuable. They've all got sort of like different abilities if you get the groups of 3. So we know that rainbow clover is down here in that one there. So next turn we're going to have access to that. So we'll end up with that and rainbow clover, and then we just need hasteberries. So we just need to find hasteberries somewhere on the map and then claim it either through an outpost or a city. So we now have 14 turns before the next hero comes. So that's going to be sort of that's the timing now for our next city. Rainbow clover, if I sort of zoom back out, you'll sort of see they're in this sort of like this diamond, or like, as in a gem shape, and then they'll have the actual symbol that they're in there. So there's one there. But we're not seeing any rainbow clover at this stage. We haven't really explored very far. You'll only find the plants above ground and the ores below ground. Is sort of the way, if you think that's the way it works. But anyway, that's sort of where we are. So we're sort of maximising what we're doing through here. Yeah, there is a zone of control, sorry, in the fights. I didn't see that question before. Raymond's saying I just bought it and it's your fault. I'm not sure which game. I'm assuming you're talking about this game, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so I'm not sure. Is it the dark magic that makes the shield float? Maybe. Yeah, Dave was saying no issues here on YouTube. Yeah, there we go. This is a great game. Like it for me, it is the best of the Fantasy 4Xs by a long way. I find it very immersive. It's so customizable, but still balanced in the way it sort of works. The new DLC is awesome. The new Griffon update is awesome as well. The customization from when we sort of started playing was just incredible. So we'll start to now move off our forces, and we'll just go down and start to clear out all of the expansion areas that we need to go to. This will be the next one that we probably want to get to be honest. Let's just move on down. And here as well, as we sort of develop provinces as well, we do get a bit of a bonus in terms of movement. They should be healing up pretty well, I think. Yep, so they've almost fully healed now. That's all good. Orders required. Yeah, that one's got protection. I might go back above ground. This is another above ground area. Just see what else we can spot. Aha, there's that city that we saw before. So this is, oh no, this is a new one. This is, who's this one? This is Chief Warga Horde of the Free City of Axwood threatens you. You're now at war, so this is, if we inspect them, so this particular city is, they don't have anyone that's actually come in close with them just yet. So these are just an independent city of these are Caprine warriors. These are goat people. They're already joy siphoners, tough, hardy herbivores, barbarians, chosen destroyers, cult of personality. We've got a lot of sort of just very destructive forces on the map. That's a protective unit from their city in there. They're not going to move off. This is another thing, actually, I should point out. When you're playing the game, quite often when you're playing a game, you sort of look at different groups and think, oh, geez, that looks dangerous, so they're going to come after and go for me. You'll see that it's got like the this one here is actually coloured in red. Quite often, if it's red, it does mean that it is dangerous. It just means you're sort of essentially at war with it, and it can hunt you down. But in this case, it is actually just part of this particular group, and they are. If we hover over this one, this is the NPC army of Axwood, but I don't think it's actually a moving army. I think that this one actually is just going to stay where it actually is, just to protect this particular blossom orchard. So I'm assuming that that's actually, like I said, under control of Axwood. I think it's just the defenders for that. So, but quite often in the game, if we have a bit of a look at some of these, like this one here, see how it's got white and it's got like the skull in through there? That means it's an independent group, but the white means it won't move from that location. And so if I go and click on this one, again, it's an NPC army of the Marauder Guard. It's sitting there protecting that particular zone. It's not dangerous. Not dangerous because of white with the skull on that one through there. As we come back through here, there's going to be a lot of white skulls down this way, but there was a wandering stack down this way that was coming out of this umbral gate, and that was red, and that means it will hunt you down. So if you're sort of seeing, basically if you're seeing red that's got the skull, it's a moving unit and can hunt you. If it's only white, it just means it's going to be defending a location. So we don't need to really respond much to those. It's just, and this one in this case, it's not a skull. It's the symbol of Axwood, and so it's a defender based on that particular location. So we'll just end our turn there. So saving the meek. So found Egeris Transmoris of Masirocorum. Interrupts your negotiations. I can't pretend anymore. Why negotiate when I'll be dead tomorrow anyway? So what's going on? Assassins are after me. Do you desire to strengthen the bonds between our houses? Then please keep me safe. So we've got a few different things we can do through here. Guards from DasTactic will keep you safe. In this case, draft is blocked for 6 turns, which is not a big problem. Now we end up with we're now going through a series. We've already got vassalage. Unfortunately, I can't show you the initial part of the vassalage, but we end up with getting a big boost to the allegiance through vassalage this time, and so they're going to get allegiance to us very, very quickly. Now I'll go through this in just a minute, but this one here we can actually just block our draft, which means that we can't draft any more units in our capital. Doesn't bother me because I need the money anyway. So that for me is actually fine. Create the Conqueror shall be your personal bodyguard, my friend. So Create the Conqueror leaves your court. No, we're not going to allow that. We go plus 20 alignment, and we gain 18 with Macorium and reach bond of vassalage immediately. I'm not going to do that. I definitely want Create the Conqueror with me. Assassins, your imagination is running wild. In this case, we lose allegiance with them, and it takes 3 turns to reach bond of vassalage. We've already got vassalage, so that happened before this event. But let's just go into this guards area. So we're just going to go and do that one. It's sort of a bit of a negative in one sense, but it does allow us to more quickly go and grab what we actually need. Now we've got a war here, Tugram Hammerhall. We've actually come across, this is the Mountain Dwarves. So the Mountain Dwarves we've come across them somewhere. We're at war anyway because we're playing the teams game, and so we're at war with this group. So there's nothing we can do about that. We'll just say goodbye. So the dwarves are close by. Not sure who's seen us or where they've seen us, but They've spotted us, we haven't spotted them. Now they could be over the mountains. Now, if we have a quick look down in through here, we're going to have a few different things. Negotiations succeeded. So the vassalage in through here with Mossiocorum. The free city shares 30% of the income. So our income is now going to go up based on the vassalage. Shares all of its magic materials. So we end up picking up Rainbow Clover. So we get that one as well. Contributes 2 to the Rally of Lieges, which will be coming in 1 turn. So we'll be able to do that in the next turn. Trading costs are at default levels and more coordination becomes available. Next up is bonded vassalage. So this is where it's sort of gone from basic vassalage to bonded vassalage very, very fast. So you can see, and again, because of who we're playing as, we can accelerate this process of getting these sort of vassalages. So we'll just go good news, proceed. And so we sort of start off, this is actually the levels of vassalage. And so we sort of start off in the middle through here, but we're actually only now 1 turn away from actually going into this full-on like allegiance. So the next one, sorry, that's bonded. It goes from vassalage in through here to bonded vassalage. And this one here, we get 40% of their income. Through the next level after that is flourishing vassalage at 45%. They contribute 4 to the Rally of Lieges as well. And we can then integrate the city, and then finally we end up with supreme vassalage in through here with 50% of its income. So getting the vassals up in level is ultimately quite powerful. And the more the cities grow and the more prominent they become, this one's smaller than us now. It started off at the same size, but we've been accelerating our growth. So in this case, I just keep the Whispering Stone because it's pushing things along very, very quickly. So I'll keep that one where that is. We can do things like cooperation and stuff where we end up sort of getting things to actually sort of then go and work, but we'll just keep that one where that is. Now, I really want to make sure I keep enough gold for next turn if I can. Yeah, we should be able to, hopefully. What have we got in here? We've got the taverns coming in 2 turns. We don't have to control the city at all, so we don't need to spend anything there. 6 turns for the storehouse. That's okay as well. I'm just going to keep those things coming in. So that's actually working out fairly well. I would still like to be building my army bigger and bigger, but it's just we're not going to really be able to do that effectively just yet. Rainbow Clover has now been acquired, so if we go down and have a look at the plants, we just really only need hasteberries now, and then we get the plus 15 Imperium, which again would be quite useful for us. Then we have the orders required in through here as well. So we're going to be wanting to expand and sort of take out these different locations. God, I'd love to know where these guys actually are, like Tulgrim Hammerhall, these dwarves. They're somewhere out there. So they've seen us, but we haven't seen them. I don't think we have. Oh, there we go. This is what I meant before. See how these have got the white skulls, and this one's got the red skull. This is a wandering stack. When you see the red skull, that's a problem. So that one there will hunt around a little bit, but it's coming out of this area, and so it's mainly just sort of coming in and out of here, which is and sort of eventually we're going to have to go off and kill that as well. All right, so we have orders required. So these guys in through here, we've got the different orders. Actually, what else have we got to do in this turn? There's something else we're going to have a look at, but I forget what it was. Thank you. They've got 84 raiders from Agent Number 1. So welcome, guys. So I'm actually not around for much longer, to be honest. But welcome anyway. I could probably stay for half an hour, I think. I'll just try that. So anyway, we're turn 13 now into the actual game itself. We have one more turn before we get the Rally of Lieges. And what this will then go and do is allow us to use recruitment points. And at the moment we've got 2, but we end up with more of those fairly soon. I think next turn we end up with 4, just because of the vassalization of the of Mossiocorum. With the Agent Number 1 is saying, "Hey dude, hope you're enjoying the new DLC." Yeah, it's great. Actually, what do you think of it? If you've been playing it as well, I think so. Yeah, it's very, very cool. The way it sort of is working, it's just awesome. I love it actually. It's just so broad. So anyway, with the Rally of Lieges, that'll be next turn, and we probably do want to go that way just to flesh out our army with a bit more nuance than just with the basic units that we've been bringing in. I could still go and add in another zealot if I wanted to, just to bring in another really basic unit, and these are fine. I may even just go and do that. It's just that it does start to chew up a bit more of the gold. I might leave it a turn and we'll just see what actually happens in through there. The other things that we've got is we do actually have something else I was going to do, but I forget what it was. Anyway, I think we just got these basic units. Let's go and take this one on. And so again, we'll just do the auto battles while we can. And again, if I go and attack this one, see how this one doesn't fire up? Like we don't actually see the color changing for there because it's outside of there's a little red area. If I go and click on that one, it's a bit hard to sort of see it, but there's a red area at the moment that extends out to there. But if I attack this one, we don't get to see. This one won't participate. Just need to move in one more, and then it will be able to participate in the fight. And so this is now a safe battle. I'll just go and auto this one. Here we go. We've got another elements of surprise. Now it says demand a portion of their primal power before they leave. For me, it's more important to become more good, so I'm just going to keep on going this way. Allow them to go. And we've got the Ring of Arrow Shield back in through here. This is a wind barrier. This unit is 60% harder to hit with physical range and magic attacks. That's pretty damn cool. This is a ring. So go to our hero screen. Now, we always can get our main hero back if we wanted to. So we only got like one ring slot. They used to put the rings in amongst these, but these are now still got their own ring slot. This changed some time ago. So this one, the Ring of Arrow Shield, is going to be very, very useful to whoever we give it to. But instead of giving it to our commander, let's give it to Crate the Conqueror so that we can end up with Crate actually having the ring. So if we go into the rings in through this other side, Ring of Arrow Shield in through here, because I'm wanting this one to ultimately build into a really supreme fighter. So he's a Death Knight. So we're just going to go into the Ring of Arrow Shield there and confirm. So he will now have, he's going to be much, much harder to hit by magic and also with normal, normal, so we've got the wind barrier essentially, so physical range and magic attacks are going to be much harder to hit him, which is great. So that's going to sort of help him a lot. So he's actually in there. By moving him up there, we've now sort of taken that location. We didn't actually lose any more health. We are ultimately going to be wanting to come back down into here. That's a silver, probably a little bit beyond me at this stage. So it's still fairly early. It's only, like as I said before, 13 turns in. We probably want to get rid of this one as well and then move back down the other side to sort of go and claim some of the other areas. No, I don't need to stay inside my territory at this stage. All of these move at the same rate, unfortunately, so I can't actually go and do this attack just yet. Let's just move that one down and get it ready for next turn. Can I do this one? No, next turn. So it's a bit hard getting through this terrain. Unfortunately, I think we're just one off being able to do the attack there. 8 movement points, we've got 7 with that stack, so not quite enough. So Agent Number 1 saying, been enjoying so far. New story mode is crazy difficult though. I've only played it very, very briefly actually, just to sort of see what it's like. I like the background story that it actually provides, going way, way back to, I think it's Age of Wonders 1, as the it talks about Anon, like the character, which is now a character in the library. Yeah, no, it's interesting, very, very interesting. So anyway, we keep on going through there. So actually, Raymond's saying, I'm playing instead of studying. Which DLC would you recommend of all of them? Oh, I did this actually a week ago. If you, on DasTactic, I sort of analysed which ones I thought were the best and of the DLCs. I've got to say, this one is surprisingly great. Like, as in, it just adds so much to the game. I really love this DLC. If I was coming fresh to the game, I think the DLC I would get though, if I had never really played much of the game, would be the Dragon Dawn, the first DLC, which actually introduces the dragons, and that's fairly cheap, that one. They're all great. There's no real bad ones in any of them. Probably my least favourite is the Umbral Realms one, but overall the actual Dragon Dawn, I think, just from a new player perspective, just adds a nice, because you then add dragons in as well, as playable sort of characters as dragons. So I think that sort of has the most impact in terms of unexpected things in the game. But they're all great. They're all really, really good. But this one certainly for me, I'm loving this. Like the actual, when I've been sort of testing it over the last couple of weeks, I couldn't wait to be able to actually go and play it as with what it's actually doing through here. So yeah, so anyway, there we go. But if you've got any questions about the game, guys, please sing out. So I'll only be here for about another 15 minutes. Right, let's go in. So we've got the orders required back over through here. So we've still got the scout. Now I want to stay away from this city, but I do want to see what else is around. So let's just make our way back towards our territory. We do actually have another umbral area through there, which we have to be a little bit careful of. We'll just go through the forest here. I don't care much about these. There we go. We've now found another of the dwarves. We must be close. The dwarves must be in this reach where where our scout is. Now, the way that we've set up the game is that these are working together. And so these are in alliance, the two dwarven factions. So we're only using the old name characters from Age of Wonders 1 and 2 as our enemies. So Fangir is a wizard king in charge of the Moonrock Dwarfs, who is, Fangir I think was Age of Wonders 1, and the other one I think was Age of Wonders 2, I think. Maybe in Age of Wonders 3 with Tugram. I can't remember if Tugram was 3 or 2. Anyway, they've got the Mountain Dwarves and the Moonrock Dwarves working together. So there you can see that they've got an alliance. So this is where we have to be careful about how we approach this, because it's a 2-to-1, 2 against 1 essentially with what does go on. Falcon's saying, I can't wait to play it because of the world options for or the rest of the DLC. The world options are base game. Like all that stuff we did at the start is all base game unless it's got the AP next to it. So all of those, that system we set up for building this world, and this for me that's been one of the greatest times I've had with the game in the recent weeks, is literally building the worlds the way that we did today. With the customization you have, that's base game. So you don't actually need DLC to do that one. So Toothless Shark saying this DLC is getting released tomorrow, right? Yes, it is. So I'll be streaming this again tomorrow. Could the dwarves not also be underground? Yeah, they could be. They could be very much so, actually. In fact, Moonrock Dwarves, there we go, underground adaptation. That group there starts underground. And if we have a look at Tugram, Mountain Dwarves, this one here doesn't necessarily, but the other one do. So these ones are an underground start for the Moonrock Dwarves. So yeah, and these again, just Fangir and Tugram are from previous games, as in Age of Wonders 1, 2, and or 3. I'm not sure which one Tugram's from, to be honest. So I remember it from 3. Fangir I remember right from the very, very first game, like way back, 25 years ago. But so the two dwarves we've now met. The way that we've set up the game, by the way, is so tomorrow we'll keep on playing it, but the world itself has got, so we've only sort of explored a very, very small portion of it. We do have a major quest just to come down to here, so I think we'll start to now circle back, come down this way, grab this city, which is actually part of our quests that we have to then go and do, and then sort of move our way through. We've got the legends in through there as well. We can turn off on and off different things. Actually, there we can go with the magic materials, but we're not really seeing enough just yet. I'll just leave them all on. God, this is such a good game. Such a good game. So Bushgrove is actually where our quest is, where we have to go and take that one out. It's still early days, though, yet, so I'm not super concerned with it, but we will move across. And I think Bushgrove will probably make into, and try to coordinate that with the timing of our third hero. So we end up sort of getting that at around about that time, and then making that into... It's going to be a bit evil, but we could just resettle that, or maybe we keep it as an elvish city. But it looks like the dwarves are up this way somewhere. So we've got the dwarves certainly out and about. Oh, hang on. There's a there we go. This is the Moonrock Dwarves right here. They're very close. They are very close. Right. Okay. Well, there we go. So that's them. But somehow Fangir has now seen us as well, because we've now gone close to their territory. That makes this city even more interesting in terms of what we have to do with it. Now, this is actually not their capital city that they've actually established in here. There's a watchtower that sort of looks across into this particular valley that the city's in. Interesting. Anyway, let's send our turn here. So Falcons is saying, so the DLC is other stuff? Yes, the DLC is the faction that we're playing, the Battle Saint that we're playing, the parts of the world that we actually place. I'll show you again. Just just press escape. Realm overview. This is actually what we're playing with. So where it's got the AP, this means it's coming from the Archon Prophesy, which is a DLC that releases tomorrow. So we're playing with blessed fields on this particular world. So we have this realm features mostly rolling plains, some of which can be blessed with the celestial grace. Now we're not seeing one of the others. There's so many mountains. I sort of feel that this is going to be one of the other mountainous type traits, but I'm unsure. But normally, yeah, it may still be that. Anyway, grasslands are common. Blessed handcrafted regions are common as well. We haven't seen much of it. This is why I'm thinking that this one here is interfering with it somehow. We also then have celestial grounds. This is celestials are common in this realm, replacing all other infestations and ancient wonders. Celestial units are common. Crusader host infestations are common. We haven't come across them yet, which is again surprising. And it may be because of this random one. So we had 3 randoms. One is this Legends of Meridia, which is which this realm was once part of the fabled giant kingdom called Meridia. These are fated regions present on the map, which offer quest chains exploring the present and past of Meridia. So this is going to potentially get in the way of these Crusader infestations. We still have an unknown, which we haven't discovered yet, and we have, of course, the subdued umbral abyss, which is where we're seeing these little outcrops of these little explosions in through here, which essentially take us through. We do actually have an umbral abyss location, which we're seeing some underground areas through here, and these will then sort of extend out to the above ground. So that's actually that one there, goes to there, that one there, and this is sort of like a bit of a random location. They sort of go all over the place. That one is that one there. So if I just go and click on that one, that's where that one actually extends into. So it takes us to another plane of existence, which I'm not interested in having a look at that, to be honest. So we'll see where we end up with that one. But we will need to bring our army down to take out this zone. It's only a smallish area, actually. If we just go back in and have a look at the realm overview, it does just say that it's actually, if we hover over this one, a lesser version of the Umbral Abyss. And so reduced amount of Umbral Islands with infestations, reduced amount of Umbral Islands and Umbral Gates overall. So it's a bit easier than the normal Umbral realm if it does come in. You can see there you need to have the Eldritch Realms to do this one. I'm just going to grab myself a drink of water, be right back. The other thing we did set up with this one, again, just quickly going through it, AI difficulty is hard, combat difficulty is challenging, teams are enabled, and so we've actually got 2 teams, one team of 2 elves, one team of 2 dwarves, which we have now met. We then created 2 very, very overpowered factions. One is Necron, the undead, with his undead humans, and the other one was Carissa with her rampaging orcs, essentially. So we've made them as individually. They're not a team; they're individuals who actually are more powerful than normal units. And so we're fighting. It's me versus 2 elves versus 2 dwarves versus one massively powerful undead versus one massively powerful orc faction. So that's what we've sort of set up using, but everyone we're using is actually coming in from the library of games, library of characters. We've turned off, like in terms of actually building characters, we've actually turned off all of the animals through here, and we've changed the Dragon Lords to be rare. The Eldritch, no, this is only if we did random maps from this point forward. So we've sort of turned off different things in through there as well. But that's sort of where we are. We're only allowing as well, it's not sort of showing it in through there, but ultimately it would only be coming from the library was what we actually allowed to actually come into this one through here. So Chaos Geek saying the Crusader host infestations in the story mode straight killed agents run. They were spawning due to the story. It was pretty insane. They are very, very powerful. Like the actual, if you end up coming up against the Titans in the early part of the game, they are absolutely unbelievably strong. They're just incredible. Like, it's amazing, and you can still get them in the random game as well. Like, it's in these random maps. But it's rated 3 skulls, I think. That story mode, but and it's pre-sat with, so you can sort of, at least you can then sort of learn your way through it. Christopher is saying that you did this team games already in Age of Wonders 3 and Planetfall. I did, but we now have more control over what the factions have got. By having Carissa with her orcs and also Necron with his undead forces, I've been able to actually boost them to be able to compete with the teams, and I've then just got to build effectively to try to sort of overcome the teams. So we'll sort of see how they go. So the two dwarves will then work together. What the ideal when you're playing a teams game is to try to knock one of the team members out, but leave the other one around to fight the other teams that are on the map. So that's sort of probably what we're going to ultimately even look at, taking this city at some stage. But I think I've got a bit of time. Now, 14 turns. We've now got the Rally of Lieges should now show up. So negotiations succeeded. So we've now got bonded vassalage. So we're now getting more income. So we've got a little bit in through there. The Rally of Lieges, I've got 15, next rally in 15 turns, 12 turns before we get our next hero. Just come back through. Here we go. So we've actually got a few different things. We've got these skeleton warriors. That's interesting. Why have we got skeletons from here? These aren't that great, to be honest. I won't worry about them. Yeah, I won't worry about them at all. These are still Elysian Crusaders. What have they done? What have they unleashed in here? So let's have a look and see what they've got. They've got Shade Makers in through here. Skeleton Warriors there. God, these are all... they're still Elysian Crusaders. What are you? This is their commander. Build a Demolisher. Got some good level ups in through here. It's only a warrior, so I'm not sure why they've got skeletons here. It's unusual. With what they actually have. So yeah, I'm surprised at that, because yeah, I'm not really wanting to put undead in my group, I don't think. How on earth did they get these? These are still the same faction that we are. These are skeletons of the Sirens, and they're not the ancients. These are actually Sirens. I don't know what's happened here. What do they got? Let's just see if we can sort of see any clues as to what's going on here. Magic origin. Summoned or becomes from another dimension and requires mana upkeep. Alright, so these are actually been summoned in somehow. Defensive mode, shield wall. Undead, yeah, there we go. But I'm not sure how they came in. I'm not sure who's actually brought them in what they're doing. I'm not sort of seeing anything. There's basic quarries and stuff. There shouldn't be any real reason for that to happen, I don't think. Has your vassal used spells together? I'm assuming so. It's just funny that that's all he's got. He's got 2 of these, so that certainly gives him a lot of mana. Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah, so Titans are super scary. Yeah, super scary. They really are debilitating. And really, if you cluster your forces together, which is sort of what, like, ultimately the Elysians actually do well, clustered together. But if they're going up against Titans, they don't. It's really difficult to fight them. New rally has started, yeah. So I don't think we'll worry about them. We could go and get ourselves just another cultivator, which I do want to get. Yeah, I might just grab one of these. So this cultivator here is not undead, I don't believe. Yeah, it's just a basic unit. So we'll recruit to our own city, and we'll recruit this one to DasTactic because we'll be moving back through. So we'll just go that way, and it's going to arrive. It's going to cost me 45. I'll just go and approve that one. So we'll just do that recruitment. So we'll end up getting that one. I won't worry about the others. So we'll sort of keep them out of our grouping, which now leaves me with 121. I've still got still building the storehouse there fairly fast. This one tavern in 1 turn, so we do need to save up for the next thing. We're still very unhappy here. We need to potentially, well, the workshop really I think we need to get. That's only 42, so we can get that one fairly fast. The market would be good just to get more money. We don't need the shrine anymore, not at this stage, but the market would give me a lot more, like 15 gold income. Potentially go and get that one. But I think the workshop, just so we can get things moving a bit faster. I might just queue it up, just put it in the queue. That way we can sort of now start to have a look and see what we can afford. Actually, if I leave it 1 turn, I will actually go and get rid of it. That's going to allow me to then get either a Guardian or a Shade Maker. I definitely want, actually the Shade Maker, we've got that, that's right, we can't actually get these yet. Because we decided we weren't going to actually allow our city to build anything for 6 turns, from what I can remember. So we've still got 5 turns before we can actually go and do anything because of supporting the city, which is still worth it. So we'll now we've got the fight coming in here again. 32 movement all the way through. Safe battle. Just go in auto combat. And no real damage done. That's fine. Another bit of a level up there, which is good. Just go and close that one off. Crusader's Claymore. This is a tier 2 champion weapon that can be used by a battle saint. It's a charge strike weapon, so it does do damage. I'll just accept it. I'll just take the reward. I don't want to change any of the shielding units that we've got because that's quite important for us at this stage. Let's now move back and try to move away. So hopefully the dwarves won't be in a position to attack the city in the short term. We may have to sort of go and look at other things. Let's just move across. Just scoot around. See what else we can spot. End our turn. There's a group coming out. So they've got a shield unit coming in, an anvil guard. Is that all part of the same location? Yeah, it must be. Alright, so they've sort of got that whole valley. Got our tavern now, which is now sort of helping a little bit. So we're getting +5 city stability, so nothing great. Now the market probably is the next, oh actually the workshop now. Get the workshop, let's get that one established. We've got 221. Still can't really do anything with these just yet. I might just queue it up, just so that when it does come off that cooldown, we're going to be able to then build that one fairly fast. And we'll start to now move down this location. Move out ahead a little bit. Okay, we can grab another province. So what I really need to do now is we could start to move up into here, but I think I want to start to extend down, and I do need to get a forester. So we can see we've got there's 2 actual areas before we can go further out this way. I do want to get that farm down there. Just get this forester in here. It's not going to help me a hell of a lot, and it will actually then change what's happened with our. We're now going to be on 0, so it's now +30, -30. The domain with having 7 people, it's actually now sort of costing me a little bit more happiness. Legion of Zeal, so we're selecting research. It is taking a bit of time to do these. Got the inspiring chant through here. Friendly units gain a plus in a 2 hex radius Gain extra morale, become 2 strengthened if they have zeal, and then the fanatical workforce. We do lose food income, but we could do this one with production if we need to. I think we'll just go that way. Just get that one out of the way. Now this one here, we've now got the location where we've got 1 conduit there anyway. We've got a lot of mana income. But I really need to get, like if we have a quick look and see, like when we get the storehouse, this isn't going to help us. The conduits aren't going to help us. So what do we need? To get the granary, we need 2 foresters. To get the shrine, we need 1 quarry. We don't even have a quarry that we can go and build. To get the vendor, we need a farm. To get the workshop, we need a farm. So, and this one here, we need a forester. So I think I'm just going to go and grab myself a forester. And we'll have a look down in these other locations. We haven't really explored down this way. I could go this way to start to pick up these areas, but these aren't going to have a real lot of ability to sort of go and get other things, I don't think. See that one there? We can get a farm there, but I ultimately need to keep on getting other locations there. So really, we're going to be sort of a bit stuck with that. Yeah, it's going to be expensive. I think we'll go down this way. And we'll need to clear this one out as well at some stage. So we'll end our turn there. So we're turn 15 now. We've built up really nicely. Like 7, we're already size 7 at turn 15 is great. So Adaveko is saying, is this one of the new story realms? No, it's not. This is actually a random one that we've done. Here we go. Now this is interesting for us to see. It's an impossible battle where we're just sort of seeing, as much as we can get more information about what's actually coming in at this stage. We're seeing a lot of level 1s coming in. We're not going to be able to win this one at all. We actually have, this one here is a level 2. This is Flemus the Keen-Eyed, which is a ranger, a Trollkin governor. So he is essentially the champion of the mountain dwarves. And so this is, like, we can't actually deal with, like, this is actually now going to be our scout unit gone. So I'm just going to auto combat. I'm just going to turn off the use of combat spells. So we're just going to die immediately. Actually, we did a bit of damage. It wasn't too bad. Close that one off. I'm a little bit worried now about marching an army off. Here we go. We've now got the crystalline abundance has been revealed, which is sort of a bit surprising because there's a lot of more mana resource nodes. So that's actually what we ended up having. So to answer the question about the story realm, I'll just quickly sort of summarise what we did at the start. So spells ready to cast is 2. Legion of Zeal. Now, we haven't done that one yet. I'll grab that one now. All right, so we'll just get that one out of the way. So we now actually know all of the information about the realm. But I'll just do a save of where we are, and save it here. So with the realm itself, if I just go back and exit the game to the main menu, and just to sort of start what we ended up starting through here. So we went through, essentially at the very, very start, we went through the new things that have come through with the creation of the new units, with the new Archon Prophesy. But there's also, so they've actually really increased the ability to manufacture worlds that make it very exciting to play the game in whichever way you want to play it. And for me, this is probably one of the, just because I get so many comments about people who don't really get into the game, like they don't actually they don't feel connected to it in any sort of real meaningful way. And I think a lot of that's to do, I know that in the early days a lot of it was to do with the fact that they felt that the actual units themselves didn't have a lot of personality. But what they've actually done, if I go into new game, I'll just sort of try to show you what I mean. We first of all have to choose a realm. Now these are the story realms. The new one that's come in is the Rings of Emnoria, which is actually a story realm that's like this, you only can ever play it essentially with an existing map. This first one, you see, it's 3 skulls, so it's fairly difficult to play. So if it's your first game with Age of Wonders, I would certainly just play at Valley of Wonders and get used to the game that way. That's a good way to learn the game. Just playing a sort of like a basic type faction. But if these are story realms, which means that they've actually got a theme all the way through it and a story all the way through it. So this is sort of like a preset campaign. You've then got the challenges down through here as well, where you can sort of do different premium challenge realms, and then also just basic challenge realms down through this other side. These require DLC, but you can also then do your own custom. And so what we did is we did a custom one. And if I go into, this is the one that we just are playing today. So if I go into this one through here and actually just go in and edit this. So what we essentially established, if I go into advanced settings, so we played with a medium-sized map, which is just, depending on the number of players, will then make the map whatever size it needs to be. 7 players, unknown traits. Anything that's unknown is just a question mark. So we've got 3 unknown traits, but they're going to be from the simple range. So select the complexity of the traits that we picked up for unknown traits. I find that if you go even normal, but especially complex, you run the risk of getting some really crazy additions to, and can sort of break the immersion a little bit. Like if we go into these particular areas, there's so many that are really, really cool. Like and you'll see when I hover over this one, it will actually sort of see that blocked underground is a complex realm trait. This means that you can't have an underground. So that one won't be chosen if you've got simple in through here. Having said that, a couple of the traits that we've ended up with are in the normal range. So explorative underground in through here is a normal realm trait. So all of these different things have got like a rating in terms of how they're going to come into the game. So we've chosen simple there. Umbral Abyss, for example, is complex. I find that a lot of the complex ones are just over the top. Like that there, is, you can see Subdued is one that we have on ours. Even though we've gone simple, it's chosen them from normal. Small Underground is normal. Well, so we've got a lot of them are available, but the Umbral Abyss itself is a complex. So if I choose normal or complex, I could potentially get that one through there. Unearthed is simple. Actually, it's this one here, no excavation needs to be done in this realm. So they have no diggable earth, things like that. So there's all the way through, we have different sorts of abilities. Some of them will be turned off if we've chosen, for example, we chose Void Pockets. I could have done Unknown there as well. So we've chosen a few of the things that come with the new DLC as well. But there are actually a lot of, we ended up with Legends of Merida. This is Happenings, that's a normal world trait. Toll of Seasons is complex. Unfolding Mysteries is complex. So they're not going to appear in our randoms. So by choosing simple, we end up with only getting sort of like simple and normal stuff coming through. So there's a heap of them. And so the thing I love about playing it this way is that we don't know what we're going to get. So when we start a game, it's a bit surprising because we're going to have to deal with whatever we find. If I go and play this again, like I might just do that so you can sort of see it, and we'll just go and start again and see the difference of what we end up with the same sort of start with these 3 randoms. Like the 3 randoms really do can make a big difference. In fact, I think the reason we've got so many hills and mountains is because of this Legends of Merida. So I think that may be why we actually have that one actually in here at this point in time. The other thing we did was a lot of the stuff is now new, or newish, where you can actually then go and chop and change things. This is base game stuff. So what we did is we turned on teams. So we've got the teams. We've got Serena and Zathel Silverleaf. These are characters from older Age of Wonders games. So Serena, I think, was from Age of Wonders 1, and so she is a wood elf, and then Zathel Silverleaf is a high elf. So I've got the 2 elves in Team 2. I've then got Tulgrim and Fangir, the two dwarves, which we've seen in our game in Team 3. And then we've got Carissa the Red and Necron the Risen as 2 individual no-team factions. And if we don't have diplomacy in this game when we play it with teams, if I go to settings, what I've done is I've allowed Carissa the Red to start off with extra cities, and I've allowed Necron the Risen to start off with 1 additional hero and 2 additional tomes. So he starts off with a couple of, so they're big right from the very, very start of the game. So they're probably going to be the more dangerous of the factions we have to deal with, just because I've given them this bit of a boost. So again, you can really finesse now exactly how you want the game to be played. So that was actually pretty cool, just doing this. I haven't played it where I've seen you can have a no team like aspect to it as well, which is actually very, very cool. And we've got random ruling through there. The realm content, this is again where I'm just really surprised at this. I'm so pleasantly surprised. The library rulers, if you're wanting to play the game essentially just with Triumph characters in it, you can just turn on library rulers. So I've turned off all the others. By default, they're all on. The generated rulers are randomly generated rulers that come into the game, so you've got no connection. But I wanted to play a game where we're going back in time and actually using the old Age of Wonders 1 and 2 and 3 enemies essentially, then to actually fight against them just for nostalgia. I've played the game ever since Age of Wonders 1. It's been my favourite series of games of all time. You also can change. This has actually changed recently as well, where we've got you can actually you can go right from turning them from none to rare, normal, or frequent as to how if they're randomly generated or randomly come in, what will they choose? So champions and wizard kings are frequent. Dragon lords were, I think, on normal up until the update which comes out tomorrow. I think that dragon lords are now. They've been now by default set to rare, and you can then you've got the Eldritch Sovereigns on rare as well. You can turn them off if you don't want the Eldritch Sovereigns to come in. So with your random stuff, you can really finesse now how you want the game to be set up for yourself when you play it, which has been one of the things that people haven't really enjoyed in the game. Cultures, you can actually decide what cultures you'll allow to come into the game as well. So if you really don't like, I gave this as an example, if you don't like having cultures that use firearms, like as in gunpowder, turn it off. Just get rid of it. So you can actually again tweak who you're going up against. So you can still play as that, but you can tweak who you're going up against. In through here, the form filtering as well. You can see I've turned off all the animals, essentially all the animals in through this other side. I've left the goats on. Should have turned those off. Just go and turn off those. I thought I'd done that. I thought I did that. I've left the lizard men on. So I'm just playing with the stock standards. So essentially I've turned off the monkeys and the whole lot, all the ogres, the insectoids, the sirens. And so we're just playing with purely Tolkien-esque type factions in the actual game itself. So if we just go and confirm that one, actually game flow back in through here as well, that's pretty much just the defaults. But again, there's so much you can now go and do. So combat versus the AI, this is actually the different sorts of settings versus humans, how it's going to then sort of work. So you can set up everything like that. I'll just go and confirm. I'm just going to overwrite that because I thought I'd gotten rid of all those animals, to be honest. Now, with the actual faction, we did actually choose and build our own faction, which if I just go to the filter and just go to Archon Prophesy, Suna is the last one that we just created. We did actually create Persos in through here as well. Might just delete that one. That was just a sample to sort of show how things were working. By the way, a few of the other ones I've been playing with, just while I've been experimenting with the game, is that you can set up. You do actually have these sort of undead Archons as well. So sort of got that one that I had built just as a bit of a test as well, just to sort of see what it was like to play with the undead Archons. I did try some with that actually had the Griffon mounts. One thing I did find with that though is that very few of your actual units get to use the Griffons, and so or any mount. So I sort of would advise not playing with the architects with the Griffons. It sort of can be, the scouts can move very, very effectively because of the mounts. When you get paladins, they actually are also on mounts, which is actually not too bad eventually. So they're good mid-game to actually have the mounts. So I tried one with mounts there. I probably don't really recommend that one. This one here, again, was just sort of like a basic sort of siren type loadout. pretty similar to what we ended up with in through here as well. But the other one that I found quite interesting, if you've got the Giant King DLC, you can actually create your own Titan and actually play with a Titan ruler with your own sort of group of sirens or archons coming in underneath that. But unfortunately, what it is, it's not actually a full-blown Titan. It doesn't do all of the Titan stuff. But you can unlock either the Living Titan or the Undead Titan kit in your Pantheon, which is what I did. So in the Pantheon, just quickly show you. Actually, sorry, let's see if we go to the rewards. They're over here. So you can actually then get these as well, the Giant Revenant body, which I haven't unlocked, and then we've also then got the Giant Revenant helmet. But you can actually unlock the Archon body and the Archon helmet. Just go back in. And so that's essentially where we go. If I just close that one off. And so I just experimented with that one a little bit, but this one essentially is still just one of the 4 basic flavors of giants. So you still ultimately end up just needing to build it as a giant. So it won't have the same abilities as a Titan, but it's pretty cool anyway. So you've actually sort of got different ways of structuring the game. So that's my experimentation before we went into this particular group, which we just created today, to go into the actual fight. So if I just go and select the faction, we won't play this, but I just wanted to look at the realm again and just sort of see what we end up with. Because we haven't really come across infestations in this realm. They're the one that we're playing at the moment, which is, from the testing that I've done, it's really surprising. I've been coming across them everywhere, which makes them, like, they're very, very difficult to overcome. So yeah, much more open world that we can sort of see in through this other side. Actually, we're seeing some different sorts of collections in through there. Just keep on going with that one through there. Go with that one. Let's go that side. That's our mission. Target that one through there. I won't really worry about sort of playing this one at all. So that's where we start off in this location. So there's less mountains than what we saw in the other one. I think that's because of the giant world. So this is much more sort of open than the one that we're actually playing. We won't know what those unknowns are just yet until we sort of explore. But this, again, just with that setup, we end up with a very, very different style of gameplay than what we ended up having before. So we end up with quite a dramatically different world, but still based around very, very constrained properties, just by filtering it out that particular way. I'm so impressed with that customization, and for me, that's just, even though it's actually base game, it's not actually part of the Archon Prophecies. It's great to have a game where you can do that level of customization with to end up creating a random world that plays in a style that you want to play, which is just awesome. But guys, I'm probably going to have to leave it here. I think I'm not going to be playing this particular one, but this one is, you can see it's much more open than the one that we're actually currently playing. So again, it's going to be all very different. In fact, if I go and surrender, just don't know if this will then tell me what I've actually got. I can at least then see a little bit with what's going on. Just go back out. So we're playing with these void maps, where they're sort of in the middle there. So we have the different locations. Again, you can sort of see, if we have a look at these ones and through this other side, we're going to have Zathel. This is actually the First Elves, and Serena. We'll find them around the world somewhere. This one is Independent Worlds. So in this particular world, we've got Pyre will be Carissa, I think. That's us. Where's Carissa the Red? Is that her? I think it is, but let's go back to the game. Yeah, so Carissa is there. So Carissa starts off with 2 cities, so that was her start. So that's her benefit, is to have 2 of those. Then we've got some independent worlds, some independents in through there. There's the High Elves. Actually, he ends up with 2 as well. Like, this is the difficulty level. We've got, who else have we got in through here? Back over this way, nothing much. Then we've got Tugrum back in this way, just one city. Necron way back up in here in this corner, with only one city. The elves, they should be relatively close together back in through there. There is actually an infestation, I think. Yeah, there it is. No, that's not it. Not seeing it there. Looks like it was. There's another one. The Crusader host in here. A lot of them aren't the Titans. So this particular host is not going to have Titans as such to what it does do. But there will be, on the map, whether it spawns in, there will be some that are Titans. There we go. These are so powerful. Like, these are just so powerful. It's sort of a bit random whether you end up with Titans in the mix or not. But if you see a Titan and you're in the early part of the game, don't attack it. Even though these are very, very strong. I don't even know if I can. Yeah, there we go. You can actually have a look at it. This one is. They've got the thing that really is debilitating about these guys is actually the sunburst. And so they get to do this, and it's only got a 2 cooldown. And so this one, when they use the sunburst, this really hits hard. So enemy units in a 1 hex radius sustain damage. They gain 2 burning for 3 turns. Have a base 90% chance of becoming blind for 1 turn. It's so debilitating. And if you're playing a faction where the groups need to be touching each other, like as in connection with each other, to get extra bonuses with defense and things, the sunburst will rip through them. Like it's dramatically difficult. It's then got mend the weak. It's an incredible unit, this one, like an incredible unit with what it actually does do. So extremely strong. It is a bit susceptible to blight. So blight damage and also frost. So that's the one weakness magically that it has. Incredibly strong with its defenses and also with its hit points. So it's a really damaging unit to fight against with that sunburst. So that keeps on coming back time and time again to actually sort of do your damage. So that Titans are you want to avoid them like the plague if you come across them. You need a lot of very strong forces to take them down. Extremely strong. Just see if we can see any others, because there's undeads as well. Yeah, see how most of them they're not all going to be Titans. So this is just tier 3s. This is just paladins. So this is actually very, very doable. I don't know if it's random when you play the story maps, whether they could be randomly coming in as Titans. What do we got at the back through here? So these are all Crusader things. This is actually another difficult one. This is a tier 3 Vigil, which has got Radiant Bolts. Purifying Blast in through there again as well. Cooldown of 2, so range 6. So lots of damage essentially coming from these different units. So there's some really cool units. These are all coming in from the new DLC. It's such a good DLC. Again, these are all sort of in the goodish realm. There's another Paladin back in through there again as well. Another one in the corner. And again, we're sort of seeing like low level. These are only level 2s. So even some of these infestations are not going to be anywhere near as powerful as the ones with the big Titans. In fact, you can't see it there. Don't know what that is. Not sure what the border is there. Sort of connecting with that one. Underground. Do we have? We'll have one of the dwarves will start underground. Actually, Carissa. Oh, there we go. There's their 3rd city. So she ends up with that city there as well. Back over through here, we have Fangir with his starting city. So he's close to the other dwarf, and nothing else really happening in through there. That's interesting. No spawners underground. So what a cool game. And again, this is all just randomly sort of generated. So these are all like Necron is from, I think he's from Age of Wonders 2, I think. So he is the undead guy. So we started him off with a bit of a boost with his magic and stuff. So Carissa is she's in charge of the orcs. Like she's the queen of the orcs from Age of Wonders 1, I think, or Age of Wonders 2. I can't remember which one. Fangir, Age of Wonders 1. Just with bringing him in. Tugran, I think, is 3, Age of Wonders 3, but I may be wrong about that. She may have been earlier. Now Zathel, I think, is from Age of Wonders 1 and part of the story of Age of Wonders, and then Serena is, I think, Age of Wonders 1 as well, I think. So Voodoo Doc saying the underground looks like the inside of a castle for this one faction. Did I see this right? It's not just for one faction. What they've done is they've fleshed out the actual the look of everything. Where if you go back and have a look, there's themed areas all the way through now, and they're not. They've just themed it, so they've actually made it much more engaging when you explore the game. So when you start to sort of delve in past these standard things, it's not that this is any real benefit to anyone, but they are themed in different areas, so you can't sort of break through certain areas. They've just done a lot of work with making the underground feel really fleshed out, and they've done the same with the above ground as well. Like if we go above ground with this, you'll sort of find like zones like this with sort of like ruins now. Some of them will have locations that sort of give bonuses around it. I don't know if that's one of them. Where was it? Sometimes they will be. They will actually have bonuses in around them. That one doesn't. Oh, here we go. This one's a themed battleground with a big titan that's being killed. An eternal battleground. And if you have a look at this one, it's then got stuff in around it where it gives bonuses if you've got like multiple areas connected to it. So this one actually, so provinces adjacent to this landmark gain +10 draft. So this one gives a big bonus to anything that grows next to this old battleground, this old Titan battleground. So we've got sort of like a big dead Titan, it's sort of lying in wait. And again, these are all just randomly generated in the game. Like these are just, it's just such a beautiful game. Like and it always has been beautiful, but God, it's just the development over time with this game is just phenomenal. Like it's mind-blowingly good. Like it's just everything's beautiful. Even like a little bit of autumn territory in there next to some a bit of frozen area. And depending on what's happening, you can sort of end up freezing the worlds and sort of terraforming it in certain ways as well. It's just a great game. This is an independent city. Yeah, no, it's just a awesome game. So so I did title this stream. I think is this the best fantasy 4X of all time? And in my opinion, absolutely. It's not even close. Like it's just so mind-blowingly good. And now with these customization options, it's becoming even more. I don't think there's anything else in there. That's just ruins, just on the hill there. But it's just so damn good, this game. Anyway, I'm not going to keep on going. I do have to get going, guys. Thanks for watching. These 5 hours. I was only going to do 3. So I'm going to leave it there. Please like and subscribe if you're watching this one. I'll be back again tomorrow to continue on our current game, not so much this one. I'll just go and exit the game. Let's go back to the menu. That will then sort of take me out of that location. But we'll continue on where we are and try to rattle through, get everything done. I'm now a bit concerned about the dwarves being so close. So we'll play again tomorrow. But if you've got any questions, please come with questions tomorrow. Just do an @DasTactic if in the chat, and I'll then sort of see it in red. But I really am running late now, so I'm going to have to get going. So thanks for watching. I'll catch you tomorrow if you're around.